it's kind of hard to have it uh when like I'm the only one speaking. Yeah, what? Tell me, bro. Tell me what's funny. Oh, go to my bio. Go to my bio, click on the link. Go to my bio, click on the link, and you see my YouTube. That's the and it's kind of hard to have it. Look, she's talking. It's there. My link is already there. It's already up. Where's my live? Where do I live? I live in New York. Yeah, I already put it in my YouTube. The link is right there. It's not? I'm gonna show you right. I'm gonna put it again. I'm putting it again. I'm gonna say hey. And now I'm gonna put the link. I just put it again. Ooh, silhouette challenge got wrong. I should probably change the name to that. I actually like that. That's a good one, Brody. Oh no, it's over. The live is already going. I can't change the name. Now I'm gonna put the link. I just put it again. Did you see it this time, Mom? Let's see. Hello? There's somebody in here. Oh, there is somebody in here. Ornella's here. Okay, lit, lit, lit. Let me put. Hi. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Yep, yep. I can hear you. I can hear you. One second. Uh, Let me just fix my camera real quick. Oh, it's lit. Just about to just. Hello. Oh shit. Okay, I can hear you guys. Let me add your microphone. I think that's what it is. Oh, it's lit. They here. Yo, yo. Thanks, bro, for subscribing. Now come to the live. I need you know what I mean? I need one extra. Can you guys hear me, ladies? Okay, it's just my camera, right? Boom. Now you can see me, right? Okay, it's lit. Yep, he's coming right now. He said that's how Monica sounds. She sounds polite as fuck. Yo, bro, pull up, man. Yo, I need another guy to pull up and help me out. Oh, bro, you could pull up Zayed 85, bro, if you want to. We're pretty much talking about a silhouette challenge, and they're asking. I'm resetting the room right now. Mhm. And they're asking what's wrong with black men, and we're trying to have that conversation. But there's two girls. Who the other one? There's two girls, me and you could be the other one, bro. All you gotta do is go to like you can leave TikTok live, go to my bio, hit the link, my YouTube, and you see the link in the live video that's going right now to this conversation. And you hit that link, you join. Who's that? Who's saying what's up, Monica? No, no, you. But we're about to have this conversation. There's somebody saying what's up, Monica, but I don't know who it is. They laughing. All right, so we're here. Let me just also add. Um, okay, so we can have this conversation. We're live. You guys could both hear me clearly. You guys could both hear each other clearly. All right. Ornella?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. It it's Ornella.
Ornella.
Ornella, yeah.
Yes, microphone. Okay, so yeah, we're here. Audio. Um, I was waiting on Sweetsy, but if he's not, oh no, I think he's on his way because he left the chat. He left the room. He's on his way. Lily, you not coming? You not pulling up? Like, yo, any of you guys are free to like. I have space for 8 people. It's three of us. Yeah, like it is that big. So like any like more people could join. Yeah. Somebody asking if you a D Block fan, Ornella. Ornella, are you a D Block fan?
Sorry, what did I ask?
Are you a D Block fan?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You are?
I am, but not like their. How can I say it? I like their music, but they're just that little boy. Oh, sorry, he's not little, but young ads. The things he be saying is just again, black men just do too much.
They do.
I don't want to go. I don't want to get into that,
Nah, we can get into
but
everything today, man. What do you mean black men do too much? We today.
like,
Oh, Sweetie's here.
Hi,
I'm
Sweetie.
like, okay, cool.
Hi,
Hey,
Sweetie.
Let me add his audio.
Sweetie, can you hear us?
Yo,
How
what
are
up,
you?
bro?
hey.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is about to be lit. This is about to be a good combo real quick. But
Yeah, it's gonna get. It's gonna get. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted us to be able to speak because this texting stuff, like, I know y'all have more to say. Like, you guys are writing because you can't even write that much on this. Like, stops you after a while.
Yeah.
Uh, so, like, I definitely wanted us to like have this conversation. Like, what's the problem with black man, and why do y'all think? Because I honestly think everything you guys are noticing, right, is a reaction, especially from the same black, like, because we see a lot of crazy stories, right? And I actually don't think this guy is sane. The guy who actually posted the whole naked woman thing with the silhouette challenge or whatever. I don't think he's fully sane. If you guys get what I'm trying to say, like he's clearly like a deviant. He's a weird ass dude,
How am
right?
I mute? I think I muted myself.
You
No,
did?
we can hear you, Sweetie. Where did he go?
Oh, he
It
left.
says he left the room.
Yeah, he'll come. He'll come back.
No, we were hearing him just
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah,
we heard him just fine.
he'll come back. He'll come back. Okay, good. Okay, boom, boom. Okay, he's back. I think. Yeah, he's back. Sweetie.
Sweetie.
Yeah,
Sweetie.
you were frozen before.
Oh.
All right, lit.
But yeah, we were hearing you just fine.
Yeah, we were hearing you fine. That's a fact.
But go ahead, J Wave. You were saying.
Yeah, no. I guess I should let y'all start expressing yourselves, and then I react to it, and then the conversation goes from there, right? You were saying you were talking. Okay, so Monica, you were talking about the comments today. So what happened today was this morning, like mad early, probably 3 a.m. Right? Zaza was actually the one who sent it to me, right? She sent
Mm-hmm.
the video and I saw it and I was like, oh shit. I went on Twitter and I did some more investigation. I'm like, oh nah, this guy's actually legitimately like teaching people how to do it. I thought he was the only
Yeah, he did a tutorial on it. That is sick.
on YouTube. And oh shit, I could probably even pull that up on the share screen. But like he did a tutorial on it, right? And he already had 30K views and like the comments was crazy. Like and I was like, oh nah, so this shit is going down. Part of me, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Part of me, the first thing that came to my head is like, yo, what's going on with females? Like, why? Like, why would they? Why they so they really because I didn't expect for them to be posting themselves naked. Where is one moon? What you mean, bro? Where's one moon? Like I didn't expect like I was watching that challenge all day yesterday, and it didn't occur to me once that any of those women, because in my head I was like, yo, I'm trying to figure out why are these going viral? Like why are these going viral? Like I just see someone in baggy clothes. Okay, their shape comes out or whatever, but I don't see nothing else. Like why do people love this? I guess it's just a trend. And then I realized, oh, it's because people are getting naked, and and people in their head realize that they're naked, right? So they're fantasizing. That's why they're dead ass like making this shit go viral because they're watching like quote unquote like naked woman and the silhouette of naked woman or the outline of naked woman, and they're whatever the hell you want to call that, like they're getting excited, right? And it occurred to me then, and then I posted, like I reposted a video because I didn't repost the video immediately as seen it. Like I did my research, I thought about it, I was like, oh nah, this could go crazy. Hi, welcome, sir. We're having a conversation. You're welcome to join. It's on YouTube Live. We're talking about the silhouette challenge and how, you know, the nakedness and how the guy was trying to it pretty much teaching other guys on YouTube how to like see the woman naked, and we're going back and forth. Yo, join us.
I don't understand. How do you? What were you thinking? Putting yourself naked on the internet? Of course, people are gonna like expose you. Like I don't know. I don't know what that was. That was stupid. They should already know full hand that somebody do this.
It
They
doesn't make exactly. That's how I feel.
I
I
don't
feel
think.
like I feel like even though I posted it to like to protect women or whatever, 100%, it doesn't make sense. Like and that's where I feel like we're clashing with the ladies because of you guys. Yeah, we agree that it was wrong for them to do that, right? But you guys are trying to like say those guys are shaming women, or they're bashing, let women make mistakes. Like that is the part that I kind of need
And
to
I think.
explain to me.
And I think you
Monica, do you
misunderstand.
wanna go first?
Yeah, I can go first, and then you can go after me.
Okay.
I don't think you guys are understanding. Okay, so I feel like it's this month, like black women especially, like the assault on them, and all this stuff, all these videos you see, black women are getting assaulted, and black men. I don't know what it is. Some just jump in there and just always like, yep, that's what they get. That's what they get. In this video, the silhouette challenge that the guy exposed them with that the red light or whatever you call it. He exposed them yesterday. Man, the comments. I mean, it went viral, but the comments from black men, it is ridiculous. Oh, they were like, "Good job, bro. You did a good job. They deserve it." Da, da, da. It's mostly black
That
men,
makes
and I'm just
me
like, what is the deal? Like, I mean, I guess I don't understand. Why would you? And I feel like black women don't get to make mistakes. Like, I don't know if you guys can understand. Some of in the
good.
silhouette challenge, some of those girls are underage. If you guys can even understand it, and I feel like black women and girls should be able to make mistakes, and they should be able to be given the benefit of the doubt to make mistakes.
What,
Yes, should do
what
they
do you make?
listen? Let me finish. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. Like I've seen like white girls do stuff like this all the time. Like they've done even worse, and they can get away with it without their without the men that look like them saying, "Good job, good job, good job." Where's the video? Show me how to do it. This is what black men were saying yesterday to that guy, and I'm guessing this is why he went and did a tutorial to show him how they can do it too. He exposed, and he's got Black Lives Matter on his profile. How are you gonna say Black Lives Matter when you're exposing um when you're out here exposing the privacy of black women? You're exposing like you're doing all this stuff, and you're saying Black Lives Matter. Like what is he even saying? He has that in his profile. Why does he even have that? Like take that out of your profile. you he's going above and beyond and exposing these black women and girls, and they're like, they don't get to make mistakes, they don't get to. It's shameful. I mean, I'm not agreeing with what they did, but it's a mistake. People make mistakes. They should be allowed to make mistakes. Black women should be allowed to make mistakes.
Black.
I
Okay.
feel
Yes,
like
Ornella
doing
can go next because she was
um
next.
Manila, your turn.
Like to be honest, like this whole situation like got me heated because this literally is the same thing that happens so many times when girls get assaulted or something happens to them, and then the first thing people say is, well, you shouldn't have been there, who told you to go there? It's the same thing, because
Mhm.
at the end of the day, this is just like revenge porn. So like, let's say me and my boyfriend had a sex tape, and
Okay.
then he after decided to expose me. Like, you can't just expose a person without their consent. That's it. And the fact that people, and especially black men, the first thing that's coming to you to your mind is, why did she post this? The problem is not that she posted it, because had she posted it and he hadn't done what he did, this wouldn't be an issue, because this was a challenge everybody was doing before.
Mhm.
The issue came when he decided to take out the filter and show her naked body. Do you know what I mean? So
Yep.
Mhm.
like, there shouldn't even be an like a conversation to why did she do what she did. It's like, you there's this thing of like, men feel like they have the right to women's bodies. Like, if this is what I've given you, this silhouette with this filter over it, you should just accept that. You don't have the right to violate me and expose me to millions of people. There is free porn online. There's OnlyFans, there's Pornhub, there's so many places where you can go and look at consenting adults being naked, having sex, doing everything that, turn you on. Why do you feel the need to then go and start attacking innocent people? You don't know what this is doing to these girls. They might
Exactly.
break down. You don't know if this girl is already having depression. You don't know if these people are not losing their jobs and their livelihood on just because you wanted to like get one off. Like, that to me doesn't make any sense. And also, like, that's why I feel like when I say like black men drop the ball so many times, is that when things like this happen, I don't feel like you see it from that point of view. Like, I feel like so many times we victim blame. Yes, okay, I personally wouldn't do that. I would never post the whole the silhouette thing, but that's just because that's me. I bet, like, I am a very private person. I barely post anything on my social medias.
Mhm.
So that's my personal choice. But if somebody else chose to post something different, and you thought that's a green light for you to go and expose them and exploit them to that level, like, to me, that's just crazy. And that's what we mean when we say like black men don't protect black women, because
Mhm.
as Monica was saying, everybody was like, oh, how did you do it, bro? Show me how you did it.
Yep.
Because at first he didn't post the tutorial. He posted the tutorial after people started asking him
Encouraging him.
how he did it. You know what I mean? And the first thing everywhere I'm seeing is like, who told them to go be naked online?
Yep.
There's so many ways a person could violate you online, like posting your address, doing like different things. Like, there's so many ways a person could violate you online, but that doesn't mean it's right. Just like, because then if a person like doxed me and showed my information online, would you then go and be like, well, you shouldn't be online and exposing your personal information like that? No. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get it. These girls, maybe they didn't think about that, but they shouldn't have to. Black women should be given the right to be sexual beings if they feel like, to be super modest if they feel like, to be tomboys, to be super girly. We should be given the right to be individuals, because that's what everybody else gets. And the thing is, it's because we every time show up for black men, but black men never do that for us. You know? To
Yeah.
me, that's where I stand. That's my standpoint.
Okay. Sweetie.
Uh, it wasn't just black women getting exposed though. It was I seen white girls get exposed with it too. So I feel like it wasn't just black women. I feel like they may have been the majority only because I don't know, but they probably were the majority. But like I get what you're saying though. It was wrong. So I feel
No,
like
it
that's
definitely was wrong. It definitely was wrong. And most everything that you said is correct, right? But this is me playing devil's advocate, right? I'll say this, right? A lot of the comments that were saying she shouldn't, why are these girls getting naked, were from women. It wasn't, listen, men, yes, men were saying it, okay, now let's take men out the question, right? There were even women in the comments who were saying, why are these girls getting naked? All right, what you were talking about doxing, right? Your point about doxing, yes, you're correct. It wouldn't make sense if someone doxed you and then they say, why are you online? But guess what? That's why most of us are private online, right? Okay, me, even me, right? You could go see my Instagram, but from my Instagram, you cannot say, you cannot get nothing about me. You guys too, all of us, we all have our privacies on these social media platforms because we're protecting ourselves, right?
Hmm.
So my question is this: if your daughter, if you knew that your daughter either was going to do the silhouette challenge butt naked, but of course she has a filter to protect her, right?
Hmm.
Or you found out that she did it, how would you react? Would you still think about it from from that standpoint? Oh, she's a woman, like she should be able to make a mistake, or would you tell her don't do it? Because I feel like we sometimes when we have these discussions, we got to take it to the personal level and then bring ourselves back to the situation, right? And then it's a different perspective when we look at it like that.
But okay, so J-Wave, if I have a daughter, I would tell her not to do it because I'm a private person. I would never do that. Again, that's me. I'm a private person. I can have when I have kids one day, I can tell my daughter not to do something. But if she does it, what am I supposed? I mean, I can be upset about it, but there's nothing I can do about it once if she does it. You know, but our thing is
You
like,
would be upset about
why can't she? Yeah, I'll be upset, but
it.
what I mean, why can't she's allowed to make mistakes? She's human. If one day if I have a daughter and she does it, she should be allowed to make mistakes. And I feel like so many times black women, I mean black girls and black women are not allowed to make mistakes. They do one thing and it's like it's in the world for them. Why other people, other races, they can make a bunch of mistakes and it's not gonna ruin them.
I see what like you're talking about other races, right? Like they
Yeah.
can be, uh,
I
but
like the scary.
this you're right. But this kind of mistake, I feel like this kind of mistake, if you're naked, if someone take your video, goes switches the so pretty much switches all the filters on it, so all the red filter, the silhouette filter is off. Now your nipples are showing, your private parts are showing, and that circulates around. And I don't care what race you are, whatever you are. If it goes around to the point where people are able to identify that it's you. Maybe they even, you know how some people will even put it up on porn sites and stuff like that. And your job manager goes, looks up your name, whoever it is, especially like these, these specific jobs, it's a wrap for you. Whoever, like, it's a wrap, whoever you are, especially like a job like, these higher prestige jobs where they're scrutinizing you so much, it'll be a wrap for anybody. Like it will be over for you. And that's why I feel like prevention is better than cure. And as black people, right? We can say let people make mistakes, but we're not in that place yet. And we're not going to be in that place anytime soon. And it's better for us as a black people, right, to be conscious of the things that are against us than for us to sit here and say, oh, yeah, like my right. Because guess what? Yeah, we're fighting for our rights, but we don't know when our rights is going to be 100% our rights. But what we know is shit is funny, and we could protect ourselves from shit being funny. And I feel like that should take priority over, especially in these kind of situations. Because I wouldn't sit over here and shame a woman like you said. It's like shaming a woman after she gets sexually assaulted. I've been through a case like that where I saw my friend get shamed for something she didn't do. So I've told the story before online. Uh, and so I would never, in that sense, I'm very sensitive to that. But in the other, looking at it from the other aspect, especially when it's not necessarily a physical sexual assault, because this is still sexual assault. If you go and take somebody's picture and kind of like, even if you had sex with somebody and had a sex tape and you go and you start showing everybody, that's sexual assault, right? So this is sexual assault, but it's preventable, and that's my thing. Like, it's not like I want to shame the woman, or anything, not at all. I'm more of a protective standpoint where it's like, yo, in order for us to say let's protect each other, in order for black women to say let's let the black men protect us, y'all gotta listen to us, not only when we go and punch the other guy because he's messing up. But y'all gotta listen to us even when we're giving you cautionary tales and telling you, please, why are you even doing it in the first place? And not to look at it like it's it's us coming at you, right? It should be more looked at like it's more from a protective standpoint. Now, I can't say that for every single person in the comments because some people are saying it out of some petty, shit, right? Matter of fact, I'll say a lot of people are probably saying it on some petty shit, men and women, right? Like, but like,
But you know what? And one thing
mhm,
that I wanted to go back and I want to piggyback on. You said that there was women calling the women out with a woman out on, which is true. There's some women calling out the women, but I also saw women tell him like you're disgusting, and they're the ones that were going after him saying I can't believe you do that to somebody, and why would you do that to another black, the
yes.
women were the ones that were going after him, because even women, even black women, they can call each other out, but they'll go after the person that did wrong. Where black men are like, yeah, good, encouraging him, and I think like that's why he went and did a tutorial, because there were so many people that encouraged him on Twitter, on YouTube. Oh my gosh, it was disgusting, the black men that encouraged that kind of behavior. And yes, you can call out you can call out the girls in the that did that, but what
Oh,
about
he's
the guy?
trending.
What about the guy that went ahead
He's
and
trending.
that unfiltered it? What about him? Why
He
what
has
I mean, why not call
63,000
him
views
out on it?
now.
Why not call him out on it?
Yo, if anything, us promoting that video promoted him. Yesterday he had 700 subscribers. Now he has 800 subscribers. Yo, I'm about to put it up for y'all to see.
Um,
It's crazy.
Go ahead, Ornella.
yeah. Can I say something about what J Wave just said?
Yeah,
You said something about it's better to prevent than cure, and that's true. But we have to understand, for any change to happen, there has to be a shift in the way of thinking. you
Correct.
know uh, because even like when we look back with the civil rights movement, it's because people were tired. People said, you know what, enough is enough. So it's the same thing with with what we're talking about right now. If we don't have the conversations, if we don't change our way of thinking, it will never change. Because my issue is not just about him posting it. It's about, my main issue is about, because we're all, I feel like we're all on the same page when it comes to what he did was wrong.
yeah,
Hmm.
But my issue is about where people say, okay, yes, what he did was wrong, but that's what you get. You understand? That's what I have an issue with,
yeah,
because we have to change that way of thinking.
yeah,
63K. Oh my God.
Those girls were in their rooms. You understand? They were in their rooms. They didn't think forward, thinking, oh, this is something that can be done. Nobody knew you can take that filter off.
yeah,
You can't just start thinking like, you know none of them knew what was going to happen. They just
yeah,
saw a challenge, and everybody is doing challenges. Everybody's in the house. Everybody's bored. So they
yeah.
were like, you know what? Let me just do it. And my issue is the fact that we think that somehow, because they're the ones who posted the original videos, then it's justifiable. That's my issue. And another thing is,
Hmm.
men don't understand, but women make decisions every day to prevent things happening to them. That doesn't remove the fact that we're still sexually assaulted, that we're still violated on a daily basis.
No, that is a fact.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a fact.
we do choose to prevent situations from happening, but that never stops them from happening. Because the reason why I'm kind of very
Uh,
opinionated on that point, it's because it's like we're policing women, and also kind of like being like, well, if you don't do this, then that won't happen to you, and that's not true. Because I've had conversations with people be like, oh well, if you don't wear short things, then you won't be provoking men. If you don't do this, you won't that won't happen to you, and it's not true.
It's
You
not.
understand?
no,
It's not true. And what you're saying is like,
you're correct. You're correct.
we are kind of excusing what he did. We're kind of like justifying it. Yes, it's true. Believe me, by the age of what, 7, I knew, like, don't go outside alone, don't do this, don't do that. That has been my life. It doesn't remove the fact that I've found myself in very, very, very vulnerable positions where I was like, shit is about to go down. Even though I am very, very I take caution, even though I know not to be in certain places at certain times. Like, you have to understand, this world is very dangerous for women, and when it comes to Black women, it's a whole totally different situation.
Right.
And what we're saying is, yes, we might be doing something. Yes, maybe there was like the way they what they did wasn't right, or maybe they shouldn't have posted the video. But then what we have to do first is not to directly victim blame, but first look at the person, because the crime that was committed is exposing people on online without their consent. That's what happened. You know
Okay.
what I mean? That's the problem. There's so many things that can be said, to what shouldn't be done, or what decisions people should be making, but at the end of the day, this is like revenge porn, point blank, period.
Yeah.
You can't just decide to expose a person in that way. That's the first thing. And also, I feel like when it comes to like women also, going out women, that's very, very, very like understandable to me, because like if we look at racism, there's so many Black people that say, like, repeat the same white supremacist points to us when we're having conversations. That happens to me, like, on a regular basis. People be like, oh well, if black boys weren't, acting like thugs or whatever. There are Black people who say that, but we understand that the reason they say that, it's because they've been conditioned to think like that. So with women, it's the same thing. For the patriarchy to be upheld, we as women have to be participants as well. Just like we, as Black people, participate in white supremacy by being colorist, by, disrespecting Black women, by, things like that. So what I'm trying to say is,
I understand what you're saying. Go, keep going.
yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, when we're talking about problems between Black men and Black women, I feel like Black men should just stop, and listen. You know, something that happened that maybe I want to bring to the conversation. I
Hmm.
don't know if you saw what happened between a rapper named No Name and J Cole.
What happened?
So No Name made a point about just about the Black community, and just pushing us forward. And then J. Cole, what he kind of, she was also kind of talking about how Black men don't protect Black women. It was quite like a very long and very extensive. I loved what she talked about. Very extensive points she made. But then what J. Cole said in a nutshell was, "Well, you might have a point, but I don't like the way you said it. I don't like the way
Oh,
you're
I gotta see
talking
that.
to me.
I'm pulling it up right now
you
because
know i I don't
this
like the way
is
you you
crazy.
you you voiced yourself. I didn't like the way you put that together."
Oh, it's talking. It,
And that to me,
it was a rap,
it
right?
happened last year. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I
And
remember
that to
this.
Yeah, and that to me was so problematic, because like it's the same thing when white people do some crazy shit, and then we tell them like, what the fuck are you doing? And the first thing is like, well, if you told me in a nice way, maybe I would have. No, the thing is, Black women are screaming on the top of their lungs, telling you, we are dying, you are hurting us, you are literally putting our lives in danger. And what you are focused on is the tone.
I
How
remember.
do you expect me to be super respectful if I'm? It's like if you're standing, if you're like, if you're hurting me, or like you're maybe like you're sitting on me, or maybe you're stopping me from breathing, and then the first thing you want is me to be respectful to you while I'm telling you like I can't breathe. You know what I mean? So it's just like, let's stop policing the way Black women talk, how they put their views across, and actually understand what they're talking about.
So you're pretty much saying that yeah, like by us speaking of tone, right? We're now focused on accountability, and we're now shifting it to tone, right? And
Exactly. We're not listening to the message. It's just like when white people. I like to use the race dynamic, because that's when it clicks to black men. When in our community, in the black community, black men are the white people of our community. Now, listen to me. Don't directly go to slavery and all of that. But I'm talking in black men are in the position of power,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So it's like when Colin Kaepernick did what he did, and then they were like, "Well, you're disrespecting the flag." So what happens a lot, most of the time, is like black men don't take a second to just step back and actually listen to what we're saying. Like, step back and listen to what we're saying and take that in. And if we're saying black men this, black men that, don't just be like, oh, it's not all black men, because we don't like it when white people tell us it's not all white people. It's a big enough number for it to be an issue. So let's not start like babying ourselves and focusing, oh, well, I don't do that, or well, I don't do that to my sister, and listen to what the other person has to say.
Okay. I
I
agree.
feel like I've talked for a while.
No, but you made
No,
some
you made great points.
valid points. Monica, you have anything to say to
No,
just add to it?
she made some great points. I think she said everything that
Okay.
she said it all.
All right. So everything that you said, can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
All right. Everything that you said, I 100% agree with you, right? And I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. Like, I am one of those black guys who in the past will say, and yeah, I am, who will say, why are you saying all black men, right? It's not all black men. But now what you've explained to me, it makes a lot of sense. See, especially when it comes to situations with female, male, when it comes to sexual assault, those kind of things. Actually, I don't even say not all black men for sexual assault, because I'm very sensitive to that. But if we shifted away a little bit away from sexual assault, but still black men versus black women, because black men versus black women stuff is just, it's on different levels, right? Even down to dating level, right? Down to even down to Kevin Samuel type level, where it's like Kevin Samuel's, oh, I don't like the way he talks to women, right? If let me bring it to that place, because if I bring it to that place, I can make some points to just counter what you're saying. Because if it's sexual assault, nah, no man should say nothing. Everybody shut up. Like, when it comes down to it, we have to listen to women. And you guys already see me. I'm big on that. I'm anti-rape. I'm anti and like treating a woman wrongly. I'm against it in any form or any way. But now, when it comes to male female dynamics, I think it's the same problem with black women, right? And I'm realizing that the same exact problems that you guys are having are the same problems that black men are having. What are the problems? This is not in, like I said, I'm going to say this one more time. It's not in the realm of sexual assault or anything, of that magnitude. Because in that sense, I can't talk, because I agree with you on 100%. But for example, a lot of the videos even this J Cole shit, right? I don't remember exactly what No Name was talking about. That's why I don't want to go into it, because she could have been talking about sexual assault, right? Or was she talking about black women are not protected? What exactly do you know what kind of what she was saying? Or if not, I could just play this quick 4-minute snippet, 4-minute thing, and it's like a recap of what happened, and we could just listen to it real quick, and maybe I could use this as an example, because I also feel like black women don't be ready to listen to black men when they want to talk as well. Like, I feel like,
Yeah, no, you can play the video, or we can even use like Kevin Samuels as an example, because
okay,
I feel like the dynamics are the same. But if you want, you can play the video.
let's see. Let's so
Titled Snow on the Bluff on Tuesday night, June 16th. But the song was met with a swift backlash as many listeners heard Cole's words and determined he was addressing Chicago's No Name, who's been an outspoken critic of how top-selling rappers responded to the police killing of George Floyd. On the song's lone verse, Cole laments the tone of an unnamed black woman's criticism. While No Name isn't the only person it could possibly be about, most listeners assume it's her.
so Malachi said J. Cole did nothing wrong by saying her tone, and I'm with Malachi on that. That's where I'm going. But I just, well, let's just,
Have him come to the discussion.
because if that's the same reason why Kevin Samuels be going off, but let's
To read. She mad at these crackers. She mad at these capitalists. Mad at these murder police. She mad at our ignorance. She wear her heart on her sleeve. She mad at the celebrities. Low key, everything, and she's talking about me. Cole raps. No name has been identified as the likely subject of Cole's song over a Twitter post from May 29th. As protests spread around the United States following Floyd's death, she called out a certain group of artists for their silence. Poor black folks all over the country are putting their bodies on the line in protest for our collective safety. And y'all favorite top-selling rappers not even willing to put a tweet up. She wrote, "Whole discographies be about black plight, and they are nowhere to be found." No name never mentioned any rappers by name, so Cole's line about low-key thinking she was talking about him is all that connects the dots. Ironically, the Dreamville boss ended up participating in a protest one day after the tweet was posted. But Cole being taken back by possibly getting called out isn't what's outraged so many listeners. His bars on Snow on the Bluff have faced intense scrutiny for policing a black woman's tone. Whether or not his words are directed at No Name is less relevant here. Instead, the issue at hand is how he's critiquing, not who he's critiquing. Now, I ain't no dummy to think I'm above criticisms. When I see something that's valid, I listen. But it's something about the Queen tone is bothering me, Cole raps. No Name acknowledged his line on Tuesday night and has since deleted the tweet. Queen tone, she wrote. Snow on the Bluff suddenly turned Cole into a target for cancellation on Twitter and got him labeled as a misogynistic. The hashtag J. Cole is over party even became a trending topic and produced plenty of memes. Fellow artists such as Chance the Rapper, Earl Sweatshirt, and Chica called out Cole over the song too. Chance's decision to speak out was the most striking, considering he's collaborated with both Cole and No Name, though he admittedly has closer ties to the latter as they both came up in the Chicago scene. Yet all three worked together on Donnie Trumpet in the Social Experiment's 2015 song Warming Up. Cole's lyrics alone were enough to piss off plenty of people, but the timing of his song's release made it even worse. The track arrived just a few days after Black Lives Matter activist Olawatoyin Salau was found dead in Tallahassee, Florida on Saturday, June 15th. And while all the police involved in George Floyd's death were fired and arrested, the officers who shot and killed Breonna Taylor in her home have remained employed with no charges in Louisville, Kentucky. Those two examples are among the growing concerns about black women getting lost in the shuffle in the fight against racial injustice. With that in mind, Cole critiquing a black woman and telling her to treat people like children was destined to make people upset. As the outrage boiled over on social media, Cole felt the need to comment on his polarizing cut on Wednesday morning, June 17th. For an MC known for letting his lyrics speak for themselves, it is notable that he wanted to clarify his thoughts. Morning. I stand behind every word of the song that dropped last night, he wrote via Twitter. Right or wrong, I can't say, but I can say it was honest. Some assume to know who the song is about. That's fine with me. It's not my job to tell anybody what to think or feel about the work. I accept all conversation and criticisms, but let me use this moment to say this. Follow at No Name. I love and honor her as a leader in these times. She has done and is doing the reading and the listening and the learning on the path that she truly believes is the correct one for our people. Meanwhile, like me, just be rapping. He added, I haven't done a lot of reading and I don't feel well equipped as a leader in these times, but I do a lot of thinking, and I appreciate her and others like her because they challenge my beliefs, and I feel that in these times that's important.
So Malachi said, when No Name came for Beyonce, a black woman dissed No Name and justified J. Cole. So I guess that's what ended up happening down the line. I didn't even know that happened. Yeah, I heard about Beyonce cousin getting shot and killed today. Oh damn, R.I.P. In here, chemist, pull up.
We may not agree with each other, but we got to be gentle with each other. For someone often commended for his honesty, Cole got a hard.
So if anybody wants to join this, leave this live, go to my bio, hit my YouTube channel. You're going to see a live video. In the chat, you see the link to join this. And you click on that link, you'll be in it. You'll be talking with us right now. Like literally, that's all you got to do. Except you have another laptop or something else you want to use, or else you could use your phone too. And you could be in this in like 2 seconds.
Harsh reality check this week. He may stand by his words, but it's evident his sentiments have been unwelcomed by a large portion of his new song's audience. Unfortunately, Cole's self-reflection and inner turmoil regarding how he can help the black community are an afterthought on Snow on the Bluff. Thanks to the direction he took the song, it's turned into something divisive and drawn battle lines at a time when unity is much needed. So what do you guys think? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section below.
Okay. I don't even need to like see her tone. Do you guys want to see her tone, or you guys we already kind of have, like, J. Cole took it like her tone was off. I think that's all I need. Like, I feel like, because this is the tone nowadays. This is the tone we're getting, right? This is the tone black men are getting. We can even, if you want to see.
What tone is that, Jay?
The tone is, listen, it's like,
explain it, please.
Tone. It's like a tone where it's like, okay, it's pretty much as if you guys are seeing red. Funny I say that, but like, it's literally like, yo, y'all ready for war? Y'all ready to, like, let's go? Like, when you guys want to make let me not say you guys. Let me say black women. Like, black women. Some black women, because I'm not talking about you guys directly. Like, we don't even talk. We don't even, like, this is like our second time talking on this platform. But basically, black women. Like, let's give an example. Clubhouse is the perfect example. You go on Clubhouse and you hear women talk, and it's like they're trying to fight. They're looking for a fight. We can't listen. So basically, this is what I've realized. What it is this, right? If a black man is talking to a feminist black woman and he gives an unpopular opinion, that's it. It's enough reason for her to freaking come down his neck because in her head, she takes it as a threat, right? So there's no middle ground for us to really express ourselves, for us to feel like, oh, we feel like something is wrong. All right, I feel like this is wrong, kind of thing, right? I feel like shouldn't be like that because if the moment we say that, we're viewed as misogynist, and after a woman views you as misogynist, a line is drawn. She's seeing red, and she coming for you. She talking to you however she want. Like you see, so probably even the way Shorty was talking about it, like she's calling out rappers and shit. Like she was talking about it on some from an entitled level, like why the hell y'all not kind of thing. And he's probably looking at it like, yo, what's good? Like relax. Like you could have still done the same thing and not come on from a combative standpoint. Because when Kevin Samuels come combative to the women, right? Look at the way the women take it. And that's why I was like, yo, I don't support Kevin Samuels, right? I don't agree with him. Why? Because I was like, yo, his tone, his message, I don't disagree with his message, right? But his tone. But the reason why he's coming with that tone is because a lot of these women that he talks to, he gotta give them, he gotta match their energy. Because if you don't match their energy, it's gonna be, it's just, it's usually like destructive.
Jay, you know that the women, some they don't come with the energy sometimes. He's ready with the energy. We've seen some of those Kevin Samuels videos
Correct.
too.
Correct.
So it's not the women always. It's also him. Like I don't know, like somebody, like I don't know if somebody hurt him. I don't know what happened in his past, but
But you be on Clubhouse, so you gotta kind
And
of.
also another thing is Kevin Samuels. He comes from a place of entitlement. He comes
mhm,
from a place of he thinks he's superior.
yeah,
Where as when black women are coming like crazy, they're coming from a place of pain.
and
if i'm
vulnerability.
if i'm if i'm hurting, you can't tell me how to express that because a lot is happening. Like for me, even you saying you guys, it doesn't really offend me because I know sometimes I be on 100 and I'm unapologetic about it because if I'm going through something, I can't like then stop and start thinking, oh, how is J-Wave gonna see it though? I have to no, you are hurting me. Why should I care about how you're going to feel about how I'm making my point? Now I know Clubhouse be going crazy 100%, and like we have to understand like these places sometimes they create like they create like toxic interactions. You
Too
know what I
much.
mean?
Too much.
And
Yeah,
sometimes like people come and like they just saw something maybe, and then maybe they come on 100 already, so that is different. But like what I'm trying to say is yes, even though that is a problem that needs to be addressed, there's even bigger problems. Sometimes I feel like black men don't know that we've been with you from the beginning. Black men don't see that. Like when I grew up, my dad would go to work and he'll come back stressed out and having dealt with like so much. He was in the army, so that even is like a completely different story. Being in the army in Rwanda, with the genocide and everything, he has seen a lot. He's gone through a
yeah,
lot of trauma, but
yeah,
he used to come and he would have to put all of that on my mom. Yeah,
Hmm.
and my mom would take it. We go to school, we come back, we also are going through our own shit. We then put it on our mom, and then the question is, who is there to ask my mom how she's doing? You understand? This
yeah,
is a personal example I'm giving, but
yeah,
that's what happens with black women. Black women have been there for black men from the beginning. And I think that black men only see that the world is out to get us, but they don't know that the way they get you, it happens to us and even worse. Because sometimes when something happens to a black man, like even with the Black Lives Matter, most names that are put out, they're mainly black men. When people talk about police brutality, they talk about, oh, I have a black son, I have a black brother, I have a black husband, but the, the police is also brutal to, like, they do the same thing to black women, but
Yep.
it's not something that people see. And the thing is, we've been there with you all the way, and then you turn around, and as the world brutalizes you outside, you come home and do that to us. That's what we're trying to put across. You know, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's the problem. I've never, now I'm not in other races, so I don't know, but like when you look online, you'll find that black men, like, they're the ones that go at black women the most, which is like, what the fuck, what's going on, why are we doing this? Me and you can, like, literally here in the UK, the area I live in is quite, like, there's a lot of white people. So like, let's say if I'm at the mall, and you know, I'm doing something, and I'm in a shop, and they have like a black guy working in the shop, and the white woman starts going crazy at him. Even though I don't know this black guy, I stand and I wait just in case something pops off. So many times I've used my body, and like, what,
I
I'm
see.
like, what? I'm like 55 kgs. I've used my body to, like, physically protect a black man that was bigger than me, because I know men that I don't even know, because I know that if he does anything, if he attacks this white woman, it's going to be an issue. And I've stood there and protected that black man without knowing him, without expecting anything, from him. But when I've been attacked in public with black men around, that hasn't been reciprocated. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I see a black man, and I think, that's my brother. I'm going to make sure he's okay, whatever happens. That's not the same. The only people that are out here looking out for black women, it's other black women. That's all we got, and it's sad. It's heartbreaking, to be honest.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. I can't even lie. Um, it is heartbreaking. Um, like I said, the only time, let me actually, because Ofi said some stuff that too that was good. She said, I'm hoping to learn about African history from you, man. Lots of love. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Let me just read the. Well, Ofi said something about She said something about pride. She said men uh use egos and women use pride. Let me see what she said there. Men argue with their egos. Women argue for their pride. Uh, um, yeah, I can. Yeah, she's. I guess she is right actually. And no one is listening at that point, and that's. I feel like that is a big problem. What you said is very true. Very true. I can't even counter that because of. You're correct in that sense. Like we definitely, us as black men, have to definitely take the initiative. You know, and yeah, man. That's all. Like with that, like we have to take the initiative to find ways to definitely help out. Uh, Also, Kevin Samuel is not a role model for African relationship. That's what Kofi said. Malachi said Kevin Samuel and No Name are literally the same in regards to their ego, which I agree with. Kevin Samuel is a narcissist too, and that's Malachi. Very entitled BS. I agree with that as well. He talks. I don't like the way his approach is with women. Two people hurt him for real. Uh, there's a pain that we bear, and that's also talking about black women. This woman is speaking fact. That's Malachi was saying like he's speaking facts. Black women receive the pain for our gender and for black men's egos. Yo, that's this shit I'm reading is just hitting me. I'm getting goosebumps because it's all true, man. I can't even say anything else, but that is true. Then add abandonment from our fathers, partners, lovers, and more. The only time Malachi says the only time I went to jail was protecting probably a black man who's gonna say it. Let me see. A black. Oh no, he said the only time he went to jail was actually protecting a black woman. I even uh, sh- uh, yeah, he even got into an altercation with a cop in 2013 for a black woman. Oh shit, that's Malachi. Uh, Ofi said, "When we are attacked, black men blame us, not protect us." Yo, that is. I ain't gonna hold you. That's true, man. I can't. man. And you know what's crazy? It's a thing. It's a reactionary thing too. And I'm not even. I'm saying this on a mainstream level. Like I'm thinking of people that I know. Like when we see, like when we, like certain things, we'll see certain things, and their reaction immediately. It's like I feel like it's inbuilt. And the one thing we have to also realize is like we cannot negate African community from this. If anything, African community when it comes to this black man, black woman protecting thing, you see the way you say your personal story or another, like this is the kind of story that a lot of African women, especially the older generations of women, like our parents, like mothers, have to deal with to a certain extent. So we can't even I can't even say like this is not an African thing. Like this particular issue we're talking about is it's a all of us issue right now. Like it's all of us black people that we have to consciously find a way to yeah. This shit is hitting me, man. Uh, ask the question how. Ooh, Malachi, what did you mean how? How? If you could elaborate for that so I can ask her. We protect black men because their white wives and girlfriends will never stand in front of them. Mm, that's true. Uh, I think. I think for the most part, they will run away. There's definitely some that will stay, but I'm not gonna say all, but like yeah, for the most part they'll run away, man. Like when they are attacked, we protect them like children with instinct. Black men will sooner protect an unknown white woman over a black woman. Jay, tell
That's
me
true.
about why this is. White supremacist patriarchy is all we know. That's true though. I even like it's and that's what I'm saying. It's programmed. It's instinctual. It's some like and I'm not saying it to excuse it. This is what one thing I want to make very clear. Like I'm not saying what I'm about to say to excuse it, but I'm gonna say like it's something we have to unlearn. It's something that I think is deep rooted within us. And when I say within us, I mean every single one of us, especially like us Africans that got colonized for like all of us, even the ones that didn't, right? They still have to deal with media. Media is enough of a colonizer on its own. Like growing up watching Western media, watching TV, watching what you think a man is supposed to be. Don't get me wrong, you have your parents, you have your father and your mother, but your father and your mother too are like, especially African community is patriarchal, right? For the most part, like it's patriarchal. Uh, so we're trying to navigate in a space where we literally, if I want to keep it a stack, don't necessarily. Our parents are the best. They do their best to take care of us. There's nothing wrong with any of our parents, right? But we're in a situation where we don't necessarily have role models in that sense, right? That's I have a friend. I have a boy. Like I wish I could have called him on the phone. He would literally ask you like, "What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean protect black women? What the fuck does that mean?" Like that is his. That's how he think. Like what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like he when he goes on club, it's like yo, that shit does not make sense to me. It sounds dumb. That's what he's saying. Like how the fuck I'm gonna protect you? Like this is how he talks, right? And
Where is he coming from? I mean, with that.
he's coming from I think this is where I think he's coming from by saying that. I think he takes it super literal, right? So when he hears protect black women, when me and him was talking about it last was when that incident with in Harlem where the woman's eye almost got bit off,
Yeah.
right? He was like, okay, so we weren't there. How the fuck we gonna protect y'all? So what the fuck do y'all mean? If we're not there to protect you, what you mean protect black women? You want me to go in a comment and go comment under a picture? Is that what you protect black women? And when he said that, I ain't gonna hold y'all. For a second, I started thinking too. I had to, deep, you know what I mean? I had to think deeper enough because in my head I'm like, hey, yo, this is a Benin guy, Niger guy. Like, yo, is like one of my best friends. Like, and he's actually a good have because I see the whole other spectrum. Like when I stand with him, I'm gonna hear the whole other spectrum, and it's good for me to hear it, so I can find a way to counter it and bring it down, right? But the thing about it is, that's his energy. Like he would literally go on Clubhouse and start like that, and they'll kick him out the room because he's like, yo, how does this make sense to me? What are you guys going around saying protect black men, protect black men? How are we gonna protect you? What do you want us to do? You're not telling us shit. You're just over here saying protect black men, kind of thing, right? And I totally understand what you were saying earlier, like we should not be here worried about who's generalizing, who's not generalizing, all this type shit, right? Like that. I'm with you on, but that's usually his energy. Like he's like, I wasn't there, right? When the woman got her eye almost bit off. So how am I gonna protect her? What you want me to do? Type shit. So I don't know if you guys could kind of answer him without him being here. If you guys could kind of act like he was here asking that kind of question, like how would you? What do you guys want? Like because me, even from the speech, I mean, what you said, like I got the key points, and I think I understand what you kind of mean by protecting black men. But for the other black man who's gonna watch this, the other black men who don't fully understand what, and I know it's a very vague thing, but it's when you know something, but you can't like me. I know what you guys are saying, but if you wanted to tell me what does protect black women mean to put it to words, for me personally, it would be hard, right? Because of I wouldn't know how to put it to words. Will you guys be able to put it to words for us, black men? And this is not on no funny shit. This is on some dead ass shit.
Monica, do you wanna, do you wanna say something? I don't want to feel like I'm talking too much.
I
Do you
mean,
want
no,
to go
no.
first?
All I can say, like, you can jump in with me along. I
Okay.
like what she was saying. Like, she shows up, and the same thing. Like, if I see something going on, if I see a black man getting stopped by a cop, I'm stopping, trying to make sure I record, to make sure everybody's okay, that he comes out okay. And what Ornella was saying is like, also do the same thing, show up, because she said when incidents happen to her, no, they were not there. Just show up too, like when you're there, show up, be there, be present,
Hmm.
protect her as well, protect us as well. And when you see a black man doing, like, being disrespectful, call him out, because I feel like many of the times when you see the back and forth between black men and black women are always defending the other black women. The black men are encouraging the other person that's being disrespectful, instead of telling the other person that's being disrespectful, stop it. Because I feel like men will listen to men before they will listen to us.
Mm. Mm.
You know what I mean? They will listen to you before they will listen to us, because they feel like we're all just trying to gang up on them. But we, like black women, we understand what it means to be black women. So when we see somebody else like us going through that, we're jumping in because we know what that is like. But then when we're defending them, other black men are like, like going against us, instead of calling the person as being disrespectful. If they call that person out, they will listen, because it's coming from you guys versus us.
I see what you're saying. I just want to read this crazy statement. That's why I kind of like pulled back. I feel like Ophi wrote some crazy statement that I don't know if I could, at least on a personal level, I don't know if for me, like I don't like, well, but then again, it's not about me. It's not about me. Like we're talking about black men, right?
No, read it so we can know what they're thinking about.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
said honestly, because it's a question I was asking you guys. Is what she's answering. She said honestly, if you can imagine us as a white woman, then you will have your answer. Like what? What? Like
Those are facts.
That
Those
is
are
true.
facts.
That is true.
Imagine us as that sexy Latina that you see on the street. Then you, like, it's true, because like the thing is also something that you said earlier, Jay, where you asked us to think about the men in our lives,
mhm.
like how do they treat us? But the thing is that we're related to them. These are like, there are brothers, there are cousins, there are
Their
boyfriends,
fathers.
there
Yeah.
are dads, there
Yeah.
are friends. So you are gonna protect the person you care about. Period. We have to teach black men to protect black women they don't find attractive.
Mm.
That's when
Mm,
you will
That's a
know.
really good
That's
point.
when you will
Mm.
know
ooh,
if this is a stand-up black man. If he
ooh,
sees the
else, like,
black woman he doesn't find attractive and he protects her, that to me is a stand-up black man. But if
that
you
right
protect,
there.
because if you're my
Mm.
brother and you protect me, I expect that from you. Because if you don't protect me, guess what? I'ma call my mama. She gonna get on your ass
Yeah,
point blank.
that's true.
That's how it goes. Like my brothers, they protect me because I'm their sister. Like that is not impressive to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, who are they gonna protect? You know? But protect black women you don't find attractive. Protect black women that you don't know. Protect black women that you see on the road, and you're standing on the or at the corner store with your friends, and your friend decides to, like, start, like, hollering at her, and she doesn't want it, and he starts cursing her out. Say
Oh no, none
something.
of my friends is doing that. That's a
Yeah, I know, but that's an
but
example.
it's
You
what you're
asked.
saying. No, no, it's what
Yeah,
you're
like, protect black women. Don't let your friends make crazy ass comments just because it's between boys. You know what I mean? Don't let your friends say colorist shit just because it's between boys. It's
Yeah.
locker room talk, because locker room talk, what that mean, that to be what that tells me is, like, that's a safe space for you to be as ridiculous as you want, with no repercussions, right?
saying.
There's no such thing as locker room talk. That means locker room talk is a safe space for you to be as dirty as you want. That, to me, that's what it is. You understand? So, like, yeah, like, make sure that every black man you know is a stand-up black man. Like, correct them. Yes, we weren't there when that girl got attacked, but then make sure that none of your guys would ever do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that guys understand, your friends understand agency when it comes to black women's bodies. You are not entitled to nothing. I don't have to be nice to you. Don't tell me to smile. Don't tell me, oh, you're beautiful, you shouldn't be doing this, this, and that. No. You understand? And
Mm-hmm.
also, another thing is, I feel, with black men, they also have to, like, take a step back, and, like, don't just take things at face value. Try to understand. You understand? Try to break it down and see where this is coming from. Because, like, from that video, that woman did nothing. She did nothing wrong. She literally says that she was like, "Oh, you're gonna fight me because I don't want." He wanted to buy her wine and she didn't want it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why he attacked her. That, how fragile is your ego to a point where I don't want to take, like, it's crazy.
Ornella,
But,
and
like, yeah.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. Finish.
No, it's okay. And it's on different. Yeah, that's a bit crazy. That's extreme, but it's on different levels.
It's crazy.
It's on different levels, because if, let's say, okay, you're in a work environment, right? And you see a guy maybe, like, make weird comments to somebody, like, be like, nah, that's not cool, because as Monica said, men don't listen to women. We know that. We can scream till the end of the earth. You listen to men before you listen to us. So make sure that the men in your life, the men you talk with, the men you interact with, are as stand up as you are. That's it. Because the thing is, black men, like, they like to say, "Oh, I don't do that." Well, I don't do that. Okay, you don't, but your friends do, or the guys you play ball with, on the weekends do. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hold other black men accountable. That's the most important part.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Wow, this is deep. I ain't gonna hold you. This conversation, I didn't even know was gonna get this deep. Malachi did. Although you kind of, I feel like you've already addressed it. He said, "What about the black men who had who had a march for black women who died in the hospitals?" But you really kind of answered that just by what you just said last, in the sense of, even though we're not doing it, we got to hold other black men accountable. I'm waiting for the other messages to load. Yo, Sweetie, do you have anything to say?
Mm, not really. I'm just
You agree with them?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
And Ornella, I mean, Ornella says early, Ornella did say earlier, like, we as women, we always have to, like, have our guard up, because I feel like, I think that's one thing that I think maybe there's a disconnect, because I don't think men understand what we have to do to make sure that we're safe. and and I just, like, even for me, like, we have a in when I used to go into work, we have a security guard, and sometimes he leaves early, and he always lets us know that he's leaving early because he wants us, especially women, to get out there before, because the place, the the company I work, it's pretty big, it's a pretty big, it's a corporate company, but the area it's in is sketchy. So, and I remember, like, this one time, I'll never forget, I was leaving, and this was like 2019. I was leaving from work, and I didn't even think about it because the security guard left, and I said I should be okay, not thinking about the place being sketchy because I didn't even think about it. And then I was leaving, and then a guy, he there was two guys. One guy was trying to talk to me, and I'm like, oh no, no, thank you, because I'm thinking if I'm rough, if I come off too aggressive saying no, he's gonna come after me. He's gonna really be upset if I say, so I'm like, oh no, thank you, and then he still came after me, and then and then the other one came, like, they all of a sudden both of them were coming after me, and I'm like, I'm alone, and I'm like, I don't even know what to do. But I, like, my dad has this thing where we push an alert, and then it makes a really loud noise, and then they ran. But then another guy came, and he's like, are you okay, are you okay? And I'm okay. But I will never forget that day, because I didn't even think about the fact that I didn't even think about my surrounding, because usually I always think about my surrounding. But that, not like that day I was leaving, and it was around like 7 p.m. Like, something could have really happened to me, you know if
Yeah.
I had, if some guy came out of nowhere, some white guy, he came, he's like, are you okay? And then those other guys ran off. But it's just and she's right, we always have to think about our surrounding, because I'm usually pretty good about thinking, like, about my surroundings, and I'm making sure that, and even like when the guy, like, was trying to talk to me, and I'm like, oh no, thank you, I gotta go, and stuff. And I'm trying to be polite about it, because I'm like, if I come off too aggressive, if I come he's gonna take it the wrong, because I know guys, a lot of guys are not good with rejection. A lot of guys are not good. They either go, they take it the wrong way, or they'll either come harder, or they'll call you names. So it's just,
Mm. Oh, I wanted to say, um,
And also, oh, sorry, go
uh,
ahead.
uh, what was I about to say? I was about to say, um, a lot of black men, like, especially ones in the hood, like, a lot of times when they see a black woman get attacked, they don't really like do anything, because like they already know if they were to get involved, they they would for sure, like, you know what I mean. They would, like, you know what I mean. That's number one. Number two, a lot of them, because they think they got it hard, like harder than everybody, so they don't, they only care about themselves and how they move, like, cause like, if you a black man, right, especially if you dark skinned, cause like it's like research how, like, you point men, you are more aggressive, like, if you act a certain way, especially around certain people, it's a given that you're gonna get in more trouble, whether there's more sentencing for like getting in stuff that you shouldn't be involved in, like, it's like, I don't know how to put it. I feel like,
No, I think you're clear, bro. I think you're pretty clear. I think I understand. Maybe you want me to um I get, but it still goes back to you see, like, and I think it's also because of the Nigerian too. Like, Nigerian mentality always prevention thing. So they're always, when we rationalize things, we try to rationalize it from a prevention thing. And then another, I guess, what also on top of what he's saying is the guys in the hood too. A lot of them will have records and stuff as well. So, but then we can even throw those guys away and like just talk about us in a sense, because these same guys in the hood that have records will be the same ones who might still go try to bite somebody's eye off, right? Like for this guy, for example, or forget biting somebody's eye off, shooting your mother. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
yeah, the one that his mom told him to get a job, and he shot her.
Shooting your moms.
Yeah.
That is ultimate, like, slap in the face of or if you want to say black woman, that's the ultimate black woman to any man. The
That is
person
the
that
yeah.
brought them to
That's
the
the
earth.
most disrespectful thing you can do to your mom, is to
That
kill
is
her
that is crazy to me.
when she's trying to better you.
But that was but sweetie, I do appreciate the fact that you expressed that, because it is a perspective that is out there, and we have to put it out there, even though yeah, it is a perspective that a lot of people do have, like a lot of people, and that's why I feel like this conversation is actually, now that we're having it, it's actually making me realize, like, yo, Africans need to have this conversation a lot more, because of, if we're talking about patriarchy and patriarchal kind of upbringing, we're the number one candidates, and of course, it's white man patriarchy that we end up taking. But we're one of the number one candidates for that. Most of us our cultures is like that. Like, yeah, I've been doing research on different cultures. So yeah, the Akan culture, like the Ghana culture, the Congo culture, they have matriarch. But for the most part, every other culture is patriarchal. Like, what I mean, the man ruled. He called the shots. He run everything. I'll give you a good example. Me and my family, me and my siblings went back to Nigeria to go visit my parents. Because my parents moved back. And when we went, it was a shocker for me as a guy, and it wasn't because of I was treated different. It was because of my family were all boys, only one girl. Okay, we this I'll tell you just one story. We went to a family friend's house, and when we got there, the family friend, this is family friends for years. She was happy. She served. She got drinks. When she got drinks, she gave everybody a drink except my sister. She served everybody, asked them for food except my sister. My sister,
Sorry, can you repeat that? What happened?
okay. So, yo, that shit was crazy to me. I'm not even gonna lie. So, we got to Nigeria, right? Because this is in Nigeria, okay? We landed in Abuja, right? We go visit
Okay.
our family friends. When we go visit our family friends, right? We go upstairs, we go chill with the kids because they have kids too, our friends or whatever. We're hanging out with them, and the mother comes up. She comes upstairs. She gets drinks. She serves all of us, all the boys, because my family is pretty much it's four boys and one girl, right? All the boys, including the little boys, the 8 year old, 10 year old, they got drinks. My sister did not get a drink.
What are you doing?
What?
My sister did not get a drink because my sister, or even guess what? My sister had to like it's expected that she's supposed to go get it for herself, kind of thing. Like, and I'm not gonna front like it got to me to the point where I had to. I gave my sister my drink. It bothered me, right? Because I've been here for so long too. Like, and that's actually what started hitting me. Like, yo, this is the real thing. Like, because not for nothing. Like, like that's when it hit me. I was like, oh shit. But it's culture. It's our culture. But at the same time, yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, that's why I think us Africans, whoo, we on the top of the list to really, really, we have a lot of changes to make. Yes, protect black women at all costs.
I like that one. I like that comment.
Yeah, that kind. Let me see. Was the person's name on that? East African, uh, East Africa dime. East African dime. She said, yes, protect black women at all costs. Let's see. The brother actually wrote something, but black men do that in general. She's massively generalizing. Okay, so
Oh my gosh.
yeah, trust. True, she's got a point. What about black women who turn against protection? Ooh, this happens as very often as
Can
well.
he? Can that person explain what they mean by turn against a protection?
Malachi, they want you to explain what you mean.
He
You
can
can.
even come here because I
That's what
want
I'm
to
saying. You can
understand.
come here, bro. Opie too. Like, I don't know why you're not trying to come here.
I
The
want to
people,
understand what he means by turn against protection.
we have space, yo. We got space for four more people. It's like it could be 8 people in here chatting. What about? Let me see. The people who are taught to love are black, but black learn to love others first. Period. And
Hmm?
that's the indoctrination and that, that's we gotta unlearn. Like we gotta learn to love ours. Bye, African girl. Oh, she's leaving. Bye. Let me read more. Same for dark skinned women. Oh, somebody wrote same for dark skinned women. I don't know what do you mean by that if you're still here?
I
Oh, some
think
people showing
I
love.
think I think she meant they're aggressive.
For the aggressive?
Yeah,
Who's
Ooh.
or
aggressive?
no, I mean like they're stereotyped to be aggressive, so like people see them as aggressive.
He. Oh, okay.
Oh, I have cultural I hate cultural roles. It's annoying. That's what somebody wrote. Like how female gotta cook and men work sucks. That sucks. That's
But I
what
also think, okay, so with that, when even when you talk about the culture, which is true, there's African culture that is like that do that, but I also think it's how you grew up. Like how I grew up, my parents, it's not that my mom cooks and then my dad does this and that. It's like they literally are partners. They take turns.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
Like growing up,
Yeah.
that's what I
Mm.
saw. That's what I saw. Like they literally, and they literally take turns. They do everything. Like my parents were everything. They did everything. They do everything together. My dad, sometimes he would pick us up from school, and sometimes it would be my mom. Or
Oh,
my dad would put something
Mm.
in the stove, or it would be my mom when
okay.
we were younger.
Mm.
So it was literally they took turns, even though we're African. But it's like it's also understanding that this is the new normal. This is what like it's the household
Exactly.
you grew up in.
The new generation, because like for the cooking, I can't say that. I can't say that. And like,
Mm.
yeah, I can't say that for cooking. Okay, for cleaning, okay, yes, right. For other things, okay, yes. But like for cooking,
Mm.
I even think my mom wouldn't be comfortable at that point. Like she wants to do that, and I think that's part of the whole culture thing. Like it's not only because the person who did that to my sister was
Hmm.
not a man. The
It was a
person
woman.
who served it was a woman,
Mm.
and the people that were like enacting the quote unquote patriarchal system on my sister in Africa were not men; it was women. And I won't front like that's another thing I noticed is it's even women, and
Mm.
it's just like the genital mutilation thing. I think women do it to other women because I've been going through this. You got to go through it too. I don't know, but it's a subconscious thing. I think
I think because that's how they were raised too.
exactly. Okay,
So I
yes,
think
I feel black men leave us for the dead, but expect us to be martyrs for them. Ooh.
Hmm.
I feel black men are afraid.
Afraid of what?
What
afraid
are
of
we
what?
afraid of now?
Man.
Malachi said, villainized by our own people. Black woman trash Farrakhan because he said we need black scientists.
He did.
Yo,
You know what, Jay Malachi needs to come here because he's saying a lot of stuff, but he's not explaining things. Even
yeah, you
the
need to
the,
come
the
in here,
protection
brother
part.
man. You need
Even the
Monica said you
women
need to
will.
come in here, brother man, because you gotta explain.
Yeah,
He needs to
because
explain
he's
himself.
making quite controversial comments, and we
Yeah,
want
he
to
needs to explain
understand where he's
himself.
coming from.
They want to
Yep.
see the full extent of the range of what you're saying.
He
Uh,
needs to come and explain
Yeah.
himself.
said last of Malcolm X troop. Nah, that man is a king. That's what villainized by oppressors. Okay.
Guy, J Wave, can you, if it's possible, can you play the video clip of a
Yes,
conversation between James Baldwin and Nikki Giovanni?
yes.
Because it explains perfectly like the dynamics between black men and black women.
Ooh, ooh, okay.
And that thing was like when in
Viral.
the I think in the it's an old like James Baldwin died a
Mhm.
long time ago.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's pretty.
I love James Baldwin.
Ah, I love him too.
I'm
And I
guessing.
think he was. Let me not say that because I don't want to start another conversation.
You think he was a?
No, I said I think he was as open-minded as he was because he was gay.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say.
which makes sense.
That makes sense.
Would make a lot of sense. Saho ethnicity of Eritrea, please. If you follow me, I could definitely do it, brother man.
In
Most
the
definitely.
last, since Martin Luther King, since 54, I think the only thing that's really changed is the black woman. And what she
No, I don't
said,
think she's changed. I think she's become more visible.
I think she's changed. Because there was a time, let's say my mother, my aunts and things like that, they would say, okay, if that's the way you establish your manhood, I'm going to go for it.
Mhm.
And my generation says, hey, no good.
Okay.
You must
Okay.
establish
I'll
a
agree
new
with-
base.
I'll agree with that.
And we are, as a group,
I'll agree.
demanding that a new base be established.
Yeah, but be careful as a woman of what you demand of a man.
I demand that he be a man.
But you can't
Because
say, you,
the
but you can't-
provision
Yeah,
part,
but you can't say you demand it. You have to suggest it.
so that's your ego that says that. No, I demand it. Now you deal with that.
All right. Okay.
I
I'll even go with
demand
that.
that you be a man. And I don't think that that's asking too much. Because if I wanted a provision, say I would get a camper. You know what I mean? I would get a camper that provides things. You know what I mean? You get an army surplus kit that provides. I need a man. And black men have always been offered to provisions. People are either going to eat or starve to death. The men of
Yeah, but a man-
the men of
but, yeah.
the people were starving and they were still the men. Had to be that way. Through that horrendous kind of war. But it had to be that way because sometimes you are not able to feed your family. Sometimes you are not able to clothe your family. You then also deprive them of your manhood and of the input that a man has. Who teaches my son how to pee?
Yeah, but
You see?
yeah, but you're talking. I agree with you. I see that very well. But it's one thing to be in a situation where you see that you have, where you see a future, however bloody, and to be in a situation where you see no future at all.
But you are. It is incumbent.
It's very, if I know,
It is incumbent
if I
that
know
we see
what,
a future.
if I know what I'm demanding of you, in some sense, makes sense. If I know the fact the kid is not eating today or tonight or tomorrow, in some way makes sense. Yeah, then I can be there. But if it doesn't make any sense, and if I don't see anything coming out of it at all,
Will he eat if you're not there?
if you're on welfare, he won't eat if I am there. That's the law. But I don't want to get bogged down into that. What I really mean is that yes, a man can do that if he sees a way, if he sees that it means something. My father couldn't see that, and he was quite right because he didn't. Well, there wasn't anything.
There's something, because all I know that works in the world is a relationship.
Yes, all right.
Okay, that's all that's going to work. It takes two people to have a relationship.
Yeah, but the relationship.
If you don't have a dream, fake it.
But the relationship, you can't fake it.
You got to fake it, because we don't have dreams these days. How the hell can you have a dream? For what?
Well,
So everybody's jiving. But let's jive on that level.
if I love you, I can't lie to you.
Of course you can lie to me, and you will. If you love me and you're going off with Maddie someplace, you're lying to me. Because what the hell do I care about the truth? I care if you're there. But Billie Holiday said, now don't explain.
All right, I accept that.
Of course
Right.
you lie to me. And what does the truth matter? And why are you going to be truthful with me when you lie to everybody else? You lied when you smiled at the cracker down the job, right? Lie to me, smile. Treat me the same way you would treat him.
I can't treat
You
him the way I
must.
treat him.
You must. Because I've caught the frowns and the anger. He's happy with you. Of course he doesn't know you're unhappy. You grin at him all day long. You come home and I catch hell because I love you. I get least of you. I get the very minimum.
I'm getting
And I'm
goosebumps.
saying, take it with me. Is that too much of the black woman to ask of the black man?
Are they like actually in a relationship?
Child on his feet that says, yeah, father smiled at mother. He talked to me about school today. Who cares that you can read or can't read? Most Americans can't read. Most people can't read. They look at the pictures.
Baby, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But no, I'm going to be honest and think about it really. I'm not so sure that is a human possibility. If I have to smile all day, and the cat on the job, the foreman, you don't understand why I'm smiling.
Mhm.
Not because I want to smile, I'm smiling because that baby needs new shoes. I can't give a performance all day on the job and come home and give a performance all night in the house.
Okay, so one of the performances will stop.
Yes. So you say, and okay, I might be willing to go with it, but who's going to pay the rent?
You back to that again. The rent will get paid.
Look, baby, I'm willing to play it your way, but you have to see my point of view.
I see your point of view. But the rent will have to get paid.
The price of the rent is my smile.
No. I don't want you prostituting yourself. I demand.
I don't want
not be
you
a
prostituting
prostitute.
yourself either. One of us has got to work.
You will work it out because you are intelligent enough and you are sensitive enough. You are a man enough to work out a new system. Because we started off with everybody's protest now, and we're back there again. As long as the assumptions are the same, nothing will change.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we must corner ourselves to make a new assumption.
Okay, I buy it.
In case it was sort of like left up in the air, or somebody, like I didn't get it across. I really think that my father, Jones Giovanni, is a groovy cat, and he's lived with my mother now for 35 years under holy wedlock, and I think that that's good for them. I think that sort of thing worked for them, and I think that that's the main thing, that they were able to love despite it all.
That's what we were talking about before.
Right, exactly.
And you, by the way, you do not have to tell me that you love your father. I knew that.
Yeah, I think he's a gas.
Yes,
I just don't
exactly.
want to marry him.
Yo, that gave me goosebumps.
That was good.
That's like a perspective that from both sides too. Like the perspective was deep.
Hmm.
It's crazy.
Exactly. Like the thing that I took away from that, I watched that thing like maybe the first time I saw it, it was like 2018, and I've watched it like maybe 200 times since then. I watch it every other day. But like when she says, "Because I love you the most, I get the least of you," that's literally what, like that's
It gave me the
uh,
goosebumps.
the black
That's the
the black
relationship.
woman's experience in a nutshell.
Yep.
But
And I ain't got nothing else to add on, to be honest.
isn't it true that you treat the people closest to you the worst? Like just generally, isn't that like the same, right? Like the people who are closest to you are typically the people you neglect, right? Like the people who, which is something that's horrible. I'm not trying to justify that at all, but like, yeah, like, and I can say this from experience, from like when I was younger too, like when I hadn't had life lessons to teach me that, like but then you have lessons, maybe heartbreak, maybe you go through certain things, and then you realize those mistakes. But like I could like I've definitely had times where when I was when I was coming up, where I felt like, when I think about it in retrospect, like the person that cared about me the most, I wasn't giving the attention that they wanted. I wasn't treating them the way they wanted to, like, because I felt like I had them already. So I didn't even. Yo, it's kind of crazy that I even talk about it now, because I'm like, damn, son, shit is shit is messed up. No lie. I'm sending it right now, brother, man. Malachi is about to come. I'm sending him the link right now. Like, damn, man, it's crazy. That's why when I heard that, my soul like shook. Like I got like literally goosebumps through my whole body, because I was like, yo, this is deep. Because this is so true.
Um,
And a lot of young
yeah,
people won't know till they go through it and they hurt somebody, and they see someone hurt or something like this, and then if they have a heart, it will resonate with them. Because I don't even think everybody is gonna resonate with them. Because some people it's not gonna resonate.
that's true. And also another thing is, sometimes it breaks my heart, like once men grow up and then they start having daughters, and then they're like, oh, as a man who has daughters, like, to me that's such a flawed way of thinking,
Explain.
because you shouldn't care about my survival just because you have daughters. You should care about my survival because I'm a black woman, because do you know what I mean, because
Yeah.
I deserve life,
Yeah, you
you
too.
know.
You today. I ain't gonna
and
hold.
also and also and also no, it's true though. Like, we have to understand that we can't just look at it because now it's affecting a person that I know.
Hmm.
It's like, like all those like Trump supporters that got affected by his policies, and then they were like, oh my God, now I see. Like, that to me is very, like, it's a very weird way of thinking, because that you're putting yourself at the center of everything, and that to me is not, that's not how humans should operate, if that makes sense.
No,
No,
I get what. Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. That
I
makes sense.
personally, like, as much, and let me tell you, I talk shit about black men. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be out here like just being like, that's, yeah, I do. But at the same time, like, I am the first to always make sure because when I see black men, I see my brothers,
Yeah.
and I'm always gonna be there to protect them.
Yeah.
And as I don't know, as much as black men say, oh, black women hate black men, I don't know any of my friends who would choose a non-black man before she chooses a black man. I don't know any of my friends. All of my friends, black women that love black men, that would go to war for black men, including myself.
Yeah.
But then the thing is, we love you enough to tell you the truth. You guys want us to love you and take all your shit and just, soldier through it, and that's not love. I personally believe all black people should be allowed free um, therapy, like mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You know, mental health
I,
within the black community is a big problem.
I
But
agree.
the thing is, we have to understand black men expect us to be their therapists, and like we as well are traumatized.
No,
Sixty percent of women by the time they turn 18, they've been sexually assaulted, and that number goes even higher when it comes to the black community.
women. Yep.
We've been, yeah, 60% of women, of women, yeah, we've been through trauma from young. But then what happens is black men expect us to go through our trauma and still be able to like take on what they also put on us. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that, like, there's no I feel like sometimes with black men there's lack of accountability,
And
you know.
yo, now this is a perspective we as black men need to hear. Like, I can't. Yeah, I'll be lying to you if I said I ever sat down in my room in my space and thought about this. I'll be lying to you. I don't even think a man is able to even has the depth necessarily to think about it from that angle, right? Because we don't even have the same experiences, and that's why I feel like this kind of dialogue is necessary. Because damn, son, like I'm speech, like I'm speechless, like because of like it's shit that you're saying. You see, I said, yo, you saying some deep shit because literally shit that you're saying is shit that I haven't like ever really processed, and this is from somebody who thought he was already pro women, pro like women's rights, and not even women's rights necessarily only. Like I'm talking about from being abused, from protecting women, like that kind of thing. And I even half of the stuff that you're saying, perspective wise, I've never sat down and thought about. I'm keeping it a stack. I'm keeping it so real. Like and I'm actually thankful to hear this perspective because these are the things, and that's why me and my sister have deep conversations because of most of the perspectives I get is not from me. I'm a male. I'm a man, right?
Mhm.
I cannot. I can't. And I guess this is also for y'all to hear and kind of see it too from our perspective because of a lot of us we get defensive because we cannot logically process what you guys are like. We don't understand literally at all. Like that's one thing I'm gonna say. We don't understand nothing. Like we're trying to process it in the limited knowledge that we have, and clearly it's super limited because of you just cannot have the experience that women are going through. Like look at the statistics you just put with the 60%. Like, yo, if we go look at percentage of men, it's not going to be close to the percentage of women. Period. So like even from that angle right there, like most men are not walking on the street thinking, "Oh my God, who could holler, who could try to talk to me and then something could go left." They're not thinking that. They got their headphones in two ears, both ears. Malcolm here, yay! Let me put his
Hi,
mic.
Malachi.
Yeah,
Hey
Yeah, how are
Malachi.
you? How are you, Malachi? Good.
welcome.
We're good.
This is beautiful.
So do you want to elaborate when you said that some black women don't like their anti-protection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Good idea.
Dwayne Johnson, everyone knows The Rock.
The Rock.
His father was kicked out of the home for fighting his No, his father, because guy was fighting his mother, and his mother kicked him out the home. And ever so often in our communities, we do have people in our communities who, in spite of all of our generalized uh, belief that, hey, protect black women, there are black women as well who will turn on you. I've been in a situation as well where I tried to protect my own sister,
Hey,
my
sorry to
own
interrupt. Is
mother,
that just me or
The,
is
my
it
own
static?
yeah,
mother.
that noise, right? There's like a little.
There's a
Is it
static.
coming from
I
me?
can't hear Malachi very well.
Is it coming from me?
No, no. Go,
Okay.
go.
Because somebody else
I
is.
think I think it is coming from him.
You think so?
I'm not moving. I'm not moving at all.
Let me see.
Because
I'm mov-
because it wasn't like this earlier, so that's why I think it's coming from you. No offense.
Okay, now it's settled. Okay, good.
Okay, now try it. Now go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Perfect. Yeah, yes. We can hear you. You're clear. It's
Yeah.
just the
Okay.
background noise.
Yeah. Also, I had a question. Is how do you feel black men should protect black women? Because I was speaking to somebody in the comments. We was having a great conversation, and
Both.
we was, and yeah, and I was literally saying this. I said, who are the black men? Because I said, how do you want black men to protect? And we start going into who are the black men who are praised for being protectors? And she expressed like Malcolm X, Farrakhan, Mandela. Mind you, a lot of these people who do want to protect are villainized in our society ever so often. So what y'all was reading in regards to Farrakhan, when I was talking about Farrakhan, Farrakhan was villainized like crazy for having an opinion about, we need black people who are scientists to be involved with this COVID vaccine and its effects on the black community. And it was a large group of black women. A lot of them were Nigerian Americans who, and I actually have her Twitter. I could find it right now so you can reference that. She was like, "Oh, Farrakhan is a misogynist. He's a homophobe. He's a transphobe." They always go. He's a anti-Semitic. And the thing is that I notice that when it's black men who do want, besides Farrakhan, because that's political and that could go really, really deep into compartments of why a person wouldn't mess with him. But ever so often in our society, and this is not necessarily black women's fault, this is just a society situation regarding anti-blackness, is they villainize black masculinity so much within the black man that oftentimes when it shows itself, it becomes a threat, it becomes a problem. Like I posted on Twitter last year about this same subject, right? And it was regards to Breonna Taylor and everything. And I want people to put in perspective that a lot of times black men are exactly scared to protect. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Many black men are extremely scared to protect, but I'm gonna tell you why. You know why? It's because a black man's stance is instantly confronted with the death penalty more than any other man in this society. And that's unfortunate. And you see it every time, Jay. You from New York.
Facts.
You stepped on my shoes. You stepped on my shoes. Dead. You
Facts.
looked at me. Dead.
What you looking at?
Dead.
That's
What
it.
you say? What you say? Dead.
Done.
So when it comes to our most important thing, in which it is to protect the black woman, the game is instantly on a lot of the time. It's many people in the grave trying to protect black women. And to answer that question even more that y'all gave me in the beginning, here's an example. Merlin Santana. Do y'all remember Merlin Santana?
Merlin, I'm gonna pull her up right now. If they don't.
Merlin Santana was an actor, beautiful actor, man,
Oh,
very talented. He was killed
oh,
because
him.
yes,
Let me.
Romeo from Steve Harvey.
Yeah, let me pull him up for them to see. They'll recognize him.
Yeah, that Romeo from Steve Harvey was killed because a young girl, she was 15 at the time, she lied and said
Let me show
he
you.
raped her. He lied and said she lied and said Merlin raped her, right? She told black men about this. They killed him.
Merlin Santana.
It was a lie.
It was a lie.
It was a lie.
Oh nah.
But guess what? This is a thing that happens in our community more often than you think. This is a large issue that happens all the time. And the problem is, in our society right now, it seems like a checkpoint to just say, black man, black man, black man. It feels like that. Maybe it just feels like black man, you just can't, you just the devil, motherfucker. But the real issue is our entire community has so much trauma, so much toxicness, and like the young lady was saying earlier, she said we need the counseling, we need the things, but how can we get the counseling? How can we do it? Because every time we have individuals, I kid you not, Jay, if you stand up and say we need this and we're going to do this, you will be villainized.
Nah, that's a fact.
You will be villainized. I will be villainized.
Those in the back of my head, always, always, always.
Often we're going to be villainized because it's go, well, why can't black women be leading this then? And it's like, okay, well, let's have black women lead it. And then, well, if you got black women lead it, that means why are you so absent in it? Where are you? It's almost like we you damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. And it hurts my soul because we all really, especially everyone in this conversation at least, we all want our people united, man. We all want our people working together, loving each other, protecting each other. But again, black women and black men aren't a monolith. And that very thought fucks with us from time to time because when I hear us, we speak as if we think we are.
General.
And that's and that's not the case. Not everyone is woke. Not everyone is pro black. Not everyone is for everything. Not everyone is in capitalist. Not everyone is socialist. Not everyone is a Democrat, Republican. We have very various stances, and
That's true.
but I wish that black men, because my thing is this, man. You know, a coward dies 1,000 deaths, but a soldier dies but once. I'd rather die protecting than live forever neglecting black
Mm,
women. You feel me?
Same here.
Because at the end of the day, I would not exist without you. I would not exist. And we would not exist without you, you know? But the thing is also, we would not exist without each other, you know?
We won't.
But again, remember when we had this last conversation, I said we have parasites in our community.
We do.
We have parasites in our community, like these individuals who bit this woman, who beat this woman in Harlem. These are the parasites I was telling you about that we need to start as a collective community ostracizing these motherfuckers.
Now that is true. Now I see what you're saying because those are the parasites. Like
These are the ones I've been telling you. I said, because in the end, what's going to happen is they're not going to be isolated. They're going to be generalized as this is black men. This is who we are.
this is who we are.
You can hear it in the conversation.
Now
This is who we are. You are these. This is you're attacking black women. You're killing. It's like, man,
killing your
and
mother.
right. So we honestly, as a community, have to finally start waging war against these parasite motherfuckers because
And
they're
call them
dragging
out.
they're dragging our people down to the dumps.
Oh,
Because let me tell you what a parasite does, and I actually said this in many colleges myself. What a parasite does is in our community, they are raping our women and men. You know, someone also said earlier they was like, 60% of black women face sexual assault, rape, molestation before the age of 18. The crazy thing about it is you don't even know the male numbers. You don't even know the black male numbers, you know? I'm one included, 4 years old,
damn.
and it was a black woman. But the thing is,
And someone close there to me is part of.
yeah,
Oh, fuck. You're
but
right.
where's the statistics for that? Where's the statistics?
That's nah.
Because you know why?
That's
Be-
fact, man.
Because here's the patriarchy shit. Here's the patriarchy shit. We don't say shit.
Amen.
We don't say shit. We're not gonna, and then some of our trauma, we suppress so much that we forget that even some of the shit even happened.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
sorry that
because
happened to you.
no, it's life. It's life. It's unfortunate, but it happens. It happens. And guess what? Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thanks to both of you. But guess what? It happens to my friends. So when you see black men are loose with sex or have sexual issues, you'd be surprised where it come from. You'd be surprised. I see so much trauma in black men that's unresolved that it's driving black women insane. It's driving black women insane because they don't know. They don't understand because they're not us, of course, right? Because we can't fully understand black women because we're not black women, you know? And, with that trauma, it's only getting fed more. It's like fungus. It's getting fed more moisture, more darkness, more, hate. And what's happening is we're becoming more and more and more toxic to the point where we don't have any empathy. And I'm speaking on black men specifically, that we don't have any empathy for black women. Because you know why? We don't have any empathy for ourselves. And it's real talk.
No, that's true.
What you looking at? Who the fuck is you? You know what I mean? You walk on the street, you should have the right to live in any black neighborhood in this entire world. But you can't. You can't.
You can't.
because you have individuals who are lost in the sauce because of anti-black conditioning, unresolved bullshit trauma, and being raised by motherfucking parasites. Both males, black men, and black women. So, how do we change this, guys? How do we really change this? Because I want black women to be protected. Like I said, 2013, my life went crazy in Halloween in Atlanta, Georgia. I had to shoot a off-duty police over a black woman. And my whole shit was crazy, and I had to go back into a legal system in 2016. Lost so much money. My bounce back is monumental. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Is that when it comes to our people, what anti-blackness has done to our people so much, man, let me tell you, is that we generalize our people over isolated incidents as this is who we are versus white people who doing it as this is who they are and we judge them as isolated incidents. You see? That's what that conditioning has done to us. So it,
I love
it
it.
breaks my heart.
It's not because it's funny. It's because it's like it's mind blowing. It's true.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's not. And I'm not saying white people only. It actually anyone that's non-black. You get slapped by a Indian guy at a store or whatever, like you've seen on social media. It happens all the time, and they do racist things. It's all that person. We judging it as that person. We can say it's the people, but we feel more comfortable with them than our own people. When it's we do each other wrong in one incident, an isolated incident, it's all of us. It's motherfucker. You did it. You did this in Chicago. It's black men in Delaware has to be the blame too. You're bad too, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Mm, But
and I'm guessing it's also a reaction. And this Ornella or Monica, like I guess I should ask you, like, is this a? I'm guessing this is a reaction also from trauma that you guys have experienced too. I guess, and of course, we've already said it's the programming as well. Oh, Open Two is here. Uh,
Yeah, she's here, and so is Switzy.
Sweet C. Kofi, Sweet C. Okay, so let me make everybody's audio. Please, reactions to what brother just said right now, Malachi. Like, those were some powerful words, honestly. Some deep shit, man. Deep conversation we're having right now. I can't even front.
I love this conversation. Actually,
Yeah.
I love it.
What changes can you actually make?
Yeah,
So um, I feel like black people. Honestly, I feel like black people aren't ready for the media. I feel like the media divided black people a long time ago before anything else. Well, besides
absolutely.
slavery, of course. But because when you let's like say for instance a young boy, right? He has no beef towards black women at all, right? I mean, he was raised by black
Hmm.
women. He has sisters, right? And he goes on, let's say, a page like the Shade Room, where multiple black women show insecurities, black men too, and a lot of them side with black women and bash black men as well. So it's like that
Absolutely.
alone, and that's just one page. Imagine going to school, you seeing a lot of the, especially with black women too, vice versa. You see how they're against each other every day in the world, but like the media is what this new age is on more than anything else. They don't go in the real world; they're homebodies, especially with coronavirus. And like, let alone like at least I see it on TikTok too. A lot of women, especially teenagers, like they want black men dead. So like that in turn makes them hate them. It's a lot. Like I feel like you take away media from a lot of black people's hands, they wouldn't know. They would actually listen. Like I don't know.
I
So
get what
much.
he's saying. He's true. I know exactly what he's saying. Is
That was
we are
deep.
being conditioning. I feel him.
That was
100%. He's absolutely right because you can see that we are being conditioning against each other, and it's only going to get worse because every time there's a Black Lives Matter type incident where it gets huge, follow it. And this happened even in the 60s. This happened even in this is not new, man. Every single time that black people unite, it could be for 2 seconds. We're getting agents, we're getting individuals who are faux intellectuals. I say faux intellectuals because I'm in fashion too, who are anti-black, but they're posing as black people. And then you get now and today, you do have Shade Room, you do have media sites who are, I honestly feel, are agents who want
Mhm.
to cause division, who have the power to say, let's sit down and have a beautiful dialogue. Or better yet,
Mhm.
let's promote a better image. We know what's the worst. Come on, man.
Mhm.
It's white music, whatever that may fucking be, white artists. Are they talking about killing another white artist?
nope.
Mhm.
Another white person?
I had seen something. It said, "Oh, my bad for cutting you off." I had seen
Oh,
a
go ahead,
quote.
go ahead.
It said, who is the most no, what was it? It said name okay, it was along the lines of what who's more race no who was racist to the black man, the white man. He said, "No, it's them rappers because they the only ones that talk about killing another black man every second, every day." So
All day.
it was like I'm gonna
And I'm
find
gonna
that
tell you
video. It was a
something.
video.
Let me tell you what happened. In 1990s, when hip hop was, I'm gonna speak on why, and this is gonna tie into black women specifically, on why black women is catching hell now. Is because of a conditioning of misogyny that is so monstrous. When hip hop started,
It wasn't
the
like
industry, when hip hop started, the industry, no one cared. No one cared. So therefore, we had a lot of pro-blackness. We had a lot of individuals like Public Enemy, uh, you know, X Clan,
quite the
Queen
power.
Queen Latifah, all these hip hop artists who promoted black women, black community, education, the best of our people. Even the street artists, you can go. But then after it start making money, the agents got to come, and they empowered by 1993. You can look at Ice Cube, Tupac. They all speak on that. They shut hip hop down. We haven't had hip hop ever since 1993. That's why you haven't heard a revolutionary rapper on a mainstream level. You haven't heard Tupac's and Ice Cubes and all these people who have bouts of misogyny in them, but it all flows in a story compared to the day where it's just really you're just hiding that you kind of down low. You really hate women. You really hate women. You despise women. And I'm gonna tell you something. Being in hip hop, I've seen it. The most misogynist, anti-black women individuals are actually booty bumpers behind closed doors. I.e., Dr. Dre, he beat the shit out of black women. But guess what? He's seen as a hero, right? He's seen as a savior, right? But guess what? We know what he do behind closed doors in LA.
And that did
You-
come out because I think there was women that came out and said that he abused them back in the
Yeah,
days or whatever. There was like there were so many women that came out and
yeah,
said that, and then those women got targeted. They they got they were being told that they were liars and stuff, and I'm like I mean I'm a believer like I said where there's smoke there's fire, and there was definitely enough smoke that there was
yeah.
fire.
And Tupac said it. Tupac said it. And They was like, "Oh man, he just mad at everyone." Then you had Suge Knight said it. People, "Oh, he's a hater. He's evil in himself." No, listen, and there was so many other people who was saying it, and it was like, well, just disregard it. But I'm gonna tell you, it's not just Dr. Dre. It's look at anyone who's the most misogynist anti-black women. I guarantee you, you're gonna find they're fighting with their sexuality, and you can even see it. Besides just black women, you can see it in the Bible as well, because the King James version, King James was a homosexual, and I got proof. You know, he has letters to a duke talking about you will never lay your loins in my hide again. Individuals fight for their sexuality, their who they are, their identity with that. A lot of times can be very, very toxic. That's why women are seen as evil in the Bible. Shit don't make no sense. Like, name a good woman. There's some good women in the Bible, but name a good woman. Come on, man. It's like everyone was deceitful. It was horrible. The whole world was destroyed because of Eve. Oh, fuck. Right? And
Oh,
you know, I don't want to
Hmm.
digress, but we have to be mindful that our people is at war. And we at war on the battlefield, and we thinking it's a playground. We're thinking that if we're really not at war, but we are.
Hmm.
So we got agents out here who don't want us to be liberated, who don't want us together, and they have black skin.
Hmm.
do
They
you
have black skin.
you think do you think that these agents, do you think
Hmm.
they consciously don't want us to be together? Because I feel like there's some people who are used as agents without even knowing, right? So
Exactly.
ex-
Yes.
subconsciously, the system has programmed them in such a way
Yeah.
that they're working against us, but they're
Hmm.
not really cognizant of the fact that they're not. You know what I mean? It's a
Yeah.
very interesting thing.
It's still an agent. An agent's an agent even if you conditioned or signed up for it. It's
That's
some who have signed up for it. It's some who are conditioned to be one,
MK
and
Ultra.
they don't know it. They don't know it at all. But at the end of the day, for the sake of our community, we have to realize that, man, if you're not for us, you against us, and fuck you. Fuck you with no compromise. If you don't want to protect black women, fuck you. If you say these shits like, "Oh, I don't want a dark skinned girl." Like, look, you can have your preference, but when you get into the point of disrespecting the
Mm.
women you come from, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Now, who would say that? People start shaking, you know. Again, like I said earlier,
Hmm.
Jay,
And
like I
also,
said, say what?
I was about to add on, but I thought you were finished.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Um, you were talking about the hip hop, so I was like, so we're talking like, cause I feel like you're like of old. I mean, I can't see you, but the way you sound like you're like older generation. So like, it's like what about like we're talking like new generation where like hip hop isn't like what it was then like now it's it's violence, it's guns, sex, all that, right? So like
Hmm.
I feel like I see it all times at school. Like I feel like because back then, well, at least at a certain time back then, at least some black men would have some pride in protecting black women. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But like
absolutely.
nowadays, if it's like you have, it's like if you do it, you get celebrated. Like it's the bare minimum. Like it's because I feel like because
I kind of
like
get what you're
I can
saying.
tell because for the music like I'm not gonna say any like for instance like Young Boy like the Baby or something like them, they promote violence and like at least because I'm gonna speak on it because I mean this is how it was before. I mean it's cool to be a thug, like no cap, like at least in the eyes of young dudes my age, that's what they think
Hmm.
is cool, because it come with what that come with street cred, girls, it come with a
I
little
tell
bit
you,
of cash, so it's like that's the you feel me? It's like it comes with a lot of things, but it's like Cause it's masculine type things, so it's like it's nature that, but like I don't know where to put it,
Let, let,
and also
can I
that,
say can I say something real quick on that?
Pretty
yeah,
much saying like the baby, like these rappers is causing it. Like
no, not them, but like
it's not, but
the
it's like
movements.
it's in us, yeah. Like it's like you look cool when you being masculine. You want to like it's the pressure on us kind of thing because they're not hearing you clearly. That's what I'm trying to tell the chat, like what you saying.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, I
that's
have
what
my headphones in.
Can I say something
I
on
can
that
hear you,
real
bro.
quick?
Or maybe I should bring it closer.
Can I say
Yeah,
something on that real quick if you don't
yeah.
mind?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, one thing we don't even address, especially in America, is the fact that our own government is against us, black people. They prove it all the time. Even constitutionally, our government is against us. And
Mhm,
when it comes to black masculinity, it the black masculinity that we have is because the father is not in the home majority of the time. And the fathers that we do have in the home, a lot of them aren't good because of the
mhm,
bullshit they went through. So we have to realize that to reestablish ourselves as the black men that black women deserve and that we deserve ourselves, we kind of have to rebuild what masculinity is. Because, like I tell anyone, I always say
mhm,
white supremacist patriarchy is what the black man is under. This is what we abide by. So,
Zaza said you speaking fact.
what black women be saying, black men are the white men of the race. This is literally it.
mhm,
It's the white supremacist patriarchy. Because
mhm,
if you look in African history, it was very patriarchal in many cultures.
Mahogany
But
left.
guess what? But guess what? It was strong enough. It was strong enough to fucking acknowledge that black women are very powerful and important. That's why it had so many religions and faiths and beliefs where they had black women who were deities. You don't get that in white supremacist patriarchy.
Hmm.
Black women women at the bottom of the barrel. Period. And we adopted white supremacist patriarchy and fucked up our whole race because
You're correct because we do have African races from my research that are
Mhm.
matriarchal, like literally follow the woman's line to pass down their lineage, and
Right,
that's true.
right, and it's men having the strength enough to understand that the woman is important. And in our society, from colonialization, also slavery, to even other tribalism bullshit, we have been fucked over.
mhm,
We have fallen from ourselves. And I think that's one of the things that hurt all of us the most. It's the fact that we all have fallen from our true nature. Because not being there and protecting our own fucking women, that's against our nature. That's
mhm,
against our nature. That's not who we are. And that's not who we supposed to fucking be.
mhm,
You feel me? So
mhm. I feel like
Ofi,
it
Ofi,
starts.
sorry,
Oh,
sorry, sweetie. I think Ofi wants to say something real quick.
oh,
Ofi, hello. No, are you muted? Did you mute yourself?
how do you mute yourself on the go light screen?
I see them mute themselves. Like Owonate is muted. Ofi is talking, but I can't hear her. But I have her. Let me see. Her audio is up and running.
Is
Check.
Monica on? I can't hear her. I don't hear nobody.
Monica is here. Let me see. Yes, Monica's here. Ofi, talk. Can someone else speak apart from the guys? Let's see if anybody else is able to speak. Like
She
just
wrote
say
in the
hi.
chat. She
Oh
wrote in the chat. She wrote, you can't hear me, right?
no, we can't hear you. I can see you. I can see you talking, but
I would love to speak on that tone because I think with the J. Cole tone
Hmm.
situation.
And the J. Cole tone with the we could that
No name.
Arnell, are you still here? No, right? No.
Everybody's still here. Everyone I've seen.
Are you still?
Everyone's
Oh,
still
so
here.
yeah, so we can definitely have that full blown conversation about that. And if you want me to go back to the video and pull it back up on the screen share, I can do that too. Ofi,
I mean I seen the breakdown, but it was so one sided that it's kind of like tell the complete story. Tell the complete story.
Hmm.
Now I can't hear you, Jay. I hear you.
yeah, she'll come back in. If she goes and comes back in, I think
There she go.
it'll work.
There she go.
What happened? She
I
was.
see her.
Oh, it worked.
I hear someone speaking.
That's Arnella.
Okay.
So
She's really
basically,
low.
it was the tone that put J. Cole off, right? And I know like a lot of black men, like tone is a big. We're very sensitive to.
It wasn't. I think he used the wrong word, but I
You think
get
so?
what he was trying to get at. Go ahead. No, the reason why I said that is because there's words that's trigger words that, regardless of your intention,
Oh, it works. What you
it's
saying?
gonna piss somebody. It's
Yeah, you
gonna
can
piss
hear her
somebody
now.
off.
Oh, that's fact.
That's true.
Hmm. No, I'm not. Hmm. Yes, but you understand something. Hmm. I seen the whole thing. I was on Twitter when it happened. Like I saw the whole thing. Like that's the funny thing about it. When most people are saying this, they wasn't even there. They just seeing what people took from it and created the narrative of it. And I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about?
Trophy.
Can
I can
Ofi
hear
hear
everyone.
us?
I can hear everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I hear her, but she's very low.
Oh, she low?
She's very low.
must be her volume. She needs to put her volume up.
What's going on? Last time she spoke, it was clear.
Is it too
Ofi,
many people in the chat?
Nah, it doesn't have
no.
anything to do with that.
Ofi, can you hear us? Jay, you talk
She'll
to
get
her.
back
Can she
in.
hear
She'll
you?
get back in.
She could hear us. She could hear us. It's just us hearing her that's the problem. Let me
I
see.
gotta keep this app thing
Oh,
for whenever we had a call, because I'm always like, "Where's the link, man? Where's
yeah. And
where's the link?"
I don't be changing the link. The only time I had to change it was when those people jumped into chat. I was like, I gotta change the link.
Oh yeah, people was jumping in the chat that
Yeah,
time.
when
Hey,
The
that was
small lady.
annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what's
Another.
going on? What's going on with Ofi now?
I'm trying. I think I'm trying to see. I'm watching her to see if she's like. Yeah, she's probably trying to like find. I don't know what to do. She's using different headphones now. Let's see.
See if that works.
That will work. If that works, that'll be nice. Because I know that she will say some good stuff. Because
Somebody
you guys
said
be
Drake
saying some
fell
good
off.
stuff. I won't front. Oh, wow, you want to say something?
Ofi, are you there?
Oh, Renate is here too.
Can the woman who was
Ofi,
speaking, she was explaining, she can finish.
My
I want her
sister's
to
here.
I want her to finish her thought.
Oh, Ornella.
I want her to finish her thought because she
Oh, no,
was kind of
you
broken
said once
off.
you finish your thought. Hopefully, I don't know what else.
It's kind of
Why can't we hear you? Can you leave and come back?
no. She needs to shut off and come back, and
Yeah,
then
you
make sure her microphone
leave
is
and come.
That's
working.
probably it. That's definitely it.
Yeah.
Oh, Nella, yes, you can continue.
Okay, go ahead. We're talking
You
about
was
J.
talking of
Cole.
yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yes, I already know. I'm aware of that. Right.
That's true.
Right. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Number one, and number two, like, why are you acting the victim? Nobody is like singling you out. So that's why it showed me that what happened is he heard what she said. And
Hmm.
also because up to that point, J. Cole had not said anything about Black Lives Matter. So he then felt,
But
Guilty.
he have.
t-
He have. He just wasn't when. Here's
no,
my thing.
no, listen, let me finish up what I have to say,
Okay.
and
Go ahead.
then you can, so I feel like he
Okay.
felt attacked even though she wasn't attacking anybody. And then also we
Hmm.
have to understand, like, she was talking about Black lives. This is not something where we can try and be polite, like, we are dying. And and the way she was explaining it is like, why are you not maybe making your voice be heard, which I understand sometimes you can't force, being activists on a person. I understand that. But the thing is,
Uh-huh.
he could have just left it. You understand? Because the way he
I
answered her,
disagree.
he
I
came,
just I
the
fucking
way the
agree.
way he answered,
I
the way he
disagree.
answered, and I can take that. I hear you, but the way he answered was from a bruised ego. That's what I heard.
I
He
disagree
made
again.
point, but it was from a bruised ego. Cause the first thing is that, oh, I don't like the way you're talking. You're talking to us as if we're kids.
Yeah.
This, and that, and that's the problem. That's
Mhm.
like, to be honest, I don't really care about Jake. I love his music, but I don't really even care about that argument, to be honest. I
Right.
just used it as an example. But the thing that happens most times is we spend so much time on, how we package the message, how to,
Oh,
that we,
that's
we
very true.
we don't even take time and listen. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I feel like with
That
everything
same
that
could
you've
be
been,
in regards to J. Cole as well, though. By the way, because
100%.
I'm literally can tell you how everyone's interpreting this is bullshit.
No, I hear
Because
you, I hear you, but
it's
the thing is,
bullshit, and
no,
I'm
I
gonna
hear
tell
you.
you why. I got to tell you why, because the shit is itching. The shit is fucking like it's like chicken pox in my brain
Can we, Malika?
because it's
Malika,
like,
which Malika?
mind you, you have to understand, and it's not only I seen it also in regards to SARS. It was
Hmm.
individuals who felt entitled enough to villainize people who wasn't tweeting about SARS. Oh,
Oh,
you're
you're
not
talking
real
about the
because
Nigerian guy?
you're not real because
Well,
you're
I
not
feel
tweeting
like
about
I feel
SARS.
like, what? I
Tweeting.
feel like we're going a bit like, that's even a broader conversation.
No, yeah,
That
I'm
can
broad in
be
it, but I
also,
have to.
yeah.
It. it applies to this because this was really what it was. Is J. Cole is literally explaining. Maybe people don't understand rap metaphors, rap how it flows. I don't know. Some.
Oh, he left. He's coming. He'll probably come back though. Well, I mean, Ronella, you want to finish what you were saying? Because you were finishing up. Opie, it sounded like you here.
Ofi, can you hear us?
It kind of sounded like.
Oh, we can hear you! Yay!
Oh my
We
God.
can hear you.
I'm so happy. Hey, girl. Can you hear us?
Say something.
Say something. Yo, I think from now on, like when we do lives, like this should be the panel. Whatever videos we watching, Kevin Samuels, whatever, we all react to it here, and then other people on the. Yes.
Yeah, we
It's
can hear you, girl.
lit, it's
Yay!
lit.
Thank God.
It's lit.
Thank God.
Come for them. Come for them. You
Dude,
guys
I mean,
are
wait
not
for
ready
you.
for me.
Yo,
Monica and
oh,
Ofi, you
my
guys are
sister's here
done
too.
for. I'm
My sister's
joking.
here too.
Oh,
Owenak,
is she?
Oh, hi.
Hey, girl.
I invited her in. I'm like, yo, because this is good. This is good. We have a good talk. Let's get
Okay.
that out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now we can hear you. Maybe Malachi was
Hi.
your kryptonite. Malachi was your kryptonite.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh, I hear him too. Oh no, that's not Malachi.
Who's on TikTok?
I'm hearing something.
What is it?
No, it's
Yeah,
listening. You can talk.
we're listening. Oh, I think it's off. Yeah.
Is it over here?
Yeah, I think it's Offie.
Are you trying to show us something?
You know what,
Who?
Offie? You can send it to J Wave and he can like put it on share screen,
You can
right?
send it to me. I can put it on Facebook. Oh, he has a live
Okay.
for me. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I think there's like
Can you get up the live for now?
No, I'm talking about the matriarchal perspective.
Yes, 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 yes. But just at the background noise.
That is why, because my speaker's so low.
That's why your speaker is low, because you had the live going, maybe, I think. But then
Okay. Okay.
we can hear you though. So
What is that noise in the background, though?
yeah,
Okay, guys, from the matriarchal perspective,
yeah,
we
the TV.
need to change the way we talk to each other.
Mm, okay.
You're going in and out, and there's noise in the background.
You have a TV going?
Oh, is it better now?
Yeah. Yeah. Turn that off. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you turn that
Turn
off?
that off. Turn that off. Turn J off.
Can you turn the live off?
Turn J off.
Okay,
you can
great.
turn it off for like reduce the
So,
volume.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
okay, in the matriarchy,
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Much better.
Guys, you can hear, right?
in the
Yeah, we can hear
matriarchy,
her.
All right, cool.
You waiting?
Yeah, I've got both. I've got both going on at the same time. That's probably why.
You can turn the voice off the other one.
Because even in matriarchy, men had a role.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay, even matriarchy, men had a role, and their men are respected.
I'll write it.
Hey guys, I'm having a hard time hearing her. There's the background noise.
Me too. Me too.
Matriarchy.
There's like an echo and a background noise.
It's like TV playing or something.
Something's got to go off, please.
Yeah, we can hear you, Malaka. Hmm. I don't know what happened there. Um,
Okay,
Owami, you
where
have
did she
something to
go?
say? She left again.
Can
Oh
I
no.
quickly say something about
Yeah.
the J. Cole and No Name situation?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Who's this?
My sister.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
How are
So
you?
I'm good. How are you?
Her name
Good,
is O.
good.
Her name is O.
Oh.
Um, in regards to that situation, I feel like personally, when it comes to like things like tone, I think there are times when it is important, but it really depends on the situation. And I feel like in this particular situation, I don't really think it applied because, when J. Cole was saying things about like how we need to be gentle with each other and the way we approach things, I feel like that doesn't really apply to that situation because for instance, nobody's gonna go if you're a rapper and you just rap about nonsense, you're not rapping about like serious issues. No one's bothering you like, oh, this person didn't come out. Nobody was like, oh, NBA YoungBoy didn't talk about Black Lives Matter or whatever. But when you've
Mm,
painted yourself out in this image as a person who cares about these things, for you to not speak on it, kind of, it's like
yep.
you know what I'm saying. You put yourself in that position, so you can't
Yep.
then get angry when someone. What What do you mean? Right, but r- yeah, but you have
Mm,
to also understand. But that's what I'm also saying is like, also as Ornella was saying earlier, she didn't specifically say J. Cole, where are you? She said your top rappers that y'all kind of look up to, right? So if he wasn't like not speaking on it or like felt some type of way, he wouldn't have responded kind of back to it, right? So
facts.
I feel like that's one situation
I
where like
still don't
we
feel that.
can't really we can't really discuss the tone specifically or how it was addressed. Well,
I,
yeah, that's my 2 cents.
No, I'm with you 100%. I feel like within that particular situation, it was very different, and I feel again, this is I'm ready to down this hill. Nobody said nothing to J. Cole. He felt some type of way because he knew what he was like. He knew. Do you know what I mean? They didn't say, "Oh, J. Cole, you're doing this, you're doing that," but it's because he saw what she said and he felt like it applied to him. That's the first thing. Secondly, yes, he has talked about Black lives before and all of that. Everybody has at some point in their life talked about Black Lives Matter in
Mm-hmm.
one way or another. But like what happened this last summer was very different and was like it was a turning point within
How?
like history because everything that happened with the George Floyd situation, it
Mm-hmm.
went like it spread everywhere like wildfire. It was in Europe we had Black Lives Matter movements here
Mm-hmm.
in the UK. In Africa it was everywhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I I can hear myself.
Where is this echo coming from,
It's
J-Will?
Ophi.
Oh.
Turn your phone off. Turn it off.
Ophi, please
Turn
turn it
it.
off.
Yo, turn it off. Matter of fact.
Turn it off. If you're gonna be here, please turn that off.
Oh God, I didn't mute her. Ophi, you have to turn it off because you writing some good stuff in the chat. Oh, this.
Oh,
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
No, Offie, you can do. Offie, you can do that. But what you have to do is turn down the volume on everything else, so that we
oh,
don't hear like the background noise. So like on TikTok, turn the volume down, and on YouTube, turn. Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay.
So
yo, we
good.
hear you clearly now.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Oh, are you my
Men
sister
and
from the
women in
internet?
African. Hey, long time ago. North London for life. Anyway,
Honestly.
Barnet, Wood Green, Hackney. All right,
Oh, okay.
enough shout
Those are my
outs.
place. Yeah.
That's all the hoods. If you don't know where that is, those are the hoods of London.
Yeah, that's the place to be.
So anyway, as someone who considers herself to be an international or intercontinental African, my
Mm,
perspective are a little bit controversial because I have lived in Europe, I've lived in Africa, and I've also lived in America. So I've seen Black experiences from those three perspectives. And one thing that is right and consistent is that there is a push for those who are poor to not be a united family. There is a push to make people poor. And the immigrants that come into every country, Europe, US, whatever, realize that poverty is the root for where the government has control over you. But we as Black people forgot our roots. Our roots are trading. We are the traders of the world. We are the merchants of the world. We were trading everything, even human beings. And I know some of you are going to be upset about that because how we were trading
I'm
our
one of them.
family members and things was for education purposes. They were indentured servants. They went to learn and come back and bring the knowledge. But the white people took it to be something else, right? And part of history that we don't teach is how the African leaders and kings and queens wrote letters to the French and the British when they found out what they were actually doing to our people.
That's
But
true.
that part we never speak about, right? And that is why I think African Americans have this perspective that we hate them when we never actually hated them, because a lot of families are still traumatized because they have memorials in their family home for relatives that never came back, right? They still have like sculptures where the answers where they communicate with their ancestors for bodies that never came back, because bodies are a thing in African culture. We bury our bodies or we burn them. But if there is no body,
How you laugh when you was talking some good shit, man?
then be,
How you gonna leave like that? She's back.
you know,
She
like
accidentally hit mute.
it's another level
Oh,
of
she hit
our
mute. Like she
consciousness.
actually
We
left the room and then
economic,
rejoined, and
Oh, okay.
it's now
we
loading. Let's see.
economic,
Or maybe it was probably even the internet because I think that happens sometimes with everybody. Actually,
you know,
even my sister at
we
first it kind
need
of looked like
economic
she left
unity.
the room.
We need to put our monies together. We need to buy and we need to own our own businesses. The Chinese did it and moved into Black neighborhoods and own things. The Indians moved into Black neighborhoods and own things. But Black people own nothing in their own neighborhoods. Where are the grocery stores located? Why you have to travel so far for organic food? Why is it that when this young man, an African American man in Florida, tried to have a garden in his front yard, they tried to criminalize him. He fought the law, and now they have fresh fruit that you can grow a garden in your front yard. Why do you want to feed the black and brown people GMO foods when naturally our bodies are accustomed to organic foods? We thrive on fruits and vegetables. Look at Ethiopian food, for example. Look at Somali food, for example. Look at West African food, for example. You see a lot of greens. We eat a lot of greens, a lot of spinach. If you look at African American food, especially around Thanksgiving time, something really bothers me about your greens. Because that green speaks to me like my fufu. But normally, the greens that you guys eat,
Collard
you eat
greens?
it with like a cornbread. Yeah, but that corn and greens, doesn't that look like vegetable soup to you?
It does. It does.
That doesn't that remind you of
I saw
vegetable
my,
soup?
I saw my
Does that remind you of some food, the food that you have on your injera? Don't you see Africanness in it? Right? Like the Jamaicans, they have their rice and peas. And Nigerians love to mock Ghanaians and say, oh, you're wache. But what's rice and peas if not wache?
and I was
Who
too
came up with the
late.
idea of making rice and peas together if not my people? So we see ourselves in you. But the problem that we have is that in America, the wealth is not divided well. Somebody has to be the slave. So that's why the prisons were built. The prisons were built because they needed slaves. That's why they picked the black man first to go to jail. That's why our prison sentences are longer. That is why a lot of families are broken up because their sons and their brothers and their lovers are in jail. That breaks up the family system. Makes who? Makes us poor. We don't own anything. We rent. Why are we renting? We buy so much shit. If we stop
We,
buying things for 2 years, as a community, we would own the block. We wouldn't be renting it. We would own it, right? But there are those who have no vision, who have no mind, who have no parents, who have no supporters, who have no mentors, who have no protectors, right? And so what do? You go to the streets because the streets are your home. You hustle on the streets. But one thing I want to know is if you can sell drugs on the streets, why can't you sell fruits? If you can sell drugs on the streets, why can't you go buy running shoes and sell it? If you can sell drugs on the streets, why can't you make your own t-shirts, FUBU, for us by you? If you can sell drugs, you can sell anything. That means you're a salesman. That means you have talent. That means you would have been a merchant in African time. Okay? Men and women supported each other, but men were still respected as the head. Yes, women had their voices. However, even in matriarchy, the women still went and talked to their husbands before decisions were made. Okay? It's not like, oh, yeah, the lineages
Oh
goes to
shit.
the mother. That's because sometimes men go to war and they don't come back. And the children still have to be named. They still have to have a place. And everybody knows their mother. Right? That's how matriarchy became established.
you're from
Right?
Ghana,
But
tell
the
us.
patriarchy right? But the women knew how to fight too. It's just that we didn't need to. But it's like when you come to North America, Europe, Australia, now we have to fight too. Why? Because the system is set up for the black women and the poor women to fight. It's set up for the relationships not to work out. It's set up that if we're broken, we can't feed our kids, you have to move out so that I can say, hey, I'm a single mom. When I'm not single, I'm fucking married. Or those men, I love you African men who have 4 or 5 wives, but why is all your wives in government housing? That's wrong.
Nigerian man.
Unify. If you're gonna be polyamorous, unify your women, put them together. Open a business, buy something, own something, leave something for your youth. That is called legacy. Black people need to go back to creating legacy. Okay? Not all these having babies and I don't know where my baby mama and all this drama. Screw the drama. It's about the kids. Okay? It's about the next generation. The Chinese knew when they came to America that they're gonna take the shit, but they're gonna eventually sell the shit back to us. Okay? They knew when they came that they were being teased and called names and hung and swung and this. So they realized economic power is the way to be. So Chinatown became the place that white people would leave their white neighborhoods to come to. Why? Because they needed to eat Chinese food.
I wouldn't use other races as the example of how we should do if
I
they never
the
face the
reason why
same
no,
anti-black
I
war
have to
that
use
we have
I
had?
have to use no. I totally respect
Because it
you,
the
but
reason
this is
why that
where we
becomes
go wrong.
ahistorical, that becomes ahistorical because the
No.
Chinese never had to face the same exact thing that the black community has faced
Mm-hmm.
in this
I
country. They
understand
have
that.
not.
I
Yes,
under
they work
I understand
together.
what you're
And
saying.
that's why I
Can I
guess
finish this one
the
point?
players too
When the black community have done those same various things that you're praising the
They burned the
Chinese
city
for
down.
doing, the change, the same thing that you're praising the Chinese for, the black community have always done. We have always we didn't wake up one day and just say we ain't gonna do shit. Every time that you can see when those Chinese people, when they was working, you're talking about when they was working for the railroad and all those things when they came here as
Yeah,
immigrants, they did not face what Black Wall
Mm-hmm.
Street has faced, Durham, California has faced, Rosewood,
facts.
Florida
bro,
has
No,
faced.
that's not
They
true.
did not
and
face
No,
that.
that's not true.
because of
That's
That's
we
not
not
true
true.
bro,
entirely.
have
They didn't.
historical
That's not true entirely. No. That's
Okay,
not true
okay.
entirely.
bro,
You know
bro,
why?
What
They did face
Chinese
that.
bro, look at
what
Chinatown, listen,
okay,
Chinatown was burnt down.
in
Chinatown has been
America?
burnt down in every single country that it has been put in.
In
However, if we're
America?
talking specifically about America, it is because no, I'm talking about worldwide. I'm talking about worldwide domination. I'm not talking about just America. I'm talking about how a
Chinatown has
community
been
can
burned
be
down in every country
ostracized.
in the world
not every country in the world,
Yeah, that they've been to,
that
except for
they've been to.
Australia, I
Every
think.
I need
every
this.
single place. It looked like they doing good in Africa, in the whole continent. I
oh, it's
didn't know.
bro, we're not
You
the
know
ones
why they're doing good in
the ones
Africa?
doing
Because
this.
we're
I didn't
selling
know
them
they
the
was getting
land.
burned
And
down.
I think
I
that is
didn't
so wrong.
Bro,
I didn't know that they was
I
getting
also
burned
want to
down.
talk about Black Wall
You guys
Street.
gonna go in depth
No.
here to
In
the.
Ghana, they burnt the Chinese man down because he was disrespecting our women. Are you kidding me?
But that's
Burnt
not
him
this.
to
That's
pieces,
still not the
okay?
same. That's still
Bro,
not the
bro,
same
I just want to
In
say
Kenya,
as
in
this.
Kenya, when they established their Chinatown and was stealing all the businesses,
I really,
they
hmm
burnt their shit down.
this is good.
okay. It still does not equate the same as the black
But I know what you're
struggle.
saying.
It
Okay,
does not
I understand
equate.
what you're saying because
Bro,
you're speaking about the African
the Black
American struggle
struggle,
in America being
Guys,
demonized and having Black Wall Street
Okay.
burnt down and multiple
What
families
about
burnt.
the
I hear what
Africans
you're
guys,
the
saying.
in
African
But I
Russia?
struggle
am
as
talking
well.
about an international, I'm talking about
Let's go
international
international. Let's go
unification.
international.
I
Let's
just
go
want
international.
guys,
let me just input this, right? Because of, we have documented and we're able to connect it for African Americans. We're able to connect it, right? But I could say this, right?
Yeah.
There's 22 countries in Africa, right? That
Right.
and including Nigeria. That anytime there was a leader who was going to take that country in the right direction, the French killed that leader, and that's literally a coup.
hmm
And that coup d'état is
Facts,
literally translated
Exactly.
facts.
to the
That's
same
my point.
exact
That's my
coup.
point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make is that when you start to
Exactly.
equate our struggle with other so-called people of colors, I always exit from that because
Ah,
look,
But then
why
if
not?
Chinese people,
Maybe not.
Chinese
Maybe
people
not
do
Chinese.
not.
Us as
Yeah, I'm going to exactly. I get you. But Chinese people and other so-called people of color does not descend from the same anti-black history,
Mm-hmm.
global black history
Mm-hmm.
that
okay,
black
okay.
people have.
I see what
Every situation we have when we do these things that you are screaming and pleading for us to do, which you're justified in every single thing that you're saying, and it's very true. But don't think that our people don't do these things or haven't done these things without the repercussions. Because trust me, if there wasn't the repercussions, continuous repercussion that's ongoing to this day, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Trust that. And this is not an American thing. This is not a continental African thing. This is our black thing dealing with this anti black supremacy that we are all under.
but
So
can we
when
facts.
someone says, "What about the Chinese?" When someone says Chinese do this, see, this is why, I don't like the people of color scenario, because we always pushing ourselves at the bottom of that, even though we know ourselves that we descend from a global history that's totally different than that, than anyone,
Oh my God.
anyone,
But see,
systematically.
when you
Go.
honestly, Malachi, like I adore
Hmm.
you, but my concern is if we do
Hmm.
not have a positive projection of what we could do, and we harp on the fact that hey, we did it and it didn't work out. Guess what? We're not gonna do it.
I'm not
Then what
making a
happened?
negative projection. I'm
Then what
telling you it's a
happened?
positive projection.
We need
No,
to do
I'm not saying
something.
it's
We
a
must
negative
do something.
projection. It's
We must control
absolutely,
how
I'm
we
all
spend
for
our
us.
money. We must. We
Hmm.
must. It's not even like I'm screaming
Absolutely.
because I feel the urgency of it. It is urgent. It is
Yes,
not like,
but
oh, maybe we
you're
can wait
not,
tomorrow. No, it is the now.
I got you.
Oh, I mean,
But I'm not,
that's what I'm saying.
you're taking me the wrong way. You're taking what I'm saying the wrong way. You're thinking that I'm saying, well, we just have to give up or some shit. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we are doing these things. But the problem is, due to our
Nah,
anti-black
yeah,
conditioning,
that's what he's
we
saying.
don't, like I said earlier, we don't see it. We don't acknowledge it. We don't, and then we don't realize that what we have done has always had been faced with a retribution, and is still being faced with a retribution today. We can talk about earlier, we was actually talking about J. Cole or something else, but before that, we was talking about how Black Lives Matter, everyone was, no, that was still with the J. Cole situation. We was talking about how Black Lives Matter last year was galvanized the entire world because of George Floyd. But you know who's going to take the brunt of that the most? It's not going to be all the other races that march with our people. It's going to be black people.
Mm-mm.
You can see that
Right.
anytime on the news. So we have to kind of get off away from the uh
People of color.
the people of color
Nah,
ass kissing,
I'm looking for some way with that shit, man.
huh?
Oh no.
How do you feel some type of way with
Oh no, Malachi, I was on your train until you said that the kissing, ass kissing. Malachi, I was on your
The
train.
people of
Like I was
color,
ready
the
to jump
people
and,
of
and,
color.
and take the leap with you.
Let me tell you, we as a people have to get away from the people of color ass kissing, because we're falling by the wayside
that? Oh, that's
of this people of color jargon. Because in reality, it's just us. We don't got no fucking friends.
Now the
We
people
don't
of color
have
Facts.
none.
get me some type of way
We
sometimes.
don't have friends. You're right. We only got each other.
It's just the
Facts.
fact.
So we do have to separate. We have to separate.
Mhm.
Everything you said, I'm not disagreeing. Everything you said, I'm for that. But my only issue of when I was listening to
Do you
you,
know how many industries would crumble if we separate? Do you know how many industries
yeah, the whole
would
thing. I
crumble if
got
we
you.
separated?
You're
The
we
whole
got
fucking world would
1.3
crumble, and they can't
trillion.
afford that.
Yeah, we got trillions of dollars
If
of
we
spending
all
power.
didn't
We
spend
have the wealth.
$1 for every
Exactly.
day for a year, you know how much industries would break down?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
how will you do this?
But that's not going to
The
happen. But it's
dollar has circulated over 10 times in other. Oh my God! I'm getting upset.
That's
I
because
don't
of
want to
what
get
I'm
upset because
saying.
Nah,
It's the
you
people
know,
of
we're
color
not saying
ass
the same
kissing.
thing.
It's the people of color ass kissing that
there are
makes our black
tools and
dollars
things
not
for us to do what we need to do.
So,
right.
Okay,
so
right
Max,
now,
let me build on
I
what
was telling J Wave we should just move to that Wakanda city that what's his name is building.
Akon.
Akon, nah.
I ain't
I
gonna.
had enough of this.
Akon is on some funny stuff because that's a Chinese city. But let me say
Yeah,
this.
that's a Chinese city, man.
Let me say this, right? Like, just build
$6
enough for what
billion,
Mike.
50 billion. What? Come on now.
He's
Yeah,
not paying them back. We know
It's-
that. It's he's building it for them because he's not
that
gonna pay
shit.
that loan back.
They gonna tax that ass.
Exactly. With the interest, it's over. But on top of what Malachi was saying, Ofi, right? This is how I guess I can interpret what Malachi said. The way, if Chinese man want to do business, the way they're gonna look at him, treat him, everything, even though his shit has been burnt, it's not the same way they're gonna treat us. Oh, I mean, what do you have to say?
mm-hmm.
My
True.
sister want to say something. You said people.
I
Yeah.
want to. Oh, what's up? Talk.
Please forgive me if I was yelling, y'all. For
Oh
real, because
no, this is nice. This is nice. Nobody's
Oh
yelling.
no, I love it. I love it. I love it. You
I
should
didn't
we
mean
yell
nothing
more. I
bad.
love to hear your voice.
I'm just
This is passion
technology.
combo. I love this. Please, I want
This
to
is passion. This is passion. This is not a tone policing. Speak your mind. It's all love here, bro.
Oh, thank you, same here. You know, well, in
guys,
my
guys, listen. Sorry.
okay, go ahead, Jay. You gonna say something?
No, she's saying you guys can't hear her. You guys can't hear her talk.
Think you
Hold on. I think they're not
is
hearing you.
she's yeah.
Oh,
No, she's
She's
muted.
muted.
oh, no, she's not muted.
No, she's.
Okay. So one
Can you
second.
unmute yourself? There you go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
But on the flip side, honestly, I really do believe that we need to stop announcing all these things we plan to do. I think that's
Man,
part of our
what?
issue. We should just
Exactly.
do it. Like
Exactly.
anything we want to do as Black people, we go and make a stupid press
Oh
release
my
and a
God.
stupid announcement. Like, why is Nipsey Hussle dead? Because
Oh
Dr.
my
Sabi sings. Why the fuck did you mention it? Shut the fuck up and do the thing. Like,
Oh my gosh.
why
That's
is
what
Dr.
I
Sabi dead?
tweeted
Now
that.
everybody's claiming to have to know the secrets of how to cure diseases and then claiming it as their own. Shut the fuck up. Dr. Sabi said that.
Can
Like,
I
I'm
add to that?
tired. I
Can
don't
I
want to
add
even
to what
go.
you just said? Can I add
1
to what you
second.
just said?
You're
Yes,
gonna
please,
answer in
darling.
2
Go
seconds.
ahead.
Go,
This
Awami,
is
go.
I'm gonna add to that. This is why I
Go.
have a problem with Black people with social media, because
Mm.
our people, like this Black women versus Black men bullshit, that I despise it. And all of our divisions that you see even on
Yeah.
TikTok,
Yeah.
our problems are being seen in the entire world and not just seen
Yes.
just to ourselves. So therefore they can be manipulated by the enemy at will. They can make
Yes.
agents and say, you know what? Like a young lady, she came out and said she was an agent, a Black Lives Matter agent. She said she's
Yes.
literally been paid by the United States government to infiltrate and get fame. She became a Black Lives Matter. I could get her Twitter so you can see what I'm talking about.
Agent. I want to see. Yo, this is crazy.
You got to see her, man. So she's
I
bashing
gotta be on Twitter.
while we was talking about Black men holding people accountable and holding Black men accountable to protect Black women. She bashed those organizations that do that.
Wow.
Like for example, Faithful Black Men Association. People make a joke about them. She was like, "Oh, we need to kick out the Faithful Black Men Association, who only wants to promote faithful Black men that's not cheating,
Damn.
that's protecting Black women." You know what happened with
Damn.
just recently?
What?
The Faithful Black Men Association, they pushed for this young lady who was in a relationship with an NFL player, white guy, who beat her almost half to death.
Yeah.
They made sure that this Black woman was seen on the news.
Wow.
Every celebrity, you could look on, I forgot his name,
we
something
saw it
Hunter.
in the news. Yeah,
It's something
Wow.
Hunter. It's something Hunter. I forgot his
I
name.
know who you're
He's
talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, we saw
that
it.
wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Faithful Black Men Association. Because from that,
Wow.
Plies picked it up, Shade Room picked it up, everyone picked it up after that, and it became a trending thing. And it's literally started by them. So my problem is that I'm having is I agree with you so much on that one point. Because it's like when we have our discussion so openly,
Facts.
the enemy is watching. And that happened even in Africa. That happened thousands of
They
years
be
ago.
infiltrating our chat rooms.
They be
I
infiltrating
remember.
us like
I
a
don't know how
motherfucker.
old you are. Yo, they be infiltrating our chat rooms. I don't remember how old you are, but back in the day, there was this website called Black Planet. It was supposed to be for Black people.
Not
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I started seeing these white women showing up there, and it changed.
Yeah, because they was trying to get the Black man.
It's like we invite them to everything. We don't
Yeah.
have anything of our own. We invite them in. Why do we need them in our Black planet? It's a Black planet. What the heck?
That's
Mahogany
crazy.
said the problem is
And
black
I
people.
think it's because a lot. I'm sorry to go here. Please
Hold
forgive
on.
me,
Before
Black
you go there,
brothers.
before you
I
go
think a lot of you have non-black wives, and you feel now, say that you've married someone of a different race, so she's automatically gonna be for the cause because she's down for your dick. But your dick is not the cause, my dear. Your dick is
That's
the
true.
dick.
That's true.
there. Yeah, hold on, Opie. Can
That's
you guys
true.
Right?
hear
Because
me?
I mentioned this earlier. George Floyd's
It's
fiance, the white lady, told everybody not to protest.
that's
She
true.
didn't even do anything for the protest.
That's
But
true.
we, the black women, went out of our way and why? Why?
That's true.
Like, what is going on here? You pick women that when you die will not even march for you.
You wouldn't
Hello?
even
What
think
is
about
going
you.
on here?
Let's move on.
She was
Mahogany.
ready to move on with her life.
One
She said
second,
nobody
Opie.
should
Opie.
to
Opie,
protest or
Opie,
do
Opie.
anything.
Wait
I'm gonna
one
And
cut
then
you off.
she
second,
just
dear.
died. Of
Opie, I'm gonna
Wait,
cut.
course.
I'm
wait
gonna,
one second.
yeah, I muted her. So
Oh
like
man.
the problem is Mahogany said the problem is black
It hurts
people
me.
can't keep
It
their
hurt in my
mouth
spirit.
shut. You're supposed to handle
It just
family
hurts.
issues at
Like
home.
not everybody, and I'm not saying every
Nobody.
white woman is like this. Okay, there's
Opie,
some fighters.
Of
Opie,
course.
can you
There's
hear?
some ride and
Hello?
dies out there. Okay,
Hello?
and some of you call them people auntie or grandma. Um,
Man,
let's be honest.
I
Opie,
would
can you
never
hear me?
do that.
Can you hear me, Opie?
I'll be like,
Hello?
what the fuck?
Hello?
See, I be
No, but
gatekeeping and
like if
stuff
you
like
look
that.
into our families, it is what it
Can you
is.
hear
If
me?
you look into our families, it is what it is,
Are you
I
hearing?
right?
do
Hearing me?
believe.
Yeah, we hear you.
Is she hearing me, Opie? I don't know if she's hearing me because she's not responding.
What are you saying, J Wave?
And I was trying to read some comments, but like
Go ahead, read them.
Black Lives Matter is this is no name. Black Lives Matter is oh no, the person said they didn't mean to say Black Lives Matter. Uh, I don't know if she can hear what I'm saying because the comment is she would also like to respond to it, but I don't think she can hear me.
I'm gonna
Go
say
ahead.
this real quick regarding Black Lives
Say what
Matter.
it is. Go
Uh,
ahead, J Wave.
Zaza
Say the
Zaza
comment you want to say.
Okay, Zaza said Malcolm X said celebrities are puppets. They should not be the face of leadership, which goes with the whole putting your business out there. Of course, I read what Mahogany said about
What did Mahogany say?
Mahogany said black people can't keep their mouth shut. You're supposed to handle family issues at home. And then somebody wrote, Black Lives Matter is a scam. I gave an honest black guy $5. That's more than Black Lives Matter has ever done for black people. That shit. That's low key valid. Like
I mean, when it comes to the organization, we can all
organization,
dive into that. We can all dive into the organization, how they act and how they are. They
Marxist.
some straight up agents. But the movement in regards to the philosophy
Um,
behind it, look, man, like that's a
guys,
beautiful, important thing. Go ahead.
can I make a point?
Yeah, go ahead,
Um,
Ornella.
Yeah.
I feel like we've touched on different topics, but when it comes to like the Black Lives Matter movement or what they've
Hmm.
done for the black community, like I please implore black people especially to not follow these rhetorics and these talking points because
I worked
Black
with
Lives
them
Matter
many
has done
years.
so much. Yeah, Black
I
Lives
worked with them many
Matter has
years.
done so much. If you want to
Hmm.
make a because this especially that particular
Hmm.
comment is so incendiary and it's so dangerous. I don't know that
Hmm.
sometimes things that we say we actually understand because if I hate to use this, but if this was
Hmm.
said by like a non-black person, we would be
Hmm.
down their throats. Black Lives Matter as the movement, as the group, the organization itself, it has done so much so far in the last maybe what, let's say 10
Hmm.
months. Google, educate yourself, look at things first before
Hmm.
you make a generalization. Yes, there are some people that have
Hmm.
used it to their own to their own benefit. But that's not the movement. That's not the organization. Let's make sure
Mhm.
we separate those things, because this is
We
what
kind of
happens.
can't
I'm
though.
gonna pull
You
We
it
kind
up.
of can't. You kind of can't do that
can you
sometimes.
I'm gonna pull it
J
up.
Rave, can you
Yeah.
please look up right now what has the Black Lives Matter movement done so far,
Yes.
so
I
that everybody
right
can
now.
see it, because like that's very dangerous. Let's not even go there. That's very
Okay.
dangerous. There's
Now,
so much that
here's
has
my
been done.
issue with the
Yes,
Black Lives Matter
wait,
organization.
wait, Malachi, I'm not done yet. There's some, yes,
Okay.
there's a lot that needs to still be done, 100%.
Mhm.
But let's not do that, because what you're saying,
Mhm.
we then will be contradicting what we're trying to do. You
Mhm.
know, we will be contradicting you. Yes, they're everywhere. Like, what are we talking
Mhm.
And
about?
that's the
There's
trap.
always going to be
Mhm.
there's always going to be people who are going to be against what we do. As
Yeah.
listen,
That's
all
hard.
skin
That's
folk,
hard to combat.
all skin folk, and what?
Input.
How did they say
Ain't
that?
this
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
not all skin folk is kinfolk.
Kinfolk.
kinfolk. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Not all
what I'm
That's
kinfolk.
trying
hard to
to say,
combat them.
like, let's be careful with what we
We
say as
honestly,
educated Black people. That's
it's
the
not
first thing.
saying we
Facts,
honestly got
Malachi.
to hold Black Lives Matter accountable, the organization accountable, because yes, they have done amazing job. They do tremendous things. But I feel like I have to speak on this only because I'm a Panther Cub. My mother's Panther. She was a Black Panther and the Black Liberation Army. And one thing about it is there were agents all up in that. I'm being real. I'm just being flat out honest. And we have to understand that our movements, in regards to the liberation of our people, oftentimes have agents. Call me back, please. Oftentimes have agents who
And
infiltrate
nobody
these
is arguing that.
organizations and
We're not
do
arguing that, but we can to
disservice.
I'm not arguing that, but we can then take those agents, because at the end of the day, the agents are not the majority, but we can take those
Facts,
agents
100%,
and
a
That's
million
then
true.
percent.
make those agents the center of our conversation, because that's
I have a question.
counterproductive.
I have a question for you because I feel you on that. I have a question for you though. Now, if say for instance, organization A stands for black people, black liberation, and they get funding from the Ku Klux Klan, how would you see organization A? How would you see that organization?
Ultimately,
How would you see them? You would see them as they're doing great. Organization A does great, but they got funding from the KKK. How would you feel?
Hmm.
Can you
That's
hear
a
me?
question for you.
I can then answer you back with what's the name of that the basket the basketball what am I trying, the owner of that basketball team, the guy that they said that he was racist, what was his
Donald
name,
Sterling?
the old black,
Sterling.
yeah, that one. When you look at him, he
Mm-hmm.
had been given double NAC, the what's the was
And the
what
Right.
was it?
NAACP.
It's the no. I want to remember what the award was for. I don't remember what it was for, but
Image
he got an
awards.
award. Yeah, the image award. Yeah, he got one. He put a lot of money behind the the movement or whatever, but that doesn't remove the fact that he's still racist. So what you're saying, I understand, but let's not act like the Black Lives Matter is funded by the KKK. Like, listen, like,
Jeff Bezos. I mean, not Jeff Bezos. George Soros
George Soros. Is
funding $27 million to the Black Lives Matter before anyone even gave $1 million.
it,
That
it,
make
mhm.
everything changed with Black Lives Matter since then. Before Black Lives Matter as an organization was everything that you're speaking on. Right after that, that check,
but it still is
Black
like.
Lives Matter became only when it comes to trending in
Hmm.
big times. But
Okay.
after that, a lot of their fundamental values have went out the
Hmm.
door. But it's okay. It happens. It
Yes,
happened
I
to the
hear you, bro.
Panthers. It happened to the Panthers, where everyone praised the Panthers. Everyone plays and reveres the Panthers and the Black Liberation Army and everyone in the Black Power struggle, it happened to them. And I'm warning you, don't be
Don't be,
blinded by
don't be,
good deeds
don't
so
be.
much that you disregard some of the bad things that's happening because you're going to be so loyal that you're going to end up waking up, realize that the blinders is off, and you in what's that movie, The Birds or whatever, Mirrors or something, where they had the woman blindfolded in a boat and is going down the stream.
The
That's
boss.
going to be us.
Yes. And a
It
lot of
happens
times,
so much.
and a lot of times it's because you have a good heart. It's because you're a good person.
Right.
That your
Right.
good intentions is what makes you overlook the it's because it's clearly not an obvious thing, right? So like you could easily just take the superficial good that Black Lives, the organization, just for the fact that they say the name Black Lives Matter, there's going to be people who get mad, like don't even
Mhm.
go against them because of you're pretty much going to be saying Black Lives doesn't matter because you're against the organization. That's the name of the organization. And I think that's why I was like, fuck, this is hard, because to other people, this could really screw them up, because they're going to be against it because they're like, yo, Black Lives
Yeah,
Matter.
because that's what happened with the Democrats with
Yeah,
black people. The
exactly.
same thing with Black Lives Matter happened with before them. It was the Democrats did the same thing to black people. And look where black people at now. At the bottom of the barrel, but yet we mate the Democrat Party. Like, how stupid is that? Because we thought that since these people cared about us, we thought that they cared about us because they wasn't as monstrous as these Republicans seem to be. We put our all into them, not realizing that the same issues we talking about black men not
Mhm.
protecting black women, they was the ones involved with taking a black man out the home just
Mhm.
to give regular survival benefits. But what is a survival benefit of being in a projects without a father there to whoop them kids' ass when they are not doing their job? We're not being respectful as men. What is that? The Democratic Party, as well as Republican policies as well, is involved with that. But black people become so loyal to that. And I don't want black people to be so completely loyal to any organization, black organization, white or anything, fully until we come to a sense of understanding that we have to have discipline in our organizations. We have to have us literally unified in the sense that we sharp. We the sharpest blade out here. Because oftentimes
If you want
these agents that you think is only the minority, when they're paying millions of dollars, oh no, they the majority. They the minority, just like the white people in South Africa. They the minority like that. White people in South Africa are the minority, yet they own everything. They control everything.
true. Ofi, you want to say some stuff?
So
Please.
What happened to your sister? She wanted to say something.
Oh, she left.
Oh,
Yeah, she went to bed. But
I
she
see you guys
basically
didn't
what
give her time to speak now.
yeah. But basically, basically what she wanted to say, I guess she wanted to piggyback off of Malachi and agree with the whole people of POC thing, right? The
mhm.
whole people of color thing. She also doesn't appreciate it. She said because of, and
Oh,
it's true, because of when that's the thing I didn't even really understand when I used to see POC. I'm like, what does that mean? Point of contact, point. And then I started.
Point of contact.
point of
And then I'm like,
You're a
contact.
mess.
oh, these people are saying people of color. So now they are grouping all of us in one whole thing to get.
right.
And it's like, yo, bro. This is, when I see Chinese, no offense, I hope no Chinese in the chat, nothing, but when I see Chinese saying people of color, yeah, you're of color, but you should not be. Right now, we're talking about some. Uh, Come on, we're not having the same struggle right now. We're not,
It's true. We don't
I
have the
don't
same
like to
struggle.
exactly. I don't like to be the one to say that, but it has to be kind of it's the truth. So I'm saying it
I
like
mean,
it's
we're never
the
gonna
truth.
have the same struggle as the other,
We be at the bottom of the barrel.
Yep, yep. We're never gonna have the
Exactly,
same struggle.
We be
and
at the bottom
that's
of the
part
barrel.
of why they suppress they suppress like people who black people on TikTok and stuff is because our perspective is totally different. The content we're
Right.
gonna make is from a totally different perspective. Listen, you cannot come and tell somebody that you've been oppressed. If you any look at my chat. Most time when some different person come in, there's somebody in the chat saying, "Get out of here, get out of here."
Right.
And the reason why is because we literally have been
And
oppressed.
I'm for that. Like I
You
don't
know what I
want
mean?
to see nobody
My alter ego,
like.
chemist.
Oh, where is he?
Where is he? Bring,
He's
you
in
should
there
bring
doing
him.
that. He's in there doing
He
We
that.
the
should
new
come to the
Tell
grapevine.
stage.
him we want violence.
We
Where
the
he
new
Oh my
come and
god.
grapevine.
just scatter us. That's what I
Jay, we the
want.
new grapevine.
Yeah.
Bro. And honestly, we hear, bro, like, because honestly, like, we see them. Me, I'm the person that so I'm like, I try to smile, but I know my people in there, they're going, so I smile after they do it. I'm like, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Nah, me and Money could be in our DMs being like, nah, we don't like that
Exactly.
Yo, I don't
because
know. Like the other day, there was even one that came that was really different. Like, yo, Ofi too was not with it. Yo, Ofi, you talk, man. I don't know why. Like she muted herself. I don't know if she.
Hey, can you? Is Chemist coming here? He should come. He talks a lot.
I
Chemist
told him.
talks.
I told him to come, but he said he
He
was at
talks a lot.
he was at a party, so he
See,
couldn't
I
really.
gotta watch
no, it's
myself, man, when
understandable.
I'm in the live, cause once I get going, I'm gone. Like I'm just talking. I'm
No,
going
but
in.
even with the conversation we started with the whole black man and
Right.
black woman dynamic, I feel like it's just we have to be like we have to be safe spaces for each other. Like to
Mm.
Yes.
me, that's what I feel
100%.
because and I
Yo,
understand you want to be talked to in a certain way, but
Ofi.
the thing is, like, sometimes me having to talk to you in a certain way means I have to police the way I talk to you. I have to, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So with even with the whole J. Cole situation, I love J. Cole. I'm not even gonna, I love him, I respect what he does, but I don't even really care about that conversation or those two particular people. But
Mm-hmm.
I just brought it up to kind of like you use it as a point of reference or like as an example for people to understand what I was trying to say. The
Mm-hmm.
thing is and also another thing that was said is, oh, we can't just be having these conversations in front of everybody. But the thing is, like, you disrespect us in front of everybody. So,
Exactly.
like, where do you want me to have this conversation? Like, you're not gonna spit on me and expect me to wait till. Nah, guess
I'm
what?
with
I'm
you.
gonna mash you
Yeah.
up
Yeah.
straight there.
I'm
Exactly.
Like,
with you. And
because
also,
I'm not the type to. Do you know
mhm,
what I mean? That's one thing. And
I agree with you.
secondly, with we have to
Well,
also
we
see how
we do
social media
disrespect each
works.
other in
we,
front
we
of
we have
each
to
other.
work. I don't like that.
Yeah.
That's false equivalence. The way black men treat white black women is not the same as the way black women treat black men. we
I call.
have to
I
we
honestly
have
feel I
like
seen
we
it. I
have
seen it
to,
too much,
if
and
we're
I.
going
I
to have a conversation, we have to have
hmm
like a few things that we agree on. That is not a point of debate. Black men disrespect black women way more than black women disrespect black men.
I agree.
Black
I
women
agree with that.
always show up for black men. I'll tell you, even like
I
every
agree with it
even when
in
a
conditional
black
sense.
man does
I
something
totally
to a
agree
black
with it
woman,
in conditional
even when
sense.
a black man does something to a black woman, you will find
Hmm
black women defending that black man. So the thing is,
That's true.
we have to have like certain things that we don't have to debate like over, because that's a known thing. So like when you go on what
Mhm.
social media does, it amplifies like the bad and the good.
Hmm.
So when you go on social media,
Huh.
black women, black
What is that coming from?
That's the silhouette challenge.
who is that for?
J Wave,
It's Ofi.
stop.
Nah,
Hey,
she
I
finally.
can't hear you guys, but you could probably hear me. I'm so sorry.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you clearly.
Oh,
We
okay,
can
okay.
hear you.
yeah. So what I was, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I was
Ornella.
saying, right, in terms
Can
of
we
our
can we let Ornella finish,
economics, I'm
please?
about the money. I follow
No,
the money.
we changed
Okay.
the
I want to
subject.
know where the money is going.
Can we let Ornella finish? She was finishing up, Ophia.
This is so messed up.
I'm sorry about that.
Because my computer said mute.
Oh, okay.
You muted yourself
I
for
don't
the
trust
longest.
technology, yo.
Can you finish, Ornella?
Ornella, please finish.
What I was saying is, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like social media, what social media does,
Because
it
she's
amplifies both.
muted on mine.
Uh,
Ornella's muted.
she, am I muted? Can you hear me?
She,
I
keep
can hear
going on,
you.
Nella. Keep
I can
going.
hear you.
Ornella, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So what I was saying is, social media just puts out what is in the world. Do you know what I mean? And it just amplifies both the good and the bad. Like for
Hmm.
me, if I give an example of myself, my TikTok is just full of black people.
Hmm.
So I don't get to deal with like the bullshit that people deal with on the daily. What usually happens if I see something that's going on is that one of the people that I follow just did like a stitch or whatever, you know? I
Hmm.
don't really like follow like these big, TikTokers who, because like, listen, to me, I feel, but that's my own choice. So what I'm
Hmm.
saying is
Me too, though.
when you go on social media, what do you see most of the time? Black women being the butt of the joke every time. Like you have black men that come. Listen, nobody asked you nothing, yeah, but you just wake up and you want to provoke people. So the thing
That's
is,
true.
you
That's
want to
true.
come and act a fool, disrespect us on a
I
daily, and
literally see
then
it from both genders. I
Yo,
literally see it
I
from
got
both
one I can
genders.
show you too, actually. But
no,
you,
I know,
No,
but
it's
the
okay.
problem
It's
with
the
black
okay.
thing
men, and
is,
then
It's
black
okay.
women took over. They're like, "Oh, you want
the
to play this
thing,
game? We could play this
the
game."
thing,
It could
okay,
be because it's
let's.
always
Can we let
situations
Ornella
Sorry,
where
sorry,
finish,
sorry,
they
please?
Anel.
call a black man, a straight black man, gay for doing the anything that they feel is
Anel.
feminine. I see that too much.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And I'm
It's
not
both
saying
ways,
like
but black
it's not the
men
same though. It's
do
not the
it's
same.
not the same. It's not the same
That's what
because
I'm
black
saying.
men do
It's not the same.
rougher.
And the thing is as well,
Mm-hmm.
the
Hmm.
way, if like if a black woman says something to, okay, let me use this as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Again, when I talk about black men and black women, I like to use the race, example, white
Yeah.
people and
Hmm.
black people.
Yeah.
Black people be talking shit about white people as well, but it doesn't have the same power, it doesn't have the same sting, and it doesn't have the same effect, right? It's like when it's like when a person, when for example, people call
I get
white people
exactly
like,
what you meant. I totally get what you meant. You're saying that when black people talk about white people, it doesn't have the same sting because white people have that power. They have the systematic power. And when you see black men do that to black women, it doesn't have that, or black women do that to, excuse me, to black men, it doesn't have that power because black men have that power. Did I
and
say?
another thing also is, if you see a black woman saying, oh, you can't, or this is gay, or that's gay, and on the same thread, you're going to see black women telling her like, what you're saying is wrong,
Not all the time. That's not it.
you know
Uh,
and also
See,
and
I
also
think you're
like,
kind of like
let's take,
molded by your
no,
your
no,
your
let's,
Can we let her
situation.
finish, please? And then Malaka, you can talk. Let her finish, please.
My bad. I keep doing that. My apology.
no, it's okay, but what I'm trying to say, like, it's not the same. And when we're talking about relationships, we have to see like who is in the position of power, you
Hmm.
know when we look at the black community, black men are on a hierarchy to black women. We all agree with that. We also agree
No,
with the fact
no.
that,
I just don't believe that.
oh
I don't
god,
believe that.
okay, then I don't know where to start from, because I you know that, to me, I feel
Get
like
yourself
that's
together. You take your time. You could regroup yourself, your thoughts.
No, go
no,
ahead,
no, I
Ornella.
mean,
No, I want to hear her. I want to hear her explain it.
uh, there are a few things to me that I think are factual, and we shouldn't have to go back and forth on. To me, within the black community, black men are the white people of the black community. That's the number one.
Yes, I agree with
Number
that part.
two, even though there is problems on both sides, black
Hmm.
men disrespect and mistreat black women more than black women do it to black men. That's the second thing. The third thing is, when you go on social media, you are going to most of the time see, um, see black men
Mhm.
making jokes about black women, especially like the
Mhm.
things that black men make jokes about black women, they're the same things we are very insecure about. Tell like we've seen so many videos of like if you see if you ask a black man like why do you
Mhm.
you know why do you date only white women, the first thing is going to be like, oh, black women are this, black women are that.
In order to
That's not what I
compare, we're
asked
gonna
you.
start comparing. It's true.
That's not what I asked you. I told you guys this story last time. One time, there was this guy, like literally, he harassed me to give he like my Snapchat or whatever. Like he literally forced me to give it to
Mhm.
him, and I was like, you know what, I don't want you to, um, I don't want you to go off on me. So I gave it to him. And at
Mhm.
first I was like, oh, it's cool. It's like, oh, hi, how are you doing? Whatever, whatever. And it's like, oh,
Mhm.
can we meet up? Let's talk, whatever. The first
Mhm.
time we met,
Mhm.
he was trying to just be too like, bro, I don't know you like that. I don't need you to be too
He was
friendly.
too
Like we're just
aggressive.
getting not even like he was a bit too forward, trying to talk like I'm quite I love I'm very strong on boundaries. So like if
Yeah.
it's your
Mhm.
first time to meet up,
And you
like
should be.
stop, don't be holding my hand, bro. I don't know you like that. I'm
Mhm.
very like that. So the thing
Okay.
is he tried to hold my hand, and I politely like
Oh.
moved, like I let him hold it for like 2 seconds and then I moved. And then
Mhm.
do you know the first thing he said is that, oh, black girls, they play hard to get, it's not the same thing with
Yeah, I
white
said
women.
that the other
And
day, but you
I
told
was
me in
like,
front.
why are you here? Like when you saw me, you knew I was a black girl, so why are you telling me this?
Exactly.
If you know this is how we are as black girls, and you ain't trying to wait or let us play hard to
Mhm.
get, as you say. I don't think I play hard to get. I think it's going to take the
Mhm.
time it's going to take, point blank period.
Yep.
But if you know that black girls do that, go be with your white women. Don't come and talk to me and then start comparing me to white
Right.
women.
Yeah, that's kind of
Exactly.
funny for him
you
to
100%.
know
do that. He insecure for that.
so the thing is, like, every time the thing that happens, most of the
Mhm.
time when black women are talking shit about black men, it's usually coming from
Mhm.
experience, whatever, which is not true. It's filled with trauma. Yeah, we can talk about that. But the thing is, when black men are talking about black women, it's always putting us down compared to other races. And that by itself, you guys you don't understand
Now,
what
you
that
don't
does to a
think that could
person.
be from a trauma too?
No, I understand that,
Did you
but
hear
the
me?
thing is, like, I
You don't
want you
think
to
that
do
could
what you.
possibly be
No,
from a
I
trauma
hear
too?
you. I hear you. For me, I don't even care that black men date outside their race or whatever. Do what you want to do. Do you? Just don't involve me. If you want to be with white girls, go and be with white girls. But don't be like, oh,
Yeah,
black
I
girls
know.
are
I
shit.
hear
Black
everything
girls are
that you
that.
said. I seen those discussions. I've seen those
That's a small
discussions many times.
example. Like, that's a small example.
Right.
I know, and I'm not putting
Mhm.
it on all of you, because for me, the reason why I don't even care about black men that date outside the
Let me
race,
see.
because I've met so many black men that love black women. I know that's
Mhm.
something that exists, and most black men prefer black women to other races,
Yeah.
100%. But like the
Right.
thing is, you can't disrespect me on a regular in front of people and always expect me to take you, like, in the back and be like, oh, I
Mhm.
don't like you when you talk to me like this, because you're disrespecting me.
See, that's what I was saying earlier, Jay,
Mm-hmm.
is the fact that we oftentimes group us as this monolith, and in reality, we're not. None of us are. Because the same issue you're saying about black men who date outside their race and bash black women is also seen in regards to black women who date outside their race as well. And you know what's the problem is? Black women who don't even date outside their race don't tend to see that either. For example, Serena Williams, like I said earlier,
Mm-hmm. You
our
spoke.
last discussion. Serena Williams, she said, you know, about her husband. Her husband is white,
Mm-hmm.
all right? She said, you know, uh, I don't find a problem dating a white man, but black men never treated me right. And I'm like, who was the black man she dated? And it was literally Common, Drake, who was biracial. Who was the white man she dated? Brett Ratner, who was a fucking rapist.
But
So my
Malaka,
who's a white guy, by the way.
Malaka, I don't
So
want
what?
to I don't want to. I'm sorry
Mhm.
to interrupt you, but I don't. But okay, so you we so I there's Common, there's Drake, but we don't even know before she became famous how many other black men she dated too. You know, because we can't just say it's just those. Those are the ones that we know of. There's probably
Oh
so many
yes, of
behind the
course.
scenes.
I'm not. Of course, I'm just
Yeah,
saying off of what we've known. Well, she's from literally from where I'm from,
yeah.
but her father did not allow her to do none of that shit at no teenager. When she started dating, she was already Serena fucking Williams. She was already well known and established. Her father did not allow her to do because she's from Compton. I'm from Magnolia. She's from off of Greenleaf a little bit. And trust me, her father was not having it. Was not having it with the Compton boys. Because then she would be justified in that statement. After that, she dated celebrities, rich motherfuckers. And from her dating pool, I know, trust me, I'm a Serena Williams, Venus Williams fan. I know her story through and through. I love them to death. I'm just using them as an example, and I don't want this to be like a generalization of all black women. So please don't make that. But what I'm using is I noticed when Serena Williams made that statement and said those things, black women didn't even see it. For some reason, both genders have a problem to see their own toxicness sometimes. And it's not like
It's true. We
it's
don't.
not like I'm not saying that black women aren't holding other black women accountable because they do. Black men do as well. But guess what? A lot of black women don't see that. They don't see it. It's like the shit skips. For example, on Shade Room just yesterday, a white boy, he's on TikTok. His name is Jared. He talked about black women being proportionately uh overeducated more than anyone in the United States specifically, right? Mind you, there's many black men who said this who got many views. Many black women said this got many views. Shade Room grabbed him, put him up there, and had him as this
Token
hero. You
token
see
white
what
boy.
I'm saying?
That shit
Yeah.
blow minds, bro.
And everyone was like, "Oh yes, oh yes,
And
I would
black
date
men
him,
don't
I
say
would
it though.
marry him, I would love him, I would do." And all the black women was like, "Oh my goodness, this is what I'm
Let
talking
me
about.
tell you,
Someone who actually cares about our struggle, who's saying it." And I'm like, this is the point that I'm saying. We don't want to see
the
each
hat.
other who's trying. We don't care about each other who is trying to love each other. We only do, and that's only due to our conditionings. Trust me, it's only due to our conditionings.
It's true.
Now, am I saying that black men aren't toxic in many ways? Yeah, we are. Just like majority of the men in the whole entire world. And with us, our toxicness stems from anti-blackness. That's the only reason why we have these individuals who go after black women all the fucking time. Black women can't do nothing right. But we have to be mindful to move forward that we need to build a new culture because for some odd reason we generalize holding accountable as a generalization in itself. How can you
No,
hold black men? Go ahead.
no, I hear you what you're saying,
Hmm.
and I know that this is not something that is only within the black community, but I don't give a fuck about. Sorry for cursing, but I don't care about
That's
everybody
fine.
else.
You can
I'm a
curse.
black woman.
You're good.
I'm a
You're good.
black woman. I care about black men and the black community. So those are the people that I'm going to
Oh
focus
yeah, I
on.
wasn't I
That's the
wasn't
first thing.
POC in the situation. I'm just saying,
No,
you
no,
know,
no, I
we
understand. No, I understand.
I
And the
wasn't
thing is,
POC in the
like,
thing.
I feel like now this is what I've gathered from um your point of view. I feel like you're saying that we should focus on the people that are doing right and come
No,
together.
not only because I'm not saying because we need to give the attention to our toxic individuals out here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't like disregard these monsters and parasites that I'm talking about. We need to honestly, these black men that you're saying are doing all of these things.
Hey,
We need to ostracize these motherfuckers.
100%
Yeah.
agree.
We need to also hold accountable everyone on each side.
Hmm.
But the problem is when we do that, it goes, well, look at all the black men. They do this. So why we this do? We can, what is this? Is
No.
not a problem, y'all. And it's like that's not gonna work because our people collectively have trauma and toxicness. Like for example, all these individuals that you saying are black men who are so anti-black women. I ask you, what are they traumas?
it's trauma.
What trauma, what anti-black trauma? This is why I feel like we need a specific anti-black trauma centers for black children to to be raised and go through. Every black child should be instantly going through a black trauma as well as their parents because a lot of their parents are conditioned in making these boys. A lot of single mothers are making these anti-black boys. And you know what people say? They have no empathy for it. They say, "Oh, how can they say something like this. I know you heard this phrase. Well, if you don't like black women, you don't like your mama." And then
This
my
is
question is, how do you know they mama was good in the first place? How do you know? Well, mothers take care of this. You're going off of your belief. How you like, some girls had better fathers than they had mothers, and vice versa. So we have to realize that this is a complex issue. And when we make my issue with the whole black men versus black women thing is it's always generalized as in the negative, and it's kind of like makeup as holding accountable. But we can't do that to each other.
yeah.
We can't do that to each other because, for example, we barely, like I told you earlier, I said, in the live stream, I said we barely made it past the 2010s because we had dumbass intellectuals saying, "Oh, black men are the weakest link," or "Black women."
This was
Check
the
this one out.
I
Check
even
this one
studied
out.
that.
Check
I
this one
studied
out, Jay.
that as well. It's facts
Check
though. Yeah, keep
yeah,
going.
check this one out. Black women are the downfall of the black race. This was actually intellectuals saying this. Both of them. They were saying black men are the weakest link and black women are the downfall of the black race.
So cancel us
Hmm.
out. Cancel
This
us
is
out.
what Yes, this is what they were saying. All through social media throughout the 2010s. We barely made it because we allowed these agents to come in us in our communities, come because we think they care about us. They start hard, they start real good, and then they trick you,
And
and
then
then
you
they got you.
emotionally, right? Now, now
Exactly,
I'm defending the men and we defending the women and
exactly.
No, no. You know,
wow.
And
Onella,
guess
you
what?
say something.
And guess what? We fucked up because we fell for the okey doke yet again. Now I'm gonna mute myself because I talk too much.
Yeah. I can say something. I feel like I talk too much as well.
No, no, no.
No,
I
no,
love
no. You
this. You
guys,
guys
no,
keep
you're
going. You
fine.
guys are not keep going,
You're
please.
fine. You're fine.
Um. I feel like. Uh. Okay, I'm trying to put my thoughts together in like the right way to say this, but I don't know if Malachi was there from the beginning because we literally.
What happened?
Oh,
What happened?
I think she'll be back. Like, you
And
know
what
how
happened?
sometimes she left the room, but you know sometimes how
I
the
can't hear you guys.
you can't hear you can't hear us.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
What happened?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
I can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you, but I don't think anybody can hear. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear
Oh,
you.
okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, well,
Go
Jay
on.
said
I
they can.
fell off.
I can hear
Sorry.
you.
I just like it just went off for a few seconds. But what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say is, I don't know if Malachi was here from the beginning of this conversation, but we literally touched on all those things.
Mm-hmm.
And also the thing is, like, just as how this whole Black Lives Matter came to be, it's because yes, all lives matter, but like Black lives are being attacked right now. So when we talk about as well within our community, it's like we know there are problems on both sides, but Black women are under attack right now. If you look at the numbers of like Black women that have been kidnapped, that have just disappeared, or even if you go online, like literally last year, every week there was a video of a group of Black men harassing black a Black woman. Now
Or
that
just
doesn't
this
mean
month.
that
Or just
even
this
this
month, the
month,
assault,
Even
the
this
exactly.
month,
assault on
even
Black
this
women.
month, exactly.
And the thing is, like, we're not saying that every Black man is out here just running around, harassing Black women. No. But the thing is, this is something that now it has been put in the public sphere and that everybody's seeing. So now that one thing or those videos, what they're going to do is they're going to create conversation. Then people are going to start talking about it. Yes, there's a lot of like, and I said this from the beginning, like we deserve to have therapy. Like all Black people should be given free therapy throughout life because we grow up with trauma, generational trauma in our households. We go out, we're traumatized on a daily. We've already talked about that, but like the thing is, right now we're talking about the relationship between Black men and Black women and how Black men can protect Black women, because it is very evident that Black women are under attack, and many times, I'm not saying every time, but a lot of those times it's by the hands of Black men. I think that's where my point, that's where I'm coming from.
Eh,
And I'm not saying
mhm.
that we then shouldn't be talking about problems that Black men are going through, because I don't know if I said this earlier or maybe I thought about saying it and I didn't say it, but the people that patriarchy hurts a lot, patriarchy hurts men even. I'm not going to say even more because that's not true,
That's
but it
equally
hurts them a lot too, because
close.
the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is,
exactly.
that's where this whole toxic masculinity comes from, because you have grown-ass men who have zero, they have zero intellectual maturity. Like they're stuck at a teenage boy type. I don't know how to explain it. Like everything is anger. That's why you were talking about how Black men are ready to shoot. A Black man is ready to shoot another one over, like, oh, you stepped on my shoe or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's because there's no emotional maturity. They're like they're stuck at a certain point, and they haven't been able to grow in that way. We as women, we're given the right to be able to cry, talk our feelings out, and men don't get that. And especially for Black men, it's very important because you are the ones that.
What
Oh,
happened?
it happened
What
again.
happened?
Okay, so while she's coming back
Yeah, I
into
can't
the
even
room.
hear you. What's going on with this thing?
Nah,
Hello, hello, hello.
I can hear you though. Okay.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? I can hear you. I can hear you.
Sorry
Deal.
guys, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know
I
either.
keep getting off and on.
Can you hear
You
me? Can you hear me?
can you hear J? Yeah, you
Monica,
did. But
Monica, can
can
you
you
hear me?
hear J Wave? Because I can't hear J Wave.
I can hear Monica and I can hear
Okay, so
Ornella.
I better go off and I'm gonna come back. So can you just hang on? Because I
Okay,
want to hear what
yeah.
you have to say.
Okay. So let me read the comments then while
This
while
thing
she's
is so
coming
weird.
back in. Uh so uh Lolin for real said, yeah. She said, I'm a black mother who had an abusive mother. I have 3 out of 4 brothers who married white women. Okay? She continues to say, if you are darker, we have always been under attack to black love. And then she said one more thing that was deep. She said, the darker the berry, the deeper the trauma.
Who
Yo,
said that? Who
uh,
was it?
law Lolin for real. Yo, she said some deep shit right there.
Can you read it again? Because I just came because I had to go off and come back. Read the
Okay,
whole thing.
I'm gonna read it again from the top. So
Thank you.
she said that I'm a black mother who had an abusive mother, right? I have 3 out of 4 brothers who married white women. Okay, her mother was a black woman, of course, right?
Hmm.
If you if you are darker, we have always been under attack to black love, which is true. That's why we even have this whole dynamic of black man versus black woman, even to begin with. And then
Hmm.
finally, she says, "The darker the berry, the deeper the trauma."
Wow.
That shit is deep, because like it just speaks for itself. Honestly, like it just
Wow.
speaks for itself. Like when I read that, I kind of got goosebumps because it was like shit.
Ornella, go ahead. You were gonna finish. Go ahead.
Something's going on because it keeps banning me from the live. Really?
Ornella, you there?
Why? That's weird. This
Ornella?
it's my heart. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, because I'm like I couldn't hear you if you were here or not. But no, you were
Welcome,
gonna finish.
welcome everybody.
Oh.
Oh yeah. No. Let me see if there's more. Yes, yes. That's when I come in and must be kicking you out or something. It was weird. I don't know why it's kicking us out. Like,
You guys are going too deep.
nah, that makes sense though. That makes sense. Mhm. Link again. Better. Okay. Okay. Uh, so Opie is even still in this. In this, she just muted herself.
Yeah,
Uh,
she's here.
we are caught up in beefing. That's all Opie said. We're caught up in beefing that we could forget to build, and that's the whole thing about it, right? Like it's a distraction thing. Like when we get into this, what I got from what Malachi said. I'll say this, right. What I got from what Malachi said is, we as black men and black women, right? What we do because of the pain that we feel is we invalidate each other's pain. Okay, like because the black, so like as black women, you guys have been through a whole lot, and as black men, we haven't done enough to be there for you, right? But
Hmm.
also kind of feel like we because of you guys have been so through what you guys have been through, you guys have gotten to a point where you're kind of like fed up. So even what we and not necessarily we want you to like we want to we so pretty much what I'm trying to say is we have to both find a way to make each other feel validated, and not because of when Ornella said, like, when you were talking about the struggle, right? Everything you were saying was 100% correct, right? But I feel like as black people, what we have to do now is when we talk, we should talk in a plural form. And when I say plural, it's not to invalidate what the woman has been through compared to the man. Because for sure, what man has been through, especially in this day and time, y'all go through a lot more than us, 100%, right? But there should still be there should still be I guess at least try to make, I don't want to say make us feel, because like no, it's not like we have to find, and I don't know how for us to do that, right? All I can say is that we both have to find a way to kind of like validate each other's struggle and then try to build each other up because of I'm shit everything that you've said you already know I agree with you 100%. And where Malachi was coming from, right, is like the male perspective, right, where males feel like, okay, the generalizing thing, and I totally understand. I feel like in order for it to kind of work with women, we kind of have to get to a point maybe where maybe as men we just have to eat it, right? Because we just got to eat it, like eat it and understand, like, yeah, you're not one of those men, but we might just have to eat it, and maybe that will make things better, right? But if a lot of men are not able to eat it, the other way is gonna work is literally us having this conversation where it's like we gotta both each other share our struggles with each other, right? And because like you see, a man is looking at it like, look at what the system has put me through. Look at so you looking at me like this, and you looking at me like that. This is the result of that. See, if a lot of men are mass thinking on that level, then it will be hard for both of us to meet in the middle because the woman is already like, yo, bro, you're not getting it. Then just shut up. You're not. You see what I'm saying? And we kind of have to. It's kind of hard, man. And that's what I'm at this point now. Just from y'all having this conversation in my head,
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out how could we meet to that middle ground where it feels like because me, I know like for women, I know how to fix it because me, I don't care about the generalization anymore. Like you could say men, and I really don't care.
That's good.
You
That's
know?
good. And I don't think you should. I don't think you should care about the generalization. I mean, and I get why you care, but I don't think you should care because I feel like what she was, if only if it only if it applies to you, that it should really affect you, that that bad. And I get why some people are that way, because even with this whole, like, the filter thing, like the filter thing with the women thing, like when like some of us women that commented, because I mean, I didn't do that. I'm not the kind of person that would do a video or post a video or do any of those kind of challenges. That's not me. It's never been me. I'm a private person.
Hmm.
But I feel like, yeah, I jumped in because I'm like, this is ridiculous. What kind of sick pervert goes and exploits black women's privacy? Like, it's just wrong in so many levels. And also I'm fed up because I'm tired, because I saw all these videos of black women getting assaulted. It's just like, I'm just like what Ornella was saying. She was saying, it's a lot. Like, and for me it was a lot, because I'm like, this is just ridiculous. Like, I can't, I can't.
Correct, because you showed me all of it, and I was
All those
also
videos, and
shocked.
I'm like, and then now, on top of that, now this, come on, like, when do black women catch a break? When do they get a break? when
True.
do when do they have when do they get like when do they get a chance to make a mistake?
And
And
sometimes
that,
you just gotta shut up and listen.
yeah, and then also those videos, and then I'm seeing all these black men
Mhm.
saying all these comments like, yeah, g- good job, bro, nice job, but like, how did you do it, and all this stuff. And then,
I'm gonna explain to you what she's talking about.
they were like, yeah, they were encouraging him, saying, nice job, how did you do it, they deserve it, they shouldn't have done it, they deserve it, they deserve it.
Encouraging
And
him, saying,
I'm
nice
like, do you
job,
know how
how
many
did you do it?
videos?
They deserve it. They shouldn't have done it. They deserve it. They deserve it.
Where's
I'm
my
like, do you know
echo?
how many videos? They
Is
shouldn't
that
have done it. They
is
deserve it.
Opie
They
back?
deserve it.
When that happened
I'm
to
like, do you
Opie?
know how many videos?
So basically, what she was talking about was I don't know if you guys know the silhouette challenge,
No.
right? But
So,
basically,
so
what
basically,
What
happened
do you
what she
was
was talking
mean?
about
a
was
guy
I don't know if you guys
figured
know the
out how
silhouette
to
challenge, right? But
unmask
Then
basically,
who
what
is it?
happened
filter,
was
and all the
a
women who were
guy.
doing it naked, he was pretty much exposing them. Then he took it to another level,
It's
went
her.
on YouTube, and started like showing guys how to unmask it and show women naked, right? So I actually posted that video on my account. If you go to my account, you see like I posted a video revealing what the guy did, just so that women will be careful, kind of thing. And this is even what sparked this
This,
conversation.
yeah, that's what sparked this whole thing. And he did a tutorial to show the other men how they can do it too. Like, remove the filter so they can all go and do the same thing of videos.
And the comments, the men in the comments were literally like hype. They were happy. Like, it was some pervy kind of thing. I saw it. I was like, oh, no, this is crazy, right? So today, I wake up in the morning and I see people in the comments like, why would women even post? Why would women even post naked to begin with? So Monica went in the comments like, what are you talking about? They started going back and forth. And
Yeah.
there's even some women defending it, or one woman. It was mostly men in there like, why would you even want to post yourself naked to begin with? It's the internet. You already know what's coming. So that's kind of even where it came from. How
Yeah,
can
and majority, and a lot of them were black men saying, good job, bro, how'd you do it? And then there was, and that's me being clean, because there were some nasty, comments those black men made, like this is what they're gonna use basically as their porn.
He turned off the comments.
It was so bad. Like I was just like, are you
I'm gonna
kidding
read
me?
what
Like
y'all wrote.
it was just so bad. And like, and I couldn't. I was like, I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. Because I'm like, first it was assaulting all these black women's video. Now this, I like, it was a lot. I'm like, it's just a disrespect. It's too much. And I'm like, I feel like black women don't get a chance to make mistakes. Because white women, they flash, they have this flashing videos of them flashing people and all stuff, and they get to go live their normal life, no consequences. When black women, like, those women, they make a mistake, or even because there's some of those girls who are underage, they don't get a second chance. How come they don't get a benefit of that? They don't get to make mistakes. They're also humans.
Now I see where you're coming from, because in the beginning, the mistake thing, I was, but now I totally understand where you're coming from. Like, hmm I was gonna read, but if you want to go, you could go first.
Go
Shana.
ahead, Ornella.
Mm,
Yeah.
true. You're open-minded, huh?
Yep.
This is deep. This is deep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now that takes right. Now that's right. Mm-hmm.
No, that's not
That for some
Mal-
reason we're just the only ones.
Malika.
I could show you many. I could show you many. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. I could show you many. I could show you many. I could use it on. I could show you TikTok. I could show you on TikTok. I could show you on Twitter. I could show you. But my point is, like I said earlier, we don't have the empathy for each other enough to acknowledge that we are equally hurting each other. In many instances, some in regards to women, yes, women get it definitely worse. Black women get it absolutely worse. I'm not disregarding that.
Facts,
But
Malachi. Facts.
In regard to
But
women, yes,
what I'm
women get it
saying
definitely
is,
worse.
what I'm only
Black women
saying
get it
is,
absolutely worse. I'm not disregarding that. But
Okay,
I
that's
gotta, I
what
you.
gotta
I'm
read this.
saying
I
Sorry.
gotta
is,
read
Okay,
this because
that's
this
what
was
you.
I'm
deep.
only saying
She
is,
said, "How can we trust our men when we
Okay,
can't
can you
trust
put yourself on
ourselves?
mute?
We are broken, and that's how they take advantage of us." Are you hearing that?
Why is everybody muted?
Yo, yeah, because she's saying some stuff that, like, I think you guys will want to
So
hear.
Yeah,
crazy
please
to
read it
me.
to us.
How can we trust our men when we
To
can't trust
refresh.
ourselves? Because we are broken, and that's how they take advantage of us, right?
thank you.
There's actually a lot more here. Just as other races elevate their people, I likewise do the same with us black people. This is Bimplia. And then someone said, but dark-skinned black men are fetishized. Meanwhile, dark-skinned
No,
sisters
Jay,
are
you got to
not.
go all the way down to the newest
The new
comments.
ones.
You
All
got
right,
to go
let me wait.
all the way down to the newest
Let me wait
ones.
for them okay, good. Load. Okay, loaded right now. I'm about to read them. Boom, boom. Okay. How boom.
Ornella, do you kind of get my point what I'm trying to say? Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this is deep. This is deep. You're getting me emotional. Let me little.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
The reason why we sometimes have to generalize is so that we can, we have like
A basis to.
a basis, or we have a framework to work from. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? But 100%, you should never be disrespected. Everything you're saying is valid, you know. But like me, what I'm saying is, just as much as we want to have safe spaces and have, know that we have each other's back, the only way we're going to be able to do that is if we let everybody, just say how they feel, and like let black women tell black men like when they drop the ball. Like we talked about this whole interracial dating and marriages. Most of the time when black men date outside of their race, they see it as an upgrade, right? But
Both races
most of
do
the
that. I'm
time,
sorry. Both genders, excuse me, do that. No, 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 no. Both genders
no,
do that.
you did let me make my point though. What I'm trying to say is most
Hmm.
women that I know that date outside of their races, it's not like, oh, I'm going to date white boys because white boys do it better. I've heard that, but it's not as much as I hear black men say it. I know some black
It's
women
still
do
my
it,
point
but
that I
it's
said
not the
earlier.
same level. It's not the same level. Most black, even Serena Williams that you talked about, she said that when dating black men, she feels like black men didn't want her, and that's very understandable because she is. So I've seen so many black men compare Serena Williams to a man.
Yeah.
Serena Williams gets it. Megan the
But black
Stallion,
men
which
put
I'd
her
never.
on a magazine, put her on King magazine as an image of beauty. That's the funniest thing about it. When
No,
people say black men said that, you know who said it the most? It was actually white men. White men said it on huge platforms. It was black
no,
men who
no,
put
no.
her on.
Everything that we're saying right now, white people do it to us as well. But like now we're talking in the frame. We're talking about the black community.
Yeah.
You understand? I don't. At this
Yeah,
point, I
that's what I'm
don't really care
speaking
what other
on.
people.
That's what I'm speaking
I
on.
don't. Yeah, but at
That's
this
the only
point,
thing
I
I'm
don't
speaking
care
on.
about what white people do to us right
No,
now.
in this
I'm talking
regards, it
about with
fits
being
the
us.
sentence. It fits the segment because you said that black
You want
men
to
was the
tell me
ones
that
calling
you
her.
haven't, not once, they've done that for Megan the Stallion. They always
Megan
call
Thee
her
Stallion.
trans.
I like the video.
They
Haven't we heard that?
That could be.
People compare, like the first thing that when that whole situation with Tory Lanez happened, they're
Yeah, they
like
called her a
the
man.
first thing they said was
Yeah,
oh well, she was probably like, do you see how big she is, da 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 da
yeah,
da.
they did.
Like,
I've
do
yeah.
we
heard it.
understand, like there's this hyper masculine we there's this thing we do where we put hyper
Mhm.
masculinity on black women, especially dark skinned black women, black women that are
Mhm.
tall, black women that are, that are strong. We compare them to men, and like you understand that itself is dehumanizing to those black women, because then if we're comparing them to men, then we're saying, oh, you can treat them like men then. You know, the first thing that people said when the whole Tory Lanez, wherever you stand, I don't want to have that conversation right now, but the
Yeah.
first thing that they were saying is that, oh, what happened is he like, oh, Tory Lanez saw, her, and like she
Mhm.
has he saw her dick, that's why he shot at her. And I'm like, what are we
Yeah, I
talking
seen
about?
that. I seen that. I
I never
seen that.
seen that. That's funny. That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
not funny. It's crazy. Sorry.
I
They
know what
they
Yeah.
you
do
mean.
that.
It
I
is
was like,
crazy.
what?
Men do
They've done
that
that to,
to
no, they've done
men
that to,
do that
I've
to
heard,
very powerful, strong women because
they've
they
done
did
that
it to
to
Lady Gaga
Michelle
when I was in high
Obama.
school.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
they
did it
do
to Michelle.
Michelle
that.
You're right.
Obama.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
they did to
definitely did
Michelle
to Michelle.
Obama. They
I
do
think
it to
so.
strong
And Michelle,
women
So
who come off
Michelle
very
doesn't do.
strong.
Yeah,
They do that
they
to
did it
them.
to Michelle. Yeah.
the thing is, we have to, the thing is, black women are the low hanging fruit, right? So
Yo,
Yeah.
the comments is fire. It's blowing.
everybody feels like it's okay for them to go at black women. Even like in, growing up, what happened is everybody would just crack jokes on black girls to make people, to
Generation
make the class laugh,
toxicity.
to make the whole class laugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we're the easy target. We are the easy target. Even like I remember when we talked about the whole, who, black women are only attracted to black men, but black men, attract other races as well.
Yeah.
I remember we talked about it, and it's like, yes, I know that there is problems on both sides, but we're not gonna act like it's the same.
Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
And that's all I'm saying. And what we need, mainly what we're talking about, is let this, like, we show up for black men every time. We need black men to show up for us as well. Black
Exactly.
women are the first and the real allies in this world. We're allies to white women, we're allies to the LGBTQ community, we're allies to everybody, but nobody does the same for us. So what we're asking is for black men to just show up for us. That's it. Now, when we go on a day to day relationships and everything, yes, I understand there's a lot that needs to be talked about, and there's a lot that needs to be broken down. But what we're asking is for black men to show up for us, just as we show up for them. That's it. And I'm done.
And
J
that's
Wave,
yes.
what do you got? Because you look like you were reading comments.
Yes,
There's
please
a
let us know.
they got comments that I'm like, whoa.
Read it,
This is
please.
all right. So let's see where to start. Like I'm gonna start from where we left off because I think
Okay.
what everybody wrote is
I
actually
have a
really, really
question
good.
for Ornella.
I let me just say black women will always yes, no. Actually there was something before that. Oh, so there was a
Can you
lot.
hear me?
Yes. How? But let me just read this real quick, bro, because the more comments will flood in. Uh, it's okay. So, but the line has to be drawn somewhere to stop all of this nonsense. That's what she says. Black men and black women both can be toxic. Then we keep going.
Mhm.
Uh, Black women will always love the black man because we see them as our sons, husbands, fathers. Okay. Then some Blimp wrote, I most certainly do love black men 24/7, 365, and some. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Because there's still a lot more I'm not even going for. Black women Black broken men break black women. Broken black women break black men. You hurt who you love. Yo,
True.
this shit that she's saying is literally tug of
It's
war.
deep.
Exactly. Black women
That's the cycle that I'm trying to
and
to
that's
show
really
people.
what is going on in the black community. Exactly. Black women give up on black men due to feeling unwanted. And I think she was agreeing with you, Ornella, when you were talking. Both will be broken. It's nonstop. It's nonstop. It's This is toxicity between us. How many generations of it, right? And then women are nurturers and men are protectors. So if we don't love our men, they don't protect us. Right. But the thing about it is, you love us, but I think it's more of us feeling like you love us because we do. Like, okay, we don't know because we don't feel it. Like clearly, because of if there's a fight, let's see, back and forth. It's actually more of a feeling because I don't doubt that you love us. It's more of us feeling that you love us. That's what I'm getting from this. The toxic behavior is passed on generation after generation. Does it ever end? Hell, that's a question that we're trying to
That
figure.
is a good question.
Yep, yep. I totally agree with the person speaking, which is Ornella. Black women will always come to black men's defense. There's way too much competition. That's mahogany. If one speaks about their trauma, the other says mine is worse, and that's what
Yeah.
happens with black people. This is literally, and that's why I'm saying I don't know how we can find that middle ground, but that's the thing that would like when we both make each other
Oh
feel
yeah, definitely.
validated. This war is done. Literally, we didn't come up with this pain until it was taught. It's true. It's true. We didn't come up with this pain. It was taught. Okay, well, almost at the bottom. Why do some men need to break strong women? Why is that okay? Disrespectful 1,000%. That's Ophi. No, no, no. Slavery. But there's a difference in African community and
No, say it.
just
Say it.
gotta come in and say so.
Say
Hey, hey.
it. What is it?
Hey, hey. Okay. Hurt hurt who you love because of forgiveness. Then dehumanization of black women at the hands of black men is often disregarded. The way we see some stuff is different. African men don't degrade black women, and officers.
Who said that? Is that Kemis that said
It's
African
cameras.
men don't degrade black women?
It's cameras.
Who else? It's Chemist. Who else chooses violence every day? It's him.
It's
This
cameras,
is
bro.
why Kemis always has something to say. This is why I wanted him here because I know he's got stuff to say like that.
Cameras is
African
jokes.
men
No,
don't
Yeah,
let's
that's
degrade
not
why I'm
do
black
like,
this
women.
yo,
whole,
come
oh,
in
it's
here. Come say
only
your shit.
African men don't do it.
Who
African
said
men do
African?
this. African
I'm in
men
the
do it as well.
forefront. I'm not
Yep,
the front.
yep. I think like men in general do it. So I think it's
Because we're
crazy for him to say
patriarchal.
African, African men. But if he's saying African men don't do it to the degree of the black men here, then I can understand.
Yeah,
But African men,
we don't
No,
have
the thing is, no,
disrespect. I understand what he's saying though. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
go ahead.
the
Sorry,
thing is
Ornella.
in Africa. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm talking too
No,
much, you guys.
no, no,
No,
not
you're
at all.
fine.
But
You're fine. You're fine. Go
the
ahead.
thing is in Africa there is a different dynamic.
Yeah.
It's a bit more, it's still a bit more traditional, where you find that even though in Africa there is a big problem with patriarchy, men still do what men are supposed to
Supposed
do.
to do.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like and the thing is, like, in Africa there is like this very well oiled machine that works. Our mothers would take, our father's shit as long as he can provide for the family, which I don't believe in, because that is itself creates trauma. I don't know where everybody else went.
I'm here.
but
You'll be
but
back.
what I'm saying is, it's a bit different, but it still is done back home. And also another thing is, like, back home I feel like black women are haven't started to push back as much as we in the Western community do. I feel like black women here have
Hmm.
started to push back at patriarchy more than back home.
Hmm.
Because, like, for me, I lived in Africa for a very long time.
Yeah.
I've only been here for a few years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So I've seen both dynamics.
Same.
And
I lived in Africa for a good while too, so I've seen both too. I'll say.
yeah, so I feel like that's also something that happens. And I don't want to, if ever maybe said something that felt like I was invalidating anybody's experience, was never my intention, and I'm really sorry.
You
But
did.
what
It's
but what I'm just trying to say is, like, we have, yes, we have to come together, but we can't come together if there are still wounds that need to be healed,
Yep.
and that's
100%.
the only way we're going to stop this, this cycle. Like, we have to be the ones to choose. I personally, I cut off my family. Like, if you're bringing a lot of higihaga, I'll cut you off. I don't care if you're my auntie, because, like, I choose my mental health before anybody. So we have to be the ones to, and that has caused a lot of problems, because I want to talk about issues. I want to be like, well, growing up, you did A, B, and C, and it has hurt me in these
Yeah.
ways. And we need to, I want to talk to you about it so that we can move forward. And that sometimes causes problems, because African parents are not used to pushback. So I think that's what
Mhm.
happens as well. It's
Yeah,
not
and
that black. Yeah, go ahead.
no, I agree with you 100% because I don't think African parents, they're also getting used to the culture here too, or the culture of the Western
Yeah,
world, where like you have to address issues, and there's childhood traumas. There's
yeah.
things that happen that have to be dealt with. So no, I completely hear what you're saying, because that does make sense, because I feel like for anybody to be able to move forward, you have to address the issue.
Okay.
Definitely. And I feel like sometimes when we're talking about this, black men feel like we're attacking them, and it's not that. Like, for me, if I don't feel like, I don't know, it just feels like we're just trying to relate to you what we're going through, you
Yep.
Yeah.
know?
Yep.
And just as African parents are not used to pushback, I feel like black men also don't like the pushback,
Yeah. You can.
Yeah.
because,
No,
like,
I
when
agree with you. It's true.
we
We're
are
not used to it. That's what
we
it
are
is.
not
We're
used
not
to it,
used
and
to it.
we are black men's safe space, so they expect us to keep being their safe space. But what we're saying now is like, yes, we are your safe space, but the thing is that we don't have any safe space. You know what I mean? You are hurting us. You
Yeah.
understand? That's what we're saying. We're not here trying to kill all black men. We're not here out here trying to get you. That's never this. That's not the situation. But the thing is, black men for so long, we have just been your safe spaces for so long that sometimes maybe you don't remember that we also have feelings, that we also need, the
We
validation,
take it for granted.
you know
Yeah.
just
Yep.
that's why I wanted you to play that video earlier. It said it so well.
A video
She
game.
said, I know, right? When she says, like, just because I love you the most, I get the least of you. That's exactly what happened, because black men know how to navigate through this racist world so well. They do it, they become successful. Black men know how to talk nicely. Black men know how to be nice. They know how to wait. They know how to listen. But they do that to everybody else. But when it comes to us, they don't give us the same. They don't give us the same grace, I feel.
I hear you.
And I'm not saying that there's no issues on our side. There are, but the thing is, like, can we also fix what we're telling you? Like, can you guys? I feel like black men have to come into this situation and leave the ego aside and try to listen, and not just listen to respond, but listen to understand where we're coming from.
Sophie and Chemist is going at it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Ornella.
Yeah, I
No,
feel like that's it.
you're correct. I feel like I'm on board. Um,
Okay, Malachi, I think you wanted to say something?
yes. Did he leave again? Okay, good.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, I think you dropped off for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malachi?
We're listening.
Malachi, we can't hear you.
You can't hear him?
Monica, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I just can't. If he's trying to talk, I can't hear
I
him.
can hear you, but
I can hear you.
Yeah, but I don't think Malachi's. I don't think we can hear him. I think he's trying to talk. Jay, can you hear him?
Oh, no, we can hear. Me and Jay can can hear him. I don't know why you can't hear
You
him.
I
can't hear
can't
him?
hear him. Okay, let me go back. Let me go out and come back in. Hang on,
Okay,
guys.
cool.
This thing is
I
so
guess maybe
crazy
it's
to
good
me.
to 5 hours. The stream
I'm
starting to
sorry.
lag up or something. But this
Maybe.
was good.
Go ahead, Malachi.
That this issue is so complex that if we just say, well, for example, black men don't protect black women and feel comfortable in that generalization to say that, but don't feel comfortable in saying black women are the largest in abortion, which is very complex, have many reasons and issues, and toxic. Why shouldn't that be the same empathy for the narrative? My problem is the actual narrative when it comes to black men and black women, because both of it will always be negative and manipulated by anti-black supremacists who are going to use whatever they can. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can use whatever they can to keep pushing us away from each other. And to say, well, let's, hold black men accountable. Yes, we should hold black men accountable. But we also should hold black women accountable who are toxic as well. Because a lot of these black men, and this is my main point that I wanted to make, a lot of these black men are made by broken black women. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. And when you talk about Ornella was talking, I hope I pronounced her name right.
Yep.
Okay. Is she in here?
Shit.
I think she got
Can hear
technical.
you.
It's
No,
always one or two.
I can hear you. I just get quiet when you're talking so that I can take everything in.
You're talking.
Okay. Um, where was I at? Um, you know, when there's a narrative regarding our black women, I got off track for a second.
Take your time, bro.
Just making
Take your
sure.
time.
When Ornella, when we was talking about holding black men accountable, I was trying to express that a lot of these black men that you're talking about that's doing all of these things are a lot of them come from single parent homes who are raised by the black women that you don't feel have the toxic traits that's making these black men sometimes. Because, for example, you said something about uh emotion, black men and emotions. You know, a lot of black men who are from single parent homes have feminine traits in regards to how they decipher their emotions that isn't really naturally for men. For example, I get it. You see, you're a proud woman, but a lot of men see women as overly emotional. A lot of women see.
Can you sorry, I'm sorry. Can you elaborate on what's feminine? What did you call it?
I said no. I said you are a feminine woman.
You no, you said a lot of
Man.
black men that grow up in in single parent
Hmm.
households. You said they have feminine something.
Oh yeah,
Feminine
very
traits.
feminine emotions.
Oh,
Tendencies.
feminine, and what are those, please?
Like this for yeah, exactly. So it's like this. Many black boys who grow up in single parent homes oftentimes don't know how to decipher their own sexual emotions, their own uh, self control, because they see their mothers oftentimes in single parent homes being very, very quick tempered. You see it yourself. I know you see it yourself. I know this is not something that just
It's fact.
flies over people's head.
No, this is true. What you're saying is factual. This one
The point I'm
continue.
trying to make is the main point I'm trying to make is in so many layers of these black men in our community
Hi.
who you're saying all of these things, it
Welcome.
comes from a
Welcome.
trauma
Welcome.
that a lot of people aren't really ready for to break down on why these black men are very, very toxic. I don't think they're ready. For example,
Woo! Yo, Malachi, this question is for you, bro.
go ahead.
Who do you blame for that? The absent black father? Like, who else do you blame for that?
The absent black father, who definitely not the mother, um, and so in often cases not the father. There's policies, and you see, I can only go on America for this particular issue.
Nah, that's fine.
So
Nah, this
so
is
please
in
forgive
America.
me because I know it's not it's very complex in different countries.
I'm
But in
still
America,
on the girl.
this is a huge problem because we have policies taking the black man out in order to have opportunities for black women. So, for example, in the housing projects, a lot of black fathers were taken out because, like, you ever seen the show Good Times, for example? You
Yes,
ever seen that show?
I know good times.
The father, the father was in the projects. He was there. He was there making sure all of his kids were well taken care of. He bust his ass. They was all poor,
Let me pull
but
it up.
he bust his ass trying to make sure that they can live above water. You know the song. But the problem is we had policies to take the black man out in order to have the children and the mother well taken care of. And due to the fact that black men, whether a lot of black women want to acknowledge or not, we have a very hard time getting employment to the point where that's the only option we can do for our family is get out of here. So that's a scenario, and that built a culture in which caused a lot of toxic stuff in the United States because these boys who were just only under their mothers without their fathers whooping their ass and say, "You don't talk to women like that. I never raised you like that. What the fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna whoop your ass. Get a switch." See, we don't have switches these days. That's bad, man. We used to have switches, and now we have a culture that demonized that because we're very liberal, neoliberalism. But the problem is, how are we going to hold these young kids, these young boys accountable in order to make sure they become the men that black women
No,
deserve?
she got a
And
question
how?
for you again, Malachi.
Hmm.
The same. She said, "Wait, but you originally said it was black women creating these men, so it's the system's fault now."
No, I said it's a complex thing. Yes, there's instances where there's a black man problem. There's instances where there's a black women issue, and there's an issue as well is when it's a systematic problem. That's
It's
what
a
I said.
multifaceted thing.
It's
Can I say
multifaceted.
something on that point? Just 30 seconds.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Um, you know what? And I understand, Malachi, all those points you're making. I take those in account 100%. But sometimes what happens is with this whole. Now, I personally, again, have experienced both. I had my dad around for quite some time, and then after he wasn't there anymore. So I know. And I have brothers,
Sorry.
you know. No, it's okay.
Is he still
Listen,
with us?
Oh, he's around.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's not a.
Right.
Like if it doesn't work out, like I would rather my mother be on her own and than be in a situation where it's not right for her, you know.
Right.
And it doesn't even have to be a situation where like he's hitting on her or whatever. It's just if it's not working, it's not working, and that's
Hmm.
okay. But the thing is, like, for me, once that happened, once my dad divorced my mother, it's like he
Hmm.
divorced us as well.
Damn,
Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
that makes sense.
Yeah,
You're right. That
He
happens
like
all
that's
the time.
horrible.
to a
Yeah,
point where like I've had
news.
I don't like putting my business out there, but
No, it's
none of y'all know me, so it's okay.
no, it's no. You're good. You're
but
good.
but what I'm saying is I've had a situation where I talked to my dad about a situation and I kind of confronted him.
Yeah.
And when I confronted him, he was like, do you know what? You're not the only child that I have. Fuck off. Literally.
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
forget that I'm your
Hmm.
dad. But that happened. We still talk, but
Yeah.
that
But
happened.
it's like they carry
So
the scorn from the marriage and then drop it on the
yeah,
kid.
the
Yeah.
thing
And
is,
the kid.
he once he left, he left everybody, and now
Horrible.
my mom was the one to deal with what she had to do. Now you're talking about
Hmm.
there's nobody to put these kids in put these kids in into shape or whatever. But guess what, my mom had to work so that we could go to the private schools that we attended. Do you know what I mean? That we
Yeah.
could have the best life she afforded us.
Yeah.
So like
That doesn't
sometimes like
apply for
black
millions of
black
black
women,
people, though.
no, black women are not superwoman. And the thing is also, yes, I know everything that you're saying happens, and there are situations where black dads have to leave the household so that the woman can get a bit more money or whatever. I get that, but you can leave the house and still have a relationship with your child. So the thing is, black women don't have a choice. Once they have kids, they have to raise them. Whereas I feel like sometimes black men can choose to either be there or not.
I'm gonna suggest something to everyone because I feel what you're saying, but again, it's the disregarding black men's issue.
No, I'm not no, and what
I know
I
you're
said
not
what you're
intentionally
saying
doing
is
it. You're not
true, but
you're
that's
not
not.
intentionally doing it. I get you. You're not intentionally
No,
doing it, but you're
what you're
doing that.
saying is true. And let me, if let's say, if I, what I know is
Mhm.
like, if my mom, if anything was to ever
Hmm.
happen to me to a point where, like, let's say the system took me away from my mother, that
Hmm.
woman would have gone to the end of the earth to get me back. I can't
Hmm.
say the same for my dad, and I love that man. He loves me too in his
Yeah,
own way. I
I
guess, I hope.
it's the same.
So,
It's the
and that's,
same
and I
here
feel
with
like
me. It's the same
so
thing
the
with my
thing
father.
is, when
I get you.
we have single parent household, we can always
Hmm.
put it on the woman.
Man, it got me
Yeah,
emotional.
I have a question. And I'm not putting all on a woman, but I have a question for you. Where did you live majority of the time
What do you
with
mean?
with your mother? What country? Where did you live?
Oh, at first
What state?
I lived in Africa, and then I moved to the UK.
Okay. See, I'm coming from a different perspective because y'all don't y'all don't have. It's a total different scope
No,
in what I'm in
and
regards to what I'm talking.
I
Because
understand, and that's what I
the
said
most
from the beginning. I
Yeah,
said I
man.
don't want to invalidate your experience because you lived through it. I can never say that I understand
Can I suggest
everything,
something?
but we just
I'm a,
sometimes you
can
have
I
to
suggest
generalize
something real quick?
so that we
Can I
can
suggest something?
have a, yeah.
I'm gonna suggest something, and some people may disagree with this person, for various reasons. But please look up Sherazade Ali, and she explains it perfectly in
Sherazade.
regards to black men's issue in regards to our black men versus black women division. Shahrazad Ali, and I know some people in the comments will probably say, "Oh, I know you're talking about. I seen her." Actually, if you see the video
Black
of
Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. But
exactly.
that one.
Yes.
Does she have little clips in, or do you know
She
like?
has a clip. She had one where she like literally
Oh,
um
I think I have him in front of me right here.
she just has her summary. It's one of them where she has a Queen Latifah, old school Queen Latifah hat on,
Yeah. Bro, she got it
and she,
for everything, pretty
and
much.
she's okay.
The 8 minute
Try one. I'm looking at you on TikTok on my other phone.
on TikTok. Okay, let me. I'm about to uh, share the screen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When you say you're looking at him at the other phone, just takes me back to Ophia earlier with the whole like there was
Yeah,
just
that's jokes.
Or if he had like three things
three
going.
things going. Just like what in the
Yeah.
world?
Ofi.
Well, Jay, you got to see it. All of y'all have to see it because it's very important. Because I feel like
What's the title?
Sherazad Ali. I have it up here. I don't know if you see it, but
Yeah, I see it
Yeah,
playing.
we can see it. Why is the title?
it's literally Sherazad Ali Speaks Part 3. I don't even know. Maybe
Okay.
this might not even.
let me see. Can I see the screen so I can just pick it for you?
Yeah. I should go to the main screen. You mean right? The main like search. So yeah, this is the. Do you see it? Or should I use my phone to show you?
Oh God.
Oh my God,
Oh
you're
my
still
God.
live. I know we're live.
Who is that? We ain't going
Who's
nowhere.
Oh,
who
it's
said that?
people. That's what we do. We make the weekend lit. We don't go. It's
And
COVID. We
one
can't
of
go to
your
the club.
followers is right. Most African men who come to America are married. A lot of them are.
Like a
Oh,
married.
that's a completely different story.
That's a
Because
yeah.
you Nigerians, yeah?
What you guys
The
need?
Yeah,
Are you
you
Nigerians
Nigerians.
agree on some.
I'm you
Nigerian man
Nigerians.
that's
Oh my
cheating on
God.
you or
You
played
don't
you? You
even
want?
want to get
I want to
started with
interview you,
Nigerians,
please.
No, like they'll come and marry somebody here and
and they
like
already
they'll
have
be
a
with that
wife.
person for a long time and then one day they'll just go back and get, and to me like, listen, I can't knock the hustle. Like girl, do
Man,
what you gotta do.
I can't.
Do what you get, especially like when they do it to white women, I'm like, go ahead.
oh,
Reparations.
this
Yo,
white woman, go ahead, eh?
or
Okay.
they marry them here and they have wife back home. Or oh my God, I just it's a
If
lot.
y'all got any Nigerian stories, please let me know. I will interview you. I want to interview as many
Nigerian
Nigerian
stories are
stories as
the,
possible.
listen,
Like Michael Blackson.
Nigerians.
Hey,
I can't.
go up. The
I
top,
can't.
the one right
Mhm.
there, the one that just moved, the second video right there, that one.
This one. Oh, okay. It's actually short.
I think she has a
My
good
position is
breakdown.
that the black
Ooh.
woman's disrespect and rebellion against
Ooh, this one sound like she about to go in. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Get ready.
This is gonna trump everything
Get
to a
ready.
lot of people. This gonna piss people off,
Ooh.
but it's gonna be facts.
It's definitely gonna piss off Lily. Lily gonna be like, oh hell no.
the leadership and the authority of the black
She gonna be
man
like, oh
is a direct
hell no.
cause of the
Hey,
breakdown of
listen to her. Listen to
the
her.
structure. Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of
Promote it.
critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. Um, the book,
Play it from the start, man. Play it from
Black
the start
Women,
because they missed it.
I have never said that all black women do everything that I list in my direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure.
All right, we're about to start it from the beginning. Let me make sure everybody's ready. Y'all ready? Y'all
My
ready?
position is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is the direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure. Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. Um, the book is not an attack on black women.
I have never said that all Black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book, but most of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation.
Oh my God.
They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got
How I never heard about this.
that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a Black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as Black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single Black men. Those apartments belong to Black women who are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, Black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us Black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear, drive around in some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling Black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need a parental coalition of a man and a woman. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the Black feminine female emotionalism. They're doubtful. They're indecisive. They can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grow up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the Black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? They haven't been our boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in that. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the Black man, the Black woman, and the Black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they had built. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing.
Well, I say this.
That created a big separation between Black men and Black women because then everybody started going for self. Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the Black community, they make it a requirement because they want to keep endorsing into the Black community that the Black man is no good. and that he is not deserving of respect. He is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility that the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition and birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions because it puts us in a position to decide who's going to live or die and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them.
How slow they gonna die?
We have a very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power. The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they didn't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They changed their relationship rules at will. We have, tons of black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do, what our needs are. There's another need that has not been addressed in our community, because nobody would deal with it, and that's one that God did not create three sexes. We only have men and women. Now, I have not said that we should reject the sisters who try to act like men and the men who try to act like women. I'm not saying to reject them from among us, but they need to be taught. We don't have to accept that as some kind of normalcy because that's not normal. I'm trying to demonstrate how they have set rules that they have forced us to follow.
Who is getting hot as bacon grits?
They change the rules to suit them when they get ready. We can change them to suit us when we get ready, especially if we have what we have now, which is a failing system. It hasn't worked for us. We don't have to be ashamed that it hasn't worked for us. But we do have to be ashamed of the fact that we keep plodding behind it and not trying to make the corrections that will help our people to survive. He wants to keep us in this condition. He wants to keep us separated from our man. Because he knows that the only door, the only route he has to destroy our black man is through the black woman. The black woman's educational background is. In fact, we have proven that the more education we get, the more ignorant we get in front of our neighbors.
Brody. Sharada Ali is her name.
Yeah, I told you.
My boy texted me like, who's preaching that fire? Is it over? Why does it sound so far now?
Okay, Jay. Yo, Jay.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Okay. That right there. I'm just shocked that I
want to hear the women speak on that. What do they take from that?
I think Monica's coming back in. Ornella, the voice.
Hear what the women took from that.
Ornella's here.
To be honest, that I wasn't able to follow everything properly. It was kind of breaking up.
Okay. Sorry.
It's fine. I probably am going to take some time and probably watch it on my own as well to see exactly what she was trying to say. But I think I kind of get the point.
Mm-hmm.
So do you guys want to maybe I don't want to put words in her mouth. Do you want to kind of summarize for me, you guys that were hearing
I'm gonna do
properly?
it just for someone in the comments.
Hello?
I'm gonna say it right now. All what's
Who's
her
here?
name?
I can't hear
Bimpla,
nobody.
Bimpila.
Who
I
said
think
hello?
that's
Yeah.
Monica.
Oh,
Monica,
that's
can you hear me?
Oh, Monica.
I think so.
Modi. Monica? Modi? Who?
They're gone.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
Yeah, we can. I can
yeah.
hear you.
You can continue, bro. We can hear you.
Well,
I just was saying if
Bimpila.
you can like summarize what she
Bimpila.
was saying, so that I
Bim,
don't
like
have to put
Bimpila,
words in.
Bimpila said on in the comments.
Phonetically.
Excuse me for butchering your name. I didn't mean that. Um, all she has mentioned is a system designed to divide between the black man and the black woman. And that's basically what this lady Shahrazad Ali. I met her way back in 2007. She's a wonderful woman, very strong, very important woman who comes from the Nation of Islam actually.
Hmm.
And you know, all of this is a conditioning. And as she was stating in this video, I always like that video because it kind of she basically summarizes her entire book. She wrote a book, Black Woman's Guide to Understanding the Black Man. And it took a lot of hate in the 90s. So much so, I mean, actors and they used to have skits in the 90s on what's that show? Dang, that was my show. Uh In Living Color, with Kim Wayans and stuff. They made skits about her because she stated, you know, violence, they don't listen violence. But that was one little small part in her entire book, which was used tongue in cheek, but it was dragged out to be something that it wasn't. But you can look her up. You can actually break down what she's saying, and I don't feel that in the climate that we in today in our generation, I don't know we are aware enough to get to that level, that she's speaking on because of our own self entitlements with both genders.
Welcome.
But Ornella, I would love for you to look up that video and watch it and privately. Maybe that can help you. A lot of stuff that she said,
Yeah, I
this
will. Do
it's
you know what,
outdated.
Malachi?
Hmm.
I will watch it and then I'll try and see if I can find you on TikTok and I'll message you maybe. Because I
Okay.
don't want to put words in her mouth. And I feel like I probably am not gonna agree with what she says 100%. So I don't want to like go off what I think she said instead of like
Hmm.
me listening to what she actually said.
You
If
can,
that
or
makes
you,
sense.
or you can save it and come on the live again and talk about it.
Do you want me to go and watch it and come again? Because I can do that too.
Yeah, because what she was basically saying, a lot of the things that we have, um, and this is exclusive a lot to America because she was speaking on, for example, these benefits that black women have gotten that black men don't benefit from, like
Amen.
housing, free housing from the government by being a single mother, that you don't have anything in regards to single fathers,
But
even in
do
private.
you look at that as a benefit though?
I look at that as a
So you want to tell,
detriment.
like, let me ask now, if you're a single dad and you're the primary caregiver
It,
of
it
the
doesn't happen for
children.
single dads. That's the problem. It
So
doesn't
if
happen
you're a
for,
single dad and you have kids that you're
but it
taking care
doesn't
of,
happen.
you're not gonna get housing. Is that how it works in America?
Yeah, it
I
does
don't know,
not.
cause
It does
here
not
you
work.
can. So I don't want to
For
put words. I don't know how. Uh,
here in America, it does not happen for single fathers. It does not. It's for single women. So it's some
okay.
men who know how to hack the system by Like a lot of dudes, they live in the projects, they find a way to get in and not get caught. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. A lot of fathers, this is not a general statement that, all the fathers was never there. There's many fathers who be there. There's many people who find a way to get in. And, and some projects do have uh whole families now. This is so new in regards to our culture because like in Chicago.
They're saying J Wave. Why are you laughing?
She said, "Yeah, I'm laughing at the conversation I'm reading back for, but like someone wrote, but why she put all the heavy weight on black women's shoulders?"
Mm-hmm. That's
No,
what I
she's
thought she
just
said, but I don't want to put words in her mouth
she
because I didn't
didn't
hear
put the
everything.
weight on black women's shoulders. She's just the same thing that you all did today, saying everything about black men and everything that we're doing.
And it don't
She
feel good when you
literally
hear
did
it.
the thing back.
It don't feel good when you hear it. It's both ways. It
It,
don't feel
she
good.
literally just did the same thing back. And
But
now we can see the dynamic even better now. That's all I'm saying. The shit motherfuckers is heads about to blow up.
Oh
Like
my
Clayton
god.
Bigsby.
This needs to
Like
happen by
Clayton
2.3,
Bigsby.
point 4, well, part 2.3, but hopefully by part 3, we then come to
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
the plateau and then everything is just like, but like, yeah, it just, I guess, like I always say, like, it just doesn't feel good when it's like when it's on you kind of thing. When they put the light on you and then it's like it feels like you're being the blame. You're not gonna feel good. And then when for women too, like when see this woman was like blaming women too, it didn't feel
Right.
good. That's why we gotta find a way not to kind of like absorb. Like I guess at some point, one party, I guess maybe. Yeah, maybe men gonna have to. I'm gonna have to watch that whole ladies thing though, because I don't want to see what she says. Like we should do.
She's picking issues and
Does she give
she's
a
kind of
resolution? Like,
she's
what we
kind of
should do?
manipulating them to say, well, like for example, she said, how is it a benefit to black women to be forced to raise kids alone to make ends meet alone? Well, here's the thing. It's not a situation where it's a benefit to black women at all because it's not a benefit to black men either. It's not a benefit to none of our people to have our people to be
Oh,
put
he can answer the question.
in this monstrous situation. But due to the fact that we live in a capitalist society, due to the fact that we live in an anti-black capitalist society, that benefit will still fall on you more than it will fall on a black man, unfortunately,
And then
in this
because of the
case. In
system,
this particular regards, that's only.
exactly.
That's what I'm speaking on
And
now.
then because of the system, it now drives also because of the system is putting the black women in this position where yeah they're the ones who get the house, they'll get everything right.
Hello,
And now, hey, who's this?
it's me, Monica.
Oh, Monica. Sorry. Welcome back. But like basically, what ends up
hey,
happening?
girl,
Hey,
You see the
thank
black.
you.
Sorry.
got you. Did you hear the video?
Yeah,
Because I
I
couldn't
saw.
hear it properly.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I saw the
Maybe
video.
you can.
That video was. Hmm.
I had you know what? Let me know if I say my own.
It
Listen,
was.
I don't want to like jump the gun. That's why I want to watch
Me-
it and then
Yeah, me. I
make
gotta
my
watch it
point.
through again.
I mean, I saw it, and I guess I. It
I
just
gotta
seems
watch
like
So
the whole
it's
shit.
putting. I
when
feel like
I
it's
saw that hat, I knew what it was going to be on, but it's okay.
no, because I saw. I mean, I saw it through because I went back in. I went back in through the live on TikTok, and it was.
Mm.
So and I watched it through there, and like I don't know. I just feel like she was pointing fingers on one side only. That's how I saw it.
Wow, it almost as if that was happening beginning of this live.
But like
Oh wow.
no, like
It almost seemed like that was happening. Wow.
no, I feel like this is
What's
not going
happening,
anywhere.
ladies?
Oh my gosh, you guys!
It's almost as if.
Is that
Whatever,
what you're trying to do, Malachi? Are
Malachi.
you just trying to
Whatever.
point fingers?
No, I'm just basically showing that you're justified in everything
Yes,
you
sir.
you are saying about black men, but we're also justified of what we're saying. We both have our
No,
issues. And
100%.
The
and what
national anthem
Sherazade Ali was
is
stating is
by black.
just issues that black women have to deal with, that only black women can fix. Same like it's things that
Damn,
with toxic patriarchy, this white supremacist patriarchy
shit is
that
deep.
black men have to fix. That's all. That's literally it.
No, because I did hear her talking about uh this is the part that I remember about, these black women are raising black men that don't know how to make decisions, that don't know how
Yeah,
to, and I'm like,
that's
what are
very
you talking
true.
about? Like,
That's
You
very
and
can't
black
she
think
and
women
about
have
it
she
on
been
a personal level, though. You
eh?
can't think about it because if you think
No,
about it,
I'm
I remember your family.
no, no,
You
no,
gonna
no, no. I'm not thinking about it from that point of view, but
okay.
like, black women are able
Come on
to,
in.
be single parent, bring their
Yeah, you
kids
can
up,
do the
and
job,
do
but
you know what
it's
I
not
mean?
it's not the
And this is
same.
the thing that sometimes that
and
people say, and they don't see how toxic it is to make. You can't say that, or
Well,
when I
the
when
results
I when I
actually trump everything. The
mm,
results,
I'm
the
gonna have to
actual
go to
facts trumps a person feeling that that's not not a
no,
good thing to say. The
I understand
results
that
of
there has
all
to
of
be some
these,
truth to
if you
it.
missed the beginning of this, subscribe.
yeah,
Malika, I just want to talk. I want to also
Can't do
say
the
something too. That like she
we
said
can't
that
do the
she
job.
said
We cannot do the job. That's what somebody wrote. We cannot do the job. We
yeah.
cannot do the
No,
job.
nobody like we're not saying women. We're not
yes.
saying that we like. I don't. She said women are trying to be men. I don't want to be a man. I need like a man needs to do a man's job. Like I grew up with a
No, but
two-parent
there's a
household.
lot of masculine energy that you don't know that you have gotten due to the fact of one, you're unprotected, so you have to be
Fuck
masculine.
But
yourself.
that's
You
the
Wait,
you
thing,
wait, wait,
have
wait
though.
a
to
second.
have
Wait a second,
it's a lot
Malika.
of things that
Fact. Mother cannot be
it's a
broken.
lot of
Period.
Malika, let
yeah.
me just let me get my point across. I mean, I
Okay.
heard that lady, and she was talking about like women are trying to be men. I would like I don't want to be a man. I grew up in a two-parent household.
I know you
I
don't
saw
want to be a man.
yeah, but can I let me just finish? I don't want to be a man. And I don't even like women that are raising their kids by themselves. I don't even think that that's they're trying to do that because they can't. They know they cannot be a man. They cannot.
No,
A woman
because
cannot
black
raise a
women
boy.
here, I disagree. Because black women here say I'm the mother and the father. This is a fact.
Yeah. See
So
that.
that's not
But
That's.
true.
but
I
if
don't
you're
think.
the one
I don't
raising
think
your
both of you
kids,
can
you are
relate.
being both.
I don't think
And you
both.
don't have a choice sometimes. And
But guess
I mean,
what?
they don't
Yeah,
have a
When
choice.
exactly.
it's
Like
single parent
sometimes
Both of
that
you
when it's
masculine
actually.
single parent
energy.
males, single parent males, it's a father is the father. He's not the mother
That's just.
because a man can never be a
That's
woman. He
not.
can never be
Honest.
the exact nurturer of a woman. He cannot. He can try his best. Same with women. They can try. Man, my mother did an excellent job, in my
I
opinion,
feel like
raising me the best she
that's
could. But
Yeah.
trying
she could
hard,
not
but still
teach
ain't
me
enough.
how to be a man.
When do
I
we do
had
it?
to navigate
You're right.
myself
Me,
to
I see exactly
become the man I am
like
today.
now.
Yeah.
But
And
that's not
therefore,
your mom's fault, though. I'm
I
so
could
like that's not your
who
mom's
is it
fault.
making
She
it a
did what
fault?
she could.
right
Your
observe
dad wasn't there.
deep
That's the
shit,
issue. Like we have to
very
stop
deep shit.
putting everything on women,
But
because
you're
like
taking it
you
as a
if
blame. You're taking it
no
as a blame because it's not
Like most
necessary.
of the
We're
ways
holding everyone accountable, correct? That's
yeah,
what we're
I hear
trying to
you,
do.
but
both
for
are.
me, if I have that masculine energy, I have it out of survival. It's not like I'm choosing to do that. Sometimes
Absolutely.
you have to adapt on with the situation. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But then
When a thing
when you
when
go into
something
that, when you go
uh
into that, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. That's I got a habit
no,
with
it's
that.
okay, go
Please
I
ahead.
don't
forgive me.
think. I think yeah,
I
mess.
really have a problem with that. But when you have that issue, you can't then go say, "Well, I had to. The reason why I did this is because something happened to me." We have to have the strength enough to try to be better on both ends. So if you're more masculine because you had to protect yourself, or you grew up in this environment, that environment. When you're in the dating world, when you're in a family world, you want a man who's a man. Majority, if you're a straight woman, at least, if you're a cisgender woman, you want a man who's a man,
That's new terminology right
who's
there.
who is a protector, provider, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera. Correct? You want that
Oh,
man.
YouTube, man.
But if you have these problems that due to could be your upbringing, could be your environment, the problem is we're not compromising.
Literally
And
true.
and we don't even in our race, we don't even value that. People out here now praising Eartha Kitt, who I admire.
Which
She
one?
has a video talking about compromise. Compromise? Why do that? And why do that? And but the thing
I'm
is, when
calling
it's
the father
love,
No,
is a
no, no
statement.
Arthur Kid
It's a
slander
statement
will be
that
had on my
oh,
watch.
I
Let's
love
not do
Eartha Kitt.
that.
I
I
gotta
love
read
Eartha
this stuff
Kitt.
here.
You may see me in her biopic, but I'm saying,
Yeah, I'm gonna read the question. I got some statements and questions. Okay. Um,
Okay.
s- Stop thinking of being attacked. Learn to see the other side, and that is for both of sides.
yeah,
But I'm not gonna front. I feel like not you only you guys. In fact, not even you guys. But I've noticed this like with a lot of women here, like too. When a mirror is being shown to them, they don't take it nicely. Like they take it like attack, right? And the same thing for us, right? When we're being taught about ourselves too, we take it a certain way. So both
right.
ways, we have to
We
find a
start
way.
to individualize the thing.
Exactly, and we
And
have to
go,
be
It's not me.
accountable.
It's not. I never wanted to be a man and type of like. No, it has nothing. We're talking about systematic problems because
Okay.
in reality, what we go through as individuals is too complex to just say, well, I didn't go through this, so that doesn't apply to the entire
And,
race.
and, and you're kind
That's
of
not
saying
true.
the same thing Ornella said earlier, right? So sometimes we will have to generalize to make the bigger picture the point, right? And that's
Right.
kind of what's happening. And that's what she did. You see?
That's what that lady did, and
That's
that's
what's
what that lady
happening.
did. And
So
I'm
it's like,
like, and I was like, I grew up in a 2 parent household. My mom was trying to be a man.
but
None of us
Monica,
was trying to be
I'm
men.
gonna answer Monica, right? Because I grew up in a two-parent household too, right? But
Yeah.
me and you is here having this argument having this argument on the
Hmm.
two sides. So what I've noticed is that you even culturally, culture
Hmm.
can get you into that place. Like culture, like you see the culture we're in on TikTok. We're seeing all these things. We're taking
She
all.
said stepping in, where's the uncles and brothers who step in single black women household? They're here.
What?
They've been there.
Who said what?
Sh- Uh, sh- Lily says stepping in for, I guess, absent fathers.
Mhm.
Oh.
Where are the uncles and brothers who step up in
Shit,
the
we can't
single
trust the
black
uncles or
women
the brothers.
household?
Some of them,
They're there.
you can't even
They're
trust
there.
them. You don't want them to do something there. Hey, God forbid.
Sorry, he said we can't trust the uncles and the
We can't trust them. We're like, no. After watching that South African documentary, not South
after
African
that South
people,
African stuff. That's true.
that South
After you watch
African
that South
documentary, I say you
African stuff,
can't see
you
my
can't trust
child.
nobody.
You can't trust, but you can. Yo, Malachi, in the community here, the AA community, you know
Mhm.
that this is happening prevalent. My roommate in med school told me that
What was
What happened?
happening?
in the African American community, there is high, you know, what's the word, molestation of kids, kind of thing. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
oh.
Oh
Ooh.
yeah.
So you cannot trust the uncle. You cannot. Oh no, me, I'll be the mother and father too if I'm the woman. Because honestly speaking, if I don't trust you, even if you're a stepfather, you come and touch my child, I'll kill you.
But a lot of well, she's this was reason why she said that. She said, I say that to say that women say they are the women and father because
Layla,
other men can't be
hi.
trusted. The funny thing about that is that's the same generalization that Shahrazad did because it dismisses. You
Mhm.
see what I'm saying? I'm trying to show everyone something. I'm trying to show that with our issues, it's very complex. And
When you
we're
say
trying to
our
point
issues, you mean
with
like
our globally, with our black community issues is very complex. So much. And the problem is we're pointing at the finger at each other, which we're justified in doing so. But when the finger is pointed to us,
You don't feel
we
good.
shut off we shut off all understanding. or
Yeah.
what it could be actual facts. Sherazade Ali is saying facts. She's saying straight up facts. And she also told you why. Because this is to benefit white supremacy.
But at that
But
point,
what
you're not even gonna take that in. You're on your defense mode. Like both parties. If the news comes for us like that, you're in defense mode. Everything else you're gonna shut up. That's why when you guys
right.
listen to it, I need you to like take a breath in. Be like, when she says triggering shit, I'm gonna still listen to it and take it in because
And that's fine because we can't listen to her, and I did listen to the whole video. I get what she's saying, and it
I
makes
didn't. I
sense.
didn't. I missed some of it. I should have.
Some people have selective hearing though.
No, I listen to what she says, and I get what she's saying, and I
Because
and
when
I
as
do
soon as
and I
she
do
went to certain
understand, and
communities,
I do
oh, I
and I do
disagree.
and I do understand that she like I agree with I definitely agree that a two-parent household, I mean, like a two-parent household is the way to raise kids. But again, I grew up in a two-parent household, but that's me. I
Oh,
grew up in
okay.
a but some people didn't have a choice
It's
also.
not selective hearing. That's what someone wrote. Laugh out loud.
That's what I mean. That's Some people don't have a choice. The one parent is gone, the other one has to take care of the kids by his or herself, because it could be a dad or it could be a mom. you know but that yeah.
It's true. It's true.
Exactly. Like sometimes you have to understand that it's not
Me.
it's not by choice. Like
Hmm.
you have to adapt to
It's
the
not by choice
situation.
in
Yeah.
each side
Like
though. That's my
I
thing.
know,
Yeah, and
and
that's what I said, Malika. I said it could be a
I know
dad
you
raising
did.
the parents, or a mother raising the kids.
exactly.
I'm
And
not.
the thing is,
I'm
I
not doing
feel
this on
like
this shit.
we're not saying that we know that these problems, stem from white supremacy, stem from racism. We know that stem from anti-blackness. We know that. But the thing is, we are all we have.
Choice, man.
So
Hmm.
I understand where that's coming from, but we're all we have. And right now,
Amen.
in the present, even though in the past, that's where
True.
all of this came from, and this is the root of the situation. Right now, like you who is in front of me, this is how you're affecting me. So that's the thing as well. I feel like we have to like we have to sometimes wait and listen, and when somebody's telling you where they're coming from, we have to like don't directly like center yourself in the conversation and be like, and maybe I did it too, I don't know, and be like,
Yeah,
oh,
and
but
vice
then
versa. Vice versa.
Hmm.
no, like I think I said this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
J Waves, you asked the question, J Wave. You're like, what can we do? And I
Mm-hmm.
said, what black men can do is show
Listen.
up for us the way we show up for you, and
Oh yes.
sometimes just listen to what we have to say.
And I said, I could do that, but
You
like,
know,
but I
and like
also
when
said,
we're
Yeah,
saying
oh, black
something,
and
men.
many people have done that.
well,
Many
no,
black
it's
men
not.
have
It's
done
not.
that. But the
Well,
thing
even
is,
if
the
people are doing
narrative,
it, we
Malachi,
still
read
have
your
a way
point.
to go. And also,
I'm writing you in the chat.
another thing is like a lot of men a
Mm-hmm.
lot of men say, well, I don't do that. Or like even earlier,
Laytella
J-Wave was like, how
should
how
join
do
this
your
live.
Yeah,
brothers
Layla, yeah,
treat you?
exactly.
And I said, my brothers treat me well because they're my brothers. And I also made the point earlier, said, protect black women you don't find attractive. Because
Yeah, oh, fire.
a lot of men will never let something like that happen to their girlfriend or a girl that he's trying to get with.
Or
But
a girl
if
he just
he
finds
sees a
attractive on
red,
the street.
eh?
Even some girl that he finds attractive on the street, even
Exactly. But
to
if
impress her.
you know what I mean, it's
Hmm.
like just also like think about how you address white women. Black men think about how you address white women. Out of what? Out of fear that anything can happen. Try and address us with the same level of humanity. Like
Yeah, but all of those
do
things
you know what I
come.
mean? You
Yes, and
will.
you're absolutely right. And all of those
We're not
things
saying there are
come
no
from
issues for us to fix. There are. But
right.
like what we're talking about right now, you know what I mean? We can get to every issue, but like what we're talking about right now is it's all stemmed from that thing of like
Protect.
protect black women. Like when
it
you
just
have
feels
people,
like it's a blame black men for every fucking wrong thing
No,
sometimes.
that's
The
what
Malachi.
you're
biggest
hearing,
problem.
but
No,
nobody
It
said
Malachi.
feels
that.
That's
it
not
I
it.
know that's not what you're intending it to be. It just seems as if you are at which
N-
you're right in
Yeah,
your
I
justifications
actually
and
beg
what you're
to differ.
saying.
I
It
think they
feels as if
have
that
taken
it
on
is almost saying that black man is almost the
literally
devil in
stealing
this society
No, no,
because
that's
Nobody
not it.
of
says
how
that
That's
though.
not
That's
it.
the same
I
thing.
know.
I'm
I'm
like,
not actually
don't
Can you let
listen.
me finish? Just let me finish.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
finish
Go ahead.
because what you're taking is you're hearing something and getting and then
you
running with it. Let me finish the thought so you can kind of get me. I do the same thing to y'all. So um, it feels like that
Lily's here. Okay,
because the narratives of black women and black men are
chemist is
both toxic, but yet for I have noticed that it's almost as if there aren't black men doing anything right for black women. It doesn't seem like that because of the narrative of the individuals who's doing wrong, which is a large number, absolutely large number, and it's a large systematic number, which we can all agree on, correct? But the problem that I have is
heart.
the narrative
Open mind, closed mouth.
around who we all are. Because when people said black women are the downfall of the black race, I was highly offended by that.
You
When
should
they
be.
say black men
So
are
you,
the weakest link, I'm offended by that.
You should be.
Because we do have black men and black women who fit those little categories. And you can have threads and stories and situations and all of these things that can justify how both black men and black women are very toxic and bad and all these things. But that's a narrative that is separating us. That is a narrative that's separating us. Because in reality, we are all, like I said earlier, we are all suffering from trauma. All of us. Whether you never even faced, it doesn't have to be trauma like, oh, I was raped, molested. It could be trauma as in you went to school, you go home, your mama, your single mother
in a
yelling at you,
wait, correct? Okay.
yelling at you, don't like you, blame, talk about your father all day long in a negative, and then you go home to the
Well,
white teacher and she's the nicest thing to you. And then now you have an anti-black woman problem. Now you a colorist. Uh-oh. Not the big uh-oh. You feel me?
mhm.
These things, a lot of people and like Sherazad Ali said, black men are held up just like black women in the case, but we held up for examination too much. Examination. And I wrote an article
We are
in
hurt.
Real
We
Urban News.
But
when
I wrote an
Malachi,
article I wrote an article in Real Urban News, and it starts like this. It's it says black men are the
Becky did
whipping boys for white men, and we are the scapegoats for the toxicity of this society. And this is
Malachi,
what I
Oyibo,
honestly feel.
Oyibo dey here. Oyibo dey here. Oh,
what are you talking about, Jay?
Oyibo, Muzungu.
Ma- okay,
You know what Muzungu is?
Malachi, Malachi, and I
I mean,
hear
my
you.
culture.
I hear
That's what
what
we
you.
call them.
Oh, so
I
call
want
him
to
Oyibo.
do. We call
Okay,
them. What are they doing here?
I don't know.
they doing it.
Is it the one from last time?
No, this one a different one. Oh.
So okay.
Huh.
Malaka, I heard what you say. I hear what you're saying, and when you said black men or
Let me
it is
look at them.
like
Let's
held
look at
into
them.
like there's examination, like what she said in the
Becky,
video.
Becky dey
But
here.
don't you? I also feel the same way when it comes. I feel the same way when it comes to black women, and I just want to say something too. I have a lot of respect for black men. I am a daughter of a black man, and I like. I mean, I'm lucky. I grew up like both of I grew up with both parents, happily married to this day. But I'm gonna tell you something. I am at the end of the day, I love both of my parents, but I'm definitely my father's daughter. Like the way
Hmm.
my like the who I am today, I wouldn't be the woman I am today without my dad. Like the way he raised me and my sisters, what to look for in a man, like how to have high standards when it comes to men. It's all because of my father, and I'm lucky. We're lucky because we have a father that showed us, how a protector, a provider, all that stuff. And I
Hmm.
do, and I feel bad because I know a lot of women, a lot of girls, even some of my friends growing up didn't have that, and I saw how lucky I was. And my mom always reminded us like how lucky we are to have my father.
I want to say
So
something to that. I want to say there's a lot of Nigerian women who have their father and they still toxic as hell. They are toxic,
what you
and yo, I'm not gonna hold you like that's why like the father thing. I feel like it definitely makes a big difference, but like there's something else happening in the water or somewhere where people who
It's the
have fathers.
conditioning in which the fathers or mothers can do to their children. It's the conditioning.
Because if you see
Because if you're
like a
telling
Nigerian woman
if you're
come to
telling your
land,
daughter, if you're telling your sons like boys will be boys, yeah, that's gonna make these fucked up little dudes out here. Boys will be boys. When every time they do something,
mm,
uh, misogynistic, boys will be boys. Yeah, that creates toxic ass men
It
that grow up womanizing women.
100%.
You
Monica, do
know,
you want to finish the point you're
No,
making?
yeah, I mean, and that's what I want to say. Like, I mean, I
facts,
feel like
facts,
I feel like I'm lucky, and I wish
facts.
every girl in this world would have that, because it makes such a big difference in the way, like my dad like always told us we were
Yeah.
beautiful. He We never had to question, like, if we like so I had friends that when the first guy told them that they were beautiful, they
Mhm.
believed it. And that like my dad is the first people that, he's the first man that loved me, you know they love me. And then like, my mom loves me, but like I love my mom as well. I love my parents both equally, but my dad, I have a closer relationship with my dad. I've always had. But because he taught us so much about what it means to respect yourself as a woman and what to look for in a man. And like the furious protector he is, the provider he is. Like, me and my sisters, we look for that now. We know what to look for. And even like my dad, like, I believe, like, he always said like he would lay his life on the line for any of his kids. And I believe that because I've seen my dad, like, he would go to the, like, I remember one time, like, he was driving me, like, it was after like my track practice. And there was, like, he was driving me in the car, and I was in the passenger side. Some kid threw a rock, and like, it hit the car. It hit his car. It almost hit me, but it didn't. And my dad stopped the car. He stopped the car, like, he stopped it out of, like, in the sideway, and he stopped the car. He went to talk to the kid, and I heard him say, he said, "That's my world," and you almost hit her. So it's
hmm
Well,
just
that
like,
gave me goosebumps. That just gave me goosebumps.
like, he I don't need to know what we mean to him, because my dad always showed up for us.
hmm
you, and I wish every girl could
You
have that, because I know it makes a huge difference. I wish that for every little girl, and I know that's not the case for everybody, but it makes a huge
hmm
difference on who you
know,
pick.
chemist.
It makes a huge
Yeah.
difference on who you pick and how you're gonna end up and all that stuff. It makes it, and
hmm
but the thing is, it's different because not everybody gets that.
I
It's not
just
these
wish
people's
black
choice.
children had just best black
And
parents.
that's the thing.
Man,
Not every and the, a lot of kids don't have that choice. It's not even their choice. That choice was
Right.
already made for them when the parent
oh,
walked
damn.
out and something. And I feel bad for
Right.
I feel bad for them for that. But we can't fault the parent that was already there. It's not his or her fault that the other one walked out or whatever the decision is.
It's situational. We actually can, but it's situational. We can't just say, well, they can't be held accountable because they the only ones there. So a lot of ones that been there, and they like today, um, in in Carolina, there's a mother that was there, and this girl said, nah, just because they there don't mean anything. Because a lot of them, if you're getting financial benefit, if you're getting uh a leg up, yeah, they're gonna be there for the child. But a lot of parents today, you know, some are very, very
Copying Western.
monstrously toxic, and that also creates bad, bad people. Bad children grow up to be bad adults
Now be
a
created
lot
as.
of times. You
You're
know what I
correct,
mean?
Lily. You're correct.
Because it's like this girl, she was sold by her mother. She was sold in as human trafficking by her mother,
That's
and it's like,
crazy.
What kind of woman is that?
well, and she would say, "Well, I'm the one that was there for you. I'm the one that take care of." So that's why she went into human trafficking because her mother was the only one that took. She the only one that cared, not realizing she lied to the father, and the father didn't even know she was alive. Didn't even know he had a child.
No,
So
and
it's like,
like no, what you're saying is like there's a lot of truth to what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying to some point, but just going a bit back to what you were saying, you made a point and said it feels like we're blaming all black men, and I like the fact that you used the word "it feels," because then that tells, because that's not what I said. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm.
That tells me you are also, from what you've been through. When I say that, that's what you hear. You understand?
Experiences,
And
right?
yeah, you're going from your experience, and like that there's nothing I can do, there's nothing I can do for me, for you to hear exactly what I'm saying,
It's both
and
ways.
your feelings, but still your feelings are very valid.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, when we say stuff like, these are like, it's small boys, or it's not the majority, it's a
See,
big enough number that is actually to a point where it's
it's a
causing
problem.
harm. So when we make it look like it's just a fringe, then it's kind of dismissive, because it's not, like, you know what I mean.
like
And the
Pardon me, I
thing
couldn't hear
is,
you.
there
I
is
couldn't hear you. What did you say?
toxicity, there is toxicity everywhere. It's not just like, because black women, that same single parent household you grew up in as a boy. If you have a sister, your sister grew up in the same household. When you have toxic mothers, both boys and girls, grow up in the same household, and like, they both go through that, toxic situation, and they all get trauma from it. But
Hmm.
you know so what I'm trying to say is, we just have to be able to, like, get to a point where we can, hear each other. And I'm not, and I'm going to repeat it, I'm not blaming you. I'm not telling you that everything that's wrong with the black community is because of black men. I never said that, and I don't want you to feel like that.
I think this was a
And
good start.
same as vice versa.
I had a
Like
good
I've been saying,
conversation back and forth.
this entire live, is that it's a conditioning of toxicity both genders are facing to, and
Yeah.
just like
No,
Sherazade
I hear
Ali
you.
was saying, if you would have heard what she said, you would get it. She was
No, you know
saying,
what? Sometimes that sometimes find a bit counterproductive is what, when we put everything on, which is true. Like, the source of it is white supremacy, 100%. But
right,
then, so what are we gonna do?
Trey.
What are we gonna do? Are we just gonna say it's white supremacy, it's anti-blackness,
or
and
what
then,
are we doing?
No,
Or
what we have to do.
what are we already doing? That's what I would like to know.
Exactly,
Instead of
so
what are we
that's why
going
we're
to,
having this like, for me,
hmm
um
Malachi.
I have brothers, but they're all younger than me, right?
hmm
So I'll give you a simple example of something that happened. It's very trivial, but to me it meant a lot. So I will. So we were having a conversation, me and my mom and my sister, and then my brother just didn't want to leave the room, and my sister was just like, "No, you go," or whatever. So, and then he just goes on and he's like, "Okay, give me a hug, and then I'll leave." Right?
Oh, sorry.
My baby brother is like, "Give me a hug, and I'll leave," because he knew my sister didn't want to give him a hug, because they had just had like a scuffle. He was like, "Give me a hug, and then I leave." My first reaction was like, "Oh, I'll give him a hug," because he's the baby brother. I said,
Yeah.
"I'll give him a hug. Why don't you want to give him a hug?" Me and my mom were literally telling my sister to give him a hug, even though he didn't want to. And then I was like, wait, why am I forcing her to do something he doesn't want? I was
Yeah.
like, if your sister doesn't want you to touch her, don't touch her. So what am I doing? I'm instilling in him that you don't have right on a woman's body. So if she says no, it's no.
Yeah.
When
I know it's a small thing, it's
how
just a hug, but she
old is
doesn't
he?
want to give it to you.
Yeah.
How old is he?
My baby, he's like 12 now.
Oh, okay, so it happened when he was 12.
No, it happened like he was 10 when it happened.
Okay, still kind of old. Okay, okay. If it was,
Yeah.
if it was 3, 4, I'm like, come on now, as a baby, let him hug her.
But you know what it is with like the youngest sibling. It doesn't matter how old they are because they're still treated as
No,
little, even when
that's,
they're
yeah,
older.
exactly. Because I'm
It's
way older
crazy.
than him. That's my baby.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm
And he,
telling you,
yeah.
if anything happens in the house, or if anything, he will just, if anybody says anything to him, he knows he has to call me. Because I don't care if it's my mom, I don't care who it is, I'm
Monica
ready to
Yeah.
got a
fight.
baby.
You know?
Yeah.
But like the thing is, like I've had to tell him, like,
I'm
because
asking.
it would hurt me if one time I see a video of him
Mhm.
harassing, oh, you're so pretty, why don't you smile? If I ever saw him do that, I would
Yeah.
die. Do you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
So like it's not just about, I feel like with black women, like I feel like sometimes we have to take into account other people's feelings before we think about ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what
Mhm.
I mean?
My
Yeah.
Because
my
like I don't know
question.
if you guys saw, there's this video, and I don't know what is in the water in New York, but
Yeah,
you guys are
buddy.
mad.
Like,
New Yorkers are just New Yorkers. They're like people from Florida. You just mad. This
You
boy
mean the
was
cat calling?
not the cat. That is one thing, but there's this
Yeah.
video of a guy, he was trying to hit on a girl.
that's Ornella.
He was trying to hit on a girl, and then the girl was she wasn't interested, and he hit the girl in the face with a skateboard. Like,
Oh.
in the
That's all I was.
face.
That's was one thing I was about to bring up, the Skeeter Mills situation.
Why is that?
That's why he hit
That's who
the
you're talking
people.
about, the Skeeter Mills.
I saw the video. I think
Oh, I think I seen that too. Let me
he
Yeah,
see.
the
hit her
dude hit her with
straight
the
in the,
skateboard in the
like,
face.
straight in her face, like she just fell down. I think she
Hmm.
actually, like,
Is it
fainted or something.
because she rejected him? Is that why he did it?
Because,
Yeah.
because she wasn't
I
interested.
swear to
Like,
God,
you
some of
guys
these
don't
guys.
understand, like, when we talk about
Come on, yo.
about black men protecting black women, we're not
So
saying that
Florida,
you
right?
guys are out here to
I have
get
to
us
say, all right, let me
on
show
a daily basis, but it's like in a situation where a person feels like, oh, because
Charlemagne
you
called
don't want to give me your number,
Charlemagne
or
called
because you don't want to do A, or
Yep.
you don't want to do B, like, now I can violate you.
Yep.
Like, there's
Yep.
this thing that men say, oh,
Yeah.
women give you their number, but like they don't really want to do anything. What don't you think about that? Why do you think I'm giving you my number even though I'm not really interested? It's because I want you to get away from me. I don't
Yeah.
want you to go off. Like,
Exactly.
we have to think
Exactly.
about things like that.
Hmm.
Rejection. Some men cannot take rejection. You
Men,
tell them no.
women
Either
have
they
been
go harder.
killed.
Yo, that's
They
crazy.
get
Women have
they
been
go
killed
harder,
just
or
because
they
of
get, yeah.
rejecting.
They go harder, or they
Yeah.
get, or they start calling you names. They can't take rejection. I don't understand that. It's just like walk away. I don't
Oh,
get it.
Hmm.
that, oh my God. Let's not,
Which is
I
absolutely
don't want to
true. It's
I'm
bring
getting
up
real
absolutely
people
true.
tough
like
on
Kevin,
you. Like, okay,
because, like, exactly, like the situations that we
I'm gonna
deal
read
with
that.
on a daily basis
Ridiculous.
Hmm.
is, yeah,
Probably
it's like
like,
situations like the way Kevin Samuels talks to women. Crazy. That other boy what's his name? No simp, whatever.
yeah,
The
we
one
can
that's
Hmm.
talk about
teaching
that
men
too.
how
This
to
is a different one.
talk in. Yeah, you know what? Where he did a video talking about, oh, this guy keeps taking you out, but you don't want to have sex with him.
Oh,
I
Kevin.
Oh
don't
yeah,
owe
the
you
one that says,
nothing.
oh,
Oh,
that
when he
he's
was
a
like, you should
that
sleep with the
he said
guy.
he's a slut. He's a slut maker.
Oh, that one.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
the
that
heck
one.
is that?
He said
Oh,
if the woman sleeps with a guy, she's a slut.
It was
And then
Amber
she
Rose
asked,
yeah,
yeah.
and she
It's
asked
the
him,
double
"What about you? What
standards.
if you do it?" He said he'll be a slut maker.
I'll show
So
you.
he's not at fault. It would only be the woman.
Exactly. Like, so many, I'm sure the two of you probably don't say that, but so many men will be like, oh, you can't wife a whole, I can't be with a girl that's been with more than however many guys. But if you ask
Right.
him, his number is like over, you
It's
know what I mean?
10,000.
Over the
He
same
got
the number he's
10,000. He's Wilt
giving. And the
Chamberlain.
thing is, like, when you're sleeping with these girls, where do you think these girls you're sleeping with are going? Like, do you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
especially.
Mm.
That's true. That's
Wow,
true, man.
you're bringing stuff, oh.
You
It's
That's
tell
true
him,
true.
because, like,
Ornella. You
if you're
tell him.
sleeping, like, it's like, also you want to have this prim and proper girl when you're
Listen
ready
to
to get married.
her.
But so, what do you think? You think when you're sleeping with her, then what? Yeah, that's adding on her
Yeah,
whatever her
and that's gonna be somebody's wife, or one day.
someday. Like,
You
Add
know
it's
to that.
exactly.
crazy. And also, when you have men saying, "Oh, why do you talk to this guy if you know that you're not gonna, have anything?" Like, these men already know. Guys that are in, when you're in the friend zone, you're in the friend zone. Like, you know that you're in the friend zone, but the thing is, men always think, oh, maybe sometimes
Hmm.
it will change or whatever.
They
And
think
just because
someday.
you took me out, I don't have to thank you with my body. Like, what are you talking about?
Sometimes the friend zone, when I think about the friend zone, it seems as if it's conditional because I seen the friend zone become a friend zone, then it
Hmm.
becomes a I do anything you want zone, to then it be it's very conditional
No,
because like it's
When you
this.
say conditional, you want to explain what you mean? Because I know for me, like I would never go on a date with somebody I'm like that I friend zone with, or even like entertain
Yeah.
anything with somebody I
For
friend zone.
example, sometimes some women I have noticed when they want certain things out of men who they put in a friend zone, they end up giving off vibes and scenarios and situations that makes men feel as if they are not no longer in the friend zone, or getting out of the friend zone. Or instead of just saying a friend zone, because no one literally puts a tag on a person too that said they're in a friend zone.
yeah.
Some people do say, "Hey, we're just friends."
Yeah,
They
I mean,
some people
I've
really
always been straightforward with the guys. Like if
some
I'm
people
like
yeah,
I'm
some
I
people are
never see anything
straightforward
going
like
on
that.
here.
Yeah, exactly. Some people are straightforward like that, but a lot of people, they're not straightforward like that. They
But
deal with whatever they can conditional because sometimes they want to test people to see if they would
the
be
thing
good
is,
for a
uh-huh,
relationship, so
yeah.
they can see who
But
would be good for a relationship, which ends up making these, oh, you're a friend zone. I don't fuck with you, but you're my
but like,
boyfriend when you got to pay my rent. I've seen that many times. I had to go through
but the
that
thing
many
is,
times.
like, and I'm sorry you went through that, but the thing is, at the end of the day, there's no gun on your head. I'm sorry. Why
Right.
am I saying that? Because let me tell you, men do that all the time. But the difference is because so many girls have this guy that they get together sometime, and he gives big signals. Men do that with sex as well. Men don't put women in the friend zone the way we put men in the friend zone, but the friend zone us by having sex with us sometimes just to keep us around for when they want to have sex next time, right? So isn't that using it? You see what I'm saying? And the thing is,
Can you say that one more time? Can you say that? I
I
couldn't
mean, like,
What
men.
is it?
You been at
couldn't hear it
that girl?
because J Wave. I saw J Wave miming something and it just threw me off.
Oh, my bad.
It was so funny. It was
What
so
are you
funny. I'm like,
saying?
what is he dancing? What is he
What are you
doing?
What are
saying,
you
Jay?
doing, Jay?
Yo, my bad. I'm just listening. I'm reading people's comments. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
what are
thought he
they
was
saying, by the way?
breakdancing.
oh, oh, I got some skills, but I wasn't dancing.
Look at you.
He said, "I got some skills."
Let's see. Let's see. Uh,
So what you were saying?
No, I said,
oh, somebody
Something
people,
about men do the friend zone
putting
thing
this
too,
stuff.
which we do. Which we do. I done it.
men do the
Bring
friend
it on. Bring it on. Bring it on.
men do the friend zone thing, but them they do it with sex, which is even more fucked up.
Women
Because
definitely do it with sex too. Women definitely
Nowadays,
do
this
it with
generation of
sex.
women, they're a crazy breed, man.
Women do that with sex
It's
so
true.
much.
No, I'm not putting it. I'm not saying that women
To
don't do it
get
as
what you
well.
want,
It's getting
because you know
hotter.
men want sex. Men want sex.
Okay,
Women
then
know
if I
men
give,
want
It's
sex.
not a
the
big
thing
one.
is like my G, if I
Like,
gave you sex, if you say men want sex and I gave you sex, then what else do you want?
if
Sex.
you give the man sex, that's definitely the thing
I've
that you
already given it to you. What else?
give him
The thing
the
is, no,
More
we're
sex.
talking. No, we're talking about like this is what I'm trying to make you guys understand. Women do it on a point of view of like I'm talking about the friend zone thing, where men want the sex, but you never really give it to them.
uh-huh.
You just keep, or you never
Women
give
do
it to
it with
them.
money.
Friends,
I see them do it
and
with money.
then
They
no,
do it with
listen,
sex.
listen with the point I'm trying to make. Women,
Hmm.
okay, if I have
I
sex
can't
with
click
a, you see what I'm saying? Men do it with
out
sex.
loud.
What I mean that men do it with
Hope you
sex
following.
is
Hope you
when
following.
men have sex with a woman that they don't really want
I
to
love
be in
you.
a relationship with,
Lauren,
you know,
yeah,
but they want to be able to have sex
Lindsay,
with her whenever they feel
Olivia,
like. So
Lou,
you see, they give her false hope by having
Wildflower.
sex,
Oh yeah,
hanging out sometimes.
thank
Do you
you.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But why?
and the same
Do you
thing
know
with
what I would
money
tell?
with
Do you know
women. The
what?
same thing with
Yeah,
money.
but do you know what I would do in that? If one of my friends in that situation, I'm like, but
No,
then girl, what? He's not that into you. A, B, and C, and I tell it to her because at this point, you're putting yourself out there to be. You see what I mean? You are putting yourself in a bad situation type thing.
I get what you're saying. I get what you
But the
said,
thing
but
is that
again, you're
with me,
kind of
I'm
like
talking.
excusing.
I'm not excusing it. I'm talking about
Okay.
in a situation where you're not getting anything out of it. So the friend zone, you're not getting anything out of it because you're not getting,
Nobody
the
gets
sex you
anything
want.
out of the friend zone. No one.
That's
No
what I'm
one gets
saying.
anything out of the friend zone. If you're interested in
Monica, do
this
you
is
get what I'm
male or
trying to
female.
say? I feel
I
like
get.
maybe I'm not.
No,
Do you wanna say?
no,
I feel
but
like
from the
maybe
male perspective, if the guy wants the woman, and the woman put him in the friend zone, he's the one that's more losing because right because he's the one that wants
exactly. So
to get
get your
the woman.
exactly. The
Hmm.
thing is, men think not even just like when you're in a situation, as I said, if
That's what
you're
I
a
mean.
girl and you're sleeping with a guy expecting a relationship and he's not
Yes,
giving it to
friend
you,
zone. I'll
he
stay there.
has showed you he's not gonna
I'm not
give you
fooling
that.
you
So
again.
get out of the
Layla,
situation for
check
the
your inbox.
girl.
Sent you the link.
Hmm.
And then for the guy, if you are spending money on this girl that doesn't want to be with you, at the
that's
end
an
of the day,
idiot.
you have
Look,
to
look
make a
That's
at
an
the link.
decision
idiot.
Yeah,
to
I sent
get yourself out
you
of the equation.
copy
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
Yep,
Okay.
that's
Do
an
you hear what
idiot.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but doesn't that seem like a situation that both parties have to deal with,
No,
or
because
no?
you're the one losing. Why are you spending money on a person who's never
Yeah,
going to be
that
with you?
doesn't want you.
Stop
Why would
doing
you?
that.
Why would
You're
you
the
spend
one.
money on somebody
Just
who
like
doesn't want you?
No, 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 no.
if
I'm
I
not
was
talking.
having
No,
sex,
I'm
if
not
I was
saying
having
the
sex
both of the same
with a man that
parties.
will never give me the relationship that I want, it's up to me to be like, you know what, this is not working anymore. Let me go, because the man is already getting what he wants. The girl is already getting the money she wants from you. You
Yeah,
are the
somebody
Yeah,
one that's
get.
losing.
Yeah,
You're
Get
you're the one
yourself
that's
out
getting
of the
used.
losing your money.
situation.
You're not
You're
getting
getting used.
nothing. Trey.
You're getting
yeah.
used. I don't think,
You're getting
and
used.
you're getting used. I don't think my like. I get what you're. I completely get what Ornella is saying. And with like, I don't like. I would never use somebody. And if I friend zone somebody, I'm not trying to get anything from them. I'm keeping a distance, so I don't want to lead anybody on. I'm keeping my distance, and I'm telling them like, I'm not. This is not gonna go any farther than
Oh
friendship.
God.
You know what I mean? But some people use people, so why would you want to be? Well, why would you want to be used?
No one wants to be used.
Some people let themselves
Some
get
people
used.
like it.
They're
Some
so
people like it.
stupid.
Keep on using me.
Shit. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna
Some
lie.
people let them.
Some people fetish
Malachi,
that.
you know, some people let themselves get used. It is just
Yeah, a lot
crazy.
of people like a lot of people like that. But what we're talking about initially is as if like I brought up how in the friend zone situation, right? How it actually hurts both men and both women because the problem is the person who wins is the manipulator. because a lot of people do
When they do it, I don't.
They use
manipulate the
it.
friend zone for their benefit. And this is not something that is only exclusive for women to suffer from. Men suffer from that as well. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah,
And
but
I showed you the
there's always
example.
somebody getting used. Like
It's
well, I shouldn't say
it's
always
the
because
manipulator who
as
wins
for
in this
me,
regardless,
See,
as
male
for
or female.
me, I
see,
will
look at
never
the
use somebody or
I
try to
hate it.
mess with somebody, but that's me. Or like trying to put my,
It ain't tricking if you got it. Oh, wow.
what are you talking about,
Yeah, the
Jimmy?
ladies
It
is in
ain't
here.
tricking if you got it. It ain't tricking if
They clowning right now, B.
What are
Like,
you talking about?
yeah, Lily
He
said,
said it
got
ain't
it.
tricking if you got it.
That
Wow.
That's
ass.
some old
They
slang. That's
got a
old
trick
saying.
to get what
Wow.
you want. Even married women do it to get what they want from their husband. Okay, from their husbands.
A husband is
Yeah,
different.
uh,
Husband is
I
different.
thought you said married women do it. They,
I was gonna say husband
I said I don't like.
when you married to somebody that's completely different than and I don't know, like I just like the whole like somebody sleeping with somebody on friend zone.
You
To me,
use people up
that's
like a
wrong
lot
on
of
so
people have
many
real things
levels.
about it. Facts.
It's just so
Yeah, because
wrong
that's
because
that's how it
somebody's
initially
gonna get
started
hurt.
of the friend zone. The
Huh?
situation we was talking about.
What'd you
That's
say?
what we started.
Yeah, but it is so wrong in so many levels to sleep with somebody that you friend zoned. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I was the reason why we started getting to the
Not
friend
healthy,
zone is
but
we was
for
talking
them.
about that, you know, you put black men in the friend zone and they, because she was telling me a story about a guy wanted to hold her hand and
Oh yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
start going down the scenarios and I was explaining just how sometimes it may not apply to you in that regards, but some uh women when they're friend zoning, it's conditional friend zoning. And a lot of women haven't communicated with the man to tell him we ain't never gonna fuck. We ain't never gonna be in a relationship. We ain't never, ever, ever gonna.
Because if you said that, he'll be out.
He'd be like, okay,
He
it
will
is
never
what it
see
is.
him
I
again.
don't
He
need
will
to put,
literally never
but
see him
we
again.
can be friends. And the thing is, that really don't really work with men and women sometimes. With some strong people,
It is a
yeah, they can. Yeah, we friends. We platonic. We platonic. We got a platonic friendship. But in a lot of cases, which I would actually say the majority, that's a big problem when it's someone that you're interested in and they just don't go for it. You just have to move on, and sometimes it's very difficult for men and women. I seen it with women. I seen women set dudes up off of that same shit because they want to be the one. They want to be the one on Instagram. They want to be the one. And with men who do it, I see that. I see everything you saying, and it's very violent as well.
It's a
Way
very
more violent. It's way more violent. So I think that's what you was initially talking about is how when men are rejected, they can be very violent,
Yeah, they
especially
can
because
be.
women can suffer
That
the
I can
most.
speak to.
friends.
I mean, I think women can speak to that so many times because I feel like with like some guys, the
Fact.
word no is just like like a trigger thing for them. Just saying no is for some men, obviously not all men, but so for some men, it's like either they go harder or then they start calling you names just for you
Yeah,
saying no.
Or they fall back.
because it's an
Yeah, there's some
entitlement
that
that
fall back,
But the
but
ego is
patriarchy
going to
brings
be
with it.
bruised
I'm
either
talking
way.
about the ones that don't take rejection.
Like most of
Yeah,
them, ego going to be bruised. That's why they even like. Yeah, it's an ego bruising thing. I think a lot of times.
But
yeah.
it
So
shouldn't be. It should just be when you hear no, just walk away. I just feel like with the word no should be enough, and you can just walk away. But I just
yeah,
don't understand how the word no
hmm
triggers some people. Who was
yeah,
that?
because
Did
just
you see
like
that? Who was that?
If
Ornella
you
was
tell me
talking
no,
about.
it don't trigger me nothing. If you tell me no, I
Yeah.
go opposite way. I got too much. I'm
Yeah,
able
but wait a
to
second. But
my
wait a
pride is
second.
high, so
But wait a second. Just like Ornella was talking about, she was explaining a story
Hmm.
in which
don't hang out with a straight woman.
He was too touchy.
her
Doesn't want to bang.
just like Ornella was explaining how her brother, she had to say it's
Who's this?
okay for her to say no to her body.
Jay, who was that? Did you guys
Somebody
see that?
coming. I think that's
He kept coming. He's again. Here he is.
Latella.
Who's this?
Who the hell is this?
Who's this?
An agent. It's an agent, Monica.
Man, who the hell?
That
I'm
guy.
joking. I'm joking.
But who was it,
You
Jay?
know me and Monica be on the lookout just in
Yeah, I'm
case.
serious. Jay, who was that?
It look like
Jay.
Bahari
We
in
can't
this
hear you. You're
motherfucker.
on mute. Jay, you're on mute.
Look like Shaquille O'Neal in this motherfucker.
He
All I
he
saw
did
was
it
a
like
big ass
twice,
head.
3 times now, you guys.
Jay, you're on mute. We can't
You
hear you.
unmute yourself.
Jay look like a secret agent with them suspenders on.
Like, like I'm just like, he looks creepy as hell. He looks creepy
No,
as
keep
hell, you
them
guys.
on. That's your
Y-
swag. Keep them on.
Yo, that's
Look
so
at you.
gangster. That's so gangster. I
It's
like
for.
it.
I think. Is it for your
That's so
back?
gangster.
Jay, we can't hear you.
That looks so gangster,
Look at
man. I
him doing
like that.
signs.
He thinks we're like, what is this? Like, hello?
There
Can
you
you hear
go.
us? Jay,
Okay.
He's.
What
what
happened?
happened? Who was that
Ah,
guy?
Yo,
I told
is
you
it
he's an
hacker?
agent. He
You saw
came in and then
he
things
came up
started
3 times.
Yo, Modi, are you a hacker, bro? He's watching us live on YouTube right now too, but like I think it was my guy Modi,
I'm joking. I'm
like
joking.
Gambian friend.
Are you an agent?
I just wanted Latella to
Oh
join the
no,
live.
you're
That's all.
hilarious.
Yeah,
Agent, that's
I
an
gave
agent.
it a
No,
link.
because Monica be on it. Like she knows. Like once people come in and she's like, she be knowing. Sometimes I fall for it. Sometimes, but she never falls for it.
Shit, I got muted too, so I didn't have no power this time.
Who muted you? Who
That's what I'm saying.
That I told you. The up. You're
Deuce
on
of
the hit
Oh,
list.
Hazelman.
Remember?
Oh, nah, it could be the episode.
You see, we having a healthy discussion. Everyone is getting along and unraveling
Don't
trauma.
go into my bank account.
And here come an agent. Here comes an agent.
There's always got to be some agent. Let me stop.
I'm sorry. Back to the discussion. But,
He look
but what were
crusty
you?
as hell too.
What were you gonna say, Malika? We were talking about like how I was talking about how some guys don't know how to take rejection. Yeah, I feel like the word no triggers some guys. Because I mean, I can tell
Oh
you, like,
yeah.
I remember one time I was in a gas station. This guy, he was coming hard, and I told him, no, thank you. Because, like, I'm always scared when we, like, depending on how I word things, because my dad always says, like, you got to be careful, like, with your surroundings and how you say no to somebody.
Yo, why
Because that could be it. I said no to this guy. My God, it was like I punched him.
Yeah.
It was like I punched him. No, like he was calling me all these kind of names, and I thought he was gonna come at me, like hit me or something. And I feel like that should never happen.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how
And
the word
my
no should trigger anybody.
what I was actually saying
Yeah.
before is I was going to what Ornella was talking about in
Yeah.
regards to
time I
how we
see-
stop that is we have to do it with the children in regards to teaching them and really when they get into middle school and high school, because you can see on TikTok right now,
Yeah.
young boys are very misogynistic to the point where it's like who is allowing this to motherfucking happen, because when you look at like what Ornella was talking about
Yeah.
with her
That's-
brother,
Yeah.
she said I shouldn't have said that to him. I should have said her sister, I believe,
Yeah, it
was
was
the
her
girl.
sister. Yep.
I should have said no. She has a right to her body. She has a right to say no. See those habits. She's
I
absolutely
did
right.
say it. At first I didn't think about it. I had to after be like, you know what? No, leave her alone. But at first I was also forcing her to give him a hug.
Right. See, those small habits do
Mhm.
go a long way,
Micro.
but we have to constantly rebuild habits and cultures regarding ourselves. And we can do it. We definitely can do it. But it's going to be difficult because we're going to always have to face the agents. who's going to say, well, y'all want to say protect black women. Let's show more of y'all not doing this. Y'all want to say unite the African American
But
or
even
ADOS with the continental Africans, and then you see the Fufu challenge. You see
oh,
this challenge. You see this problem, this video, that video.
This
We
challenge
have
is gonna be ongoing too. That fufu challenge, I still see it to this
I
day.
still see it too.
I see it to this day.
yeah,
And then did you see the new controversy that YouTuber, that
Which one?
her, the YouTuber, who was her, Aaliyah J, her and her
yeah.
boyfriend did it, and then it was a big backlash, and she
All right,
ended
so
up
they want clout at
apologizing.
this point.
Yeah, it was. Oh my god, it was all over, like her and her boyfriend, because she's
Yeah, I
a big
saw that
YouTuber.
yesterday.
I
Yeah,
didn't even see that.
she's a big YouTuber, and I feel like if you're a YouTuber, I mean, you really like. I feel like
You're good
you
already.
count on people. You count on those views and those likes. I will not even try to, say anything bad about any.
Yeah,
But she
you
got a
see the
big
thing
backlash.
is that also applies to, like I was telling you, Monica, you know, I wasn't trying to be
Crazy. I didn't know
like
that.
non-empathetic regarding how disrespectful the Fufu challenge is. I wasn't saying that that was, oh, but a lot of things in our culture in America, when shit is bad to us, we don't care what culture it comes from, we do disrespect it. And because, for example, and I think you all would do the same thing too if it's for like
Oh
the
no, I wouldn't.
Japanese food,
No,
the
I wouldn't.
Japanese food where they
I
have.
wouldn't. I'm
Can
gonna
I
be
well,
honest with
can I
you.
finish
I
this? I
wouldn't.
know you. Well, you could say that. I doubt it. Let me
No, no,
prove this
I've had
point.
food that
Let
I didn't
let
like.
me prove this
I've
point
never,
first. Let
I've
me prove
never
this point
spit it
because you got
out.
to
I
hear
never
this.
did anything like that.
I
Nothing,
got you,
never like
but
that.
okay, you'll never do it. But
Because
here's the
No,
here's an
I've
there
example.
is
had,
no
I've had food
African,
I didn't
no
like before.
African person would ever do something like that
Can I
I've
say?
had
because
Can
food I
I
didn't like
prove?
we
before.
don't do
I
shit like
never
that.
spit it out.
Okay,
I
y'all
never
don't do
call it
anything
shit.
about that.
I
That's
never call
noted.
it dog food. I just said I
Okay.
don't like it and I put
Okay.
it
Wait a
away.
second. Wait a second. I'm trying to show. I have to show you this point.
Yes, he is.
Now, have you seen Japanese food with the mussels? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yep,
can hear you.
I can hear you.
Have
I
you
can hear
seen
you.
the Japanese food with the mussels where if you touch it, it busts a nut? You ever seen that?
Yo,
No,
I ain't gonna hold you, me. I might,
no, I've never
I
seen that.
guarantee you.
I might
I
fuck around and do
guarantee
some shit
I've
like
fucking
that.
never
to
seen that.
you. I guarantee fucking to you. If you had to eat that, you would say some shit. I
You,
guarantee fucking to
Well,
you.
you
well,
might not do it in
so,
front of camera, but you.
but I've never
Put
had
it
that.
on a
No,
camera.
but what I'm
Put
telling
it
you,
on a
other
camera, Jay,
cultures,
to
but other
show people
cultures.
what I'm talking about.
But you're talking about you're talking about the
I got
Japanese
you
food.
right
I'm
now.
talking about food in general. When it's Japanese, when it's whether it's Chinese or Thailand or or even Hispanic food. I've had different food, even the ones I didn't
Yeah,
like.
you had different
Yeah,
foods.
but
But did you like
even the ones
everything?
I didn't like, that I didn't like, that even when they touched my tongue, I didn't like. I did not
You're
spit
not
it
gonna
out.
follow your
I
way there.
swallowed. I took it. And then
You know what I
the
mean?
other ones that I had, I put it away. But I didn't
Are you here?
scratch it. I never spit it out. Because I tell you
You
something.
here,
I know
bro?
one thing that my parents did raise me is to respect other people's cultures. That's one thing
Well,
I can tell you. How my parents raised me is respecting other people's culture, especially when it comes
here
to.
Exactly.
In
If I
America,
can add
that
something,
is a difference because in America, if we don't like something, we don't care where it come from. We just don't like it. We're gonna
no,
clown it.
can
We're
I?
gonna joke about
No,
it.
I hear you.
These are things we do.
No,
But
the
it's
thing is,
it's still
the thing is,
disrespectful. If it's disrespectful to a culture, yeah, that's very disrespectful. If
no,
someone sees it
Malachi,
as a
can I
disrespect
say?
to a culture.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. What I wanted to say, for me, the issue wasn't the fact that they didn't like the
Hear you,
fufu.
Sebastian.
That's okay. You
Yeah,
can. Fufu is not for everyone, no. Like,
yeah,
I like it because I'm African. Like, I'm built for that shit. Like, do you know what I mean?
yeah.
But you
I'm
guys,
gonna
I
like,
fuck
know
you
what you
this
did
up.
mean.
the thing
I
that
know what you
happened is
mean.
like you have to start with stuff like jollof. You can't just start on fufu. What
Yeah,
are you
that's
doing?
heavy. Yep, that's
That
heavy.
that's for that's
Yeah,
heavyweight.
that's
The issue
heavy.
wasn't the fact that they didn't like it. It's the disrespect.
Right.
Because if you know anything about African culture,
I don't think
food
it is.
is very Like if I give you, that's how we show love. If I give you food, it's a form of respect. Like it means
Hmm.
so much to us. So it wasn't the fact that they didn't like the food. Now some people went too far. I saw some Africans saying crazy shit, and I was like, I'm not with that. But the
Yeah.
issue was
Exactly.
a lot of them were triggered. You understand? The
Yeah, some of
problem
the
is
shit they were saying was wild though.
Yeah,
no.
dog food
Did you see that
tastes
guy
like
who
shit.
ate it and like he literally was scraping his tongue? He did that for
Yeah, that
views.
you're talking
And
about
the thing is, like, I'm
Yeah,
not
the
going.
yeah, we're talking about the idiot with a bib. I'm talking I'm talking the one that script. He had a bib on, please.
Yeah, that guy.
the
Like the thing is, like with African, like you have to understand, African people are very proud, and when it comes to our food, we don't play. Yeah. So the thing is, it's true though. I'm not
See,
No,
lying.
no,
this
I
is
know. That's
this
why I'm
They're
laughing.
Africans.
That's why I'm
They're
laughing.
here's the
Africans.
thing. Somebody's coming in. I don't know who these people are.
No,
That's
it's
the
Oh, okay,
other
no, that's a
person.
video. That's a
no, no,
video.
no. That's Jay. That's Jay. He's trying to show us the
Here's the
thing.
thing that I feel like
Stop,
y'all.
Jay.
If it was the tables were turned, if the tables were turned and it was us, you know how we would have faced that?
no
We
left.
would you would have had black people saying "Oh, you didn't go to the right place." We wouldn't say, "Oh, you're disrespecting our culture." We would say, "Oh man, you went to the wrong motherfucking where you got your barbecue ribs, where you got your
But
chilies.
but but some
You ain't go to
Africans did say
you
that,
went to
Mala.
a
But
They
the
said
bad
thing
they
is,
said
place.
that
no,
you can
You
go to
people
went
a
to a
like
different
horrible
restaurant.
place."
But y'all
me.
gotta try the
Some
fufu.
Africans did say
Hey
that.
bro,
Some Africans said they can go to a different restaurant. Oh, that didn't. They said, oh, you should have
try
gone to
food
this
in Yam.
restaurant.
Or
Exactly.
you should
Try the
have
other
tried
one
this
first.
soup or that. But the
Yeah,
thing is,
and they even told
like,
them, don't try
It's
that
not
first.
no,
Try the
"Oh, you're
jollof rice or
disrespecting our
something.
culture. You're disrespecting our people." Like in
no, it's not.
America,
I don't even know why
mhm.
we're arguing about
Yo,
this. But the
later,
thing is,
how have Africans be calling our food slave food all the time, saying it's
the
grease
thing,
and whatnot.
the thing,
I ain't
the
gonna hold
thing
you.
is, the
What did you
thing
just say?
is,
What did you just say, Jay?
Layla said, however, Africans be calling our food slave food all the time.
All the
Saying it's
That's
time.
grease.
wrong
And
too.
I ain't
That's
gonna hold
wrong.
you. Like
that's
All the
that was
wrong.
my
time.
That's
reaction when I
wrong.
saw the fufu
That's
challenge. So
wrong.
I gotta say,
That's wrong.
I'm on a, I mean, not on a, I'm apologetic about it, but I'm guilty for, and it was literally, I guess, me being petty. I was like, yo, but I didn't say it was slave food. I just said, no, when you guys eating chitlins and all this stuff, we're
Yeah,
not
you
coming
did
for
say
you.
that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing about slave food though. I didn't
No,
call
no,
it.
you didn't. You didn't
Yeah.
say
I
slave food.
guarantee if
That's too
somebody,
much.
if y'all, one of y'all ate chitlins, y'all throw the fuck up. I
And
know
no,
that.
and the thing is,
Oh,
the
no,
issue is not about me
no,
being able to eat
I
everything in the
can't eat
world.
grits, bro. I can't eat grits. Keeping it a stack, like I
No,
don't even have
Exactly.
grits.
it's
So
not, the problem is not about us being able to
definitely, I
eat
know,
grits
like,
or chitlings. The issue is how you
Yeah.
but I was
react to
on
You
camera.
call it
something.
dog food. That tastes like
Don't
Yeah,
do
shit.
Yeah,
that.
but you already know
All
people
the
gonna show out for social
dog.
media.
But
yeah.
But
why
People gonna
that's
are
the
show out for
grown
issue.
social
people
media.
acting like kids?
And
Grown people.
especially when it comes
That is
to
what it
things
is.
that are very important to other, and also like anybody who said stuff like slave food or that's why we sold you, I was like,
That's
me, I'm
That
not
is
on
ignorant.
what
that
it
one.
is.
That was ignorant. That was
No,
pure
I saw
ignorance.
people say like, oh, that's, I said
Yeah,
that's too
Yeah,
much.
and I saw the comments, and
that is
those
what
were
it is.
ignorant. Those were ignorant people, ignorant
And those
Africans
were,
that said
but
that.
most of the
It's,
people that I
yeah,
follow
just
on
add
TikTok, they were saying like, you don't have to be disrespectful.
Yep, yep,
The
yep.
ones that I saw. Now that doesn't mean
Yeah,
that's what
because
everybody
I
says.
get it. I get it because I really dove into it after I had that conversation with Monica. I really dove into it. I saw a lot of people that was
oh,
getting very, very,
I saw,
very toxic
yeah,
and ignorant.
slave.
Yep.
So
These
I
people, yeah.
understand the anger. I understand the anger. The thing that I had a problem with was I'm looking at it in the lens of how our culture is in America.
You mean African
Because
American culture?
yeah, our culture here
Yeah.
is the fact that if we don't like something, we don't give a fuck. We don't care about how you feel. It's a problem.
But
It's a problem
let
with
me
how the
ask
world
you
takes it.
something. Let me
Hmm.
ask you something. If you went to your friend's, grandma's house and she gave you like dead mac and cheese, would you spit it out in front of her?
You said that mac and cheese.
Oh,
No, I'm
we
just asking. You
black
wouldn't.
people,
It's
we
common
We
have
sense.
gotta
done
Don't
that.
be.
We
another thing
hey
is something that they
hey,
really care
let me
about.
answer that
I don't know.
question.
I don't know. Me, I'm not American. I don't know what you guys be. I don't know. Me, I'm just bringing up what I
Macaroni and
do.
cheese. She said macaroni and cheese. Okay,
Yeah,
let
if
me
I
tell you
like,
something.
let me tell
At
you.
black
Do you know
cookouts,
how many?
let me tell you what we do at black cookouts.
Yeah.
we know who the fuck can cook, and we
Hmm.
know who the fuck food we're not gonna eat. But if
Yeah, but you're
somebody
not
who
gonna eat it in front of them and
wait,
then
wait,
spit out like,
wait,
"Oh
wait,
my god, your
wait,
food is
wait,
like."
wait. So
And that's
wait,
your
so
auntie. That's your auntie. It's okay if you wanna be
fuck that.
disrespectful to your
Auntie
auntie.
gonna
Don't be
feel this hate.
disrespecting my food
Nah,
though.
motherfucker, no. Auntie gonna
I'm
get it.
not your
Auntie
auntie,
gonna.
oh. I'm not your
Oh,
cousin. Don't
oh
disrespect my
no,
food.
No,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
oh no.
I'm joking.
We when it come to the black family in America, if you can even look at Thanksgiving if you think I was playing. Like if I'm
I don't even mean.
uh making
Why are we
something up,
talking about food again?
go in,
Because
go
that's where we're
into
at.
go into Thanksgiving. Go
Show
into
Hmm.
our
I was
Thanksgiving and look at our videos. Some people we went in and said, "Hey man, what the fuck did you cook? What was this bullshit you cook? You put
Oh my
But
god,
that's your
raisins in the goddamn
auntie. Like,
you
that's your
you put
auntie. You banter like that.
raisins.
That's your relationship. You can't
It
do
could
that
be
to
any.
a
You just
random person's
that's
food.
the example that you use.
Because, like,
What you
let me
said.
tell you something. Like, if you did, like, if I'm not gonna lie, had that been like if you came to my house and I gave you food that we don't know each other like that and you spit it out, we're gonna scrap because you're disrespecting my mom. What are you doing? Do you
But
guys? Do
did
you
they
know how?
do it
Do you
at
know that you
someone's
guys?
house?
I'm having
that
flashbacks.
you like
no,
Do you
it.
that
know
is
how
you.
many
That is such a
disgusting
true
food I've
African.
eaten
That
in
is
my
such a.
life?
The Ghanaian one.
You
That's
you know what?
You know what I
That's a
think
true
that
Don't
you
know.
African.
me.
That's
I'm
how
happy
a
to
true
Do you
buy
know
that.
what,
African.
Malachi? Yeah, what you're doing, you're
Don't
triggering me because I've eaten so much dead food and I've eaten it with pride
feel good.
and just ate it. I went home
People,
because I'm not about to get beat up in the streets. You don't pay people's food. That's all I'm
but
saying.
here's the thing.
And that's
Here's
the
the
thing.
thing.
And, but that's why our cultures are so
stop
different. Our
that.
cultures are
I
two different
guess, yeah,
cultures.
yeah.
Here's
And I
the
hear what
thing.
you're saying. I hear where you're
Come,
coming from.
keep
I
going.
got
We
you,
have
but
to
here's the
be more
What
emotional.
is he
you're
saying?
judging somebody's
It's
restaurant.
not
They
fucking.
didn't get it at your home. They didn't get it at your friends. They
C-
got it
c-
at a
what did
restaurant.
Tommy
They
say?
someone brought it to them. If I brought you a McDonald's and you ain't never had McDonald's, you don't like it. What the fuck can I do about it? What the fuck?
But it's
You don't like?
okay. But to scrape your whole tongue, to cut your tongue out of your
Is
mouth
the
just
shit
because of one food.
nasty?
Ah,
Ornilla, I
yeah.
would. I'm gonna tell you something, my friend. That I would not take that guy seriously. He freaking had a bib. A adult having a
Oh,
bib.
no. And then did you see when he did? He was wearing a bib, but when did you see his apology in a black top? I was like, ah,
Oh,
look
Ghanaian.
at
Yeah,
him.
I know.
What,
You can't take
Ah,
him
That one is
seriously.
guys?
fucking me.
Because
Guy
you
was in a
see,
bib.
and I was like,
He was in a
listen, let's
bib.
even
I was
leave
like,
him.
what
It's not
kind of?
worth our time. But no, I hear like Malachi. I get you though. I get your
I'm not
point.
disrespecting it.
I get your point, but then the thing is, I didn't like how some Africans put their message
I like
across.
Lady
You
Yams.
don't have to be. The thing is with black people, and this is across the diaspora. With black people, I feel like I've said this before,
Mhm.
but with black people, we've been so hurt. We don't know how to give each other grace.
No,
We've been
that's
so
true.
hurt that the
That's true.
first thing we do when something happens to
Is
us is
attack.
we cut you to the bone. And
Attack. Yep.
like we have,
Oh,
like
we gotta
for
teach you a
me,
lesson.
yeah, exactly. Like for me, I give black people grace and I give them like space for them, the benefit of the doubt, like space for them to make mistakes more than I do any other person. Let me tell you something, and I hate this about me, but I can't change it. If you see Candace Owens, yeah, if I met her and it was just me and her, we probably would fight. But
oh
if
man,
I saw a white
yeah,
Hey,
person, if I saw a white person disrespecting her, that white person would have to hear from me because
Yeah.
I don't
right.
care. I don't know if you've seen like
you hate
people
Candace
this
Owens,
white.
yeah?
I don't know if you've seen white
Well, we
people
gotta have
like
a politics. We
talk
gotta have a
about.
politics one then.
No, no, I'm not going into politics. I'm just using her as an example.
No, we have to another day.
I had to say this. I had to say
Though.
this because
That would be
Latella
fun.
can't speak. Can I say this? Can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
Because Latella can't. I hope I pronounce her name right. Latella.
Oh
You know,
yeah. Hey girl.
oftentimes,
Layla,
I like her. She's awesome.
can I
Oh, she's
express what she
always on
said?
some. Yeah. Yeah.
Because this is very important that us here in America, the
Go ahead.
so-called Black American, we
It's
always
so
get
cold. What do
blamed
you
for
say? It's
shit
so cold.
because
It's.
I
Are
can
you not
go
sure?
theoretically of who we are. So-called. The reason why I
Yeah.
said so-called
Now
Black Americans
that one,
because that's not a correct term,
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
but
What did she
What
in
say?
did Lay
regards to
say?
what she was saying, because she can't speak in this live right now,
She can actually
but
come, but yeah.
what she was saying is, she saw Jamaican girls talking shit about the
I
fufu
don't like grits.
as well.
Hmm.
See, a lot of times when
I just want to
it
go
can be everyone's having an issue with
and
something,
have some grits.
Black Americans get the blame if we are involved.
I
We
wouldn't do.
always get just like I said, the people of color, with George Floyd,
Then
when
again, I guess it's
everyone was
functional
protesting,
government,
who's going to get the biggest brunt of
so
all those multi races? Who's going to benefit
maybe they didn't
for
expect us.
whatever policy changes? And then they're going to leave us?
That's what I'm trying to. I'm thinking.
Black people is going to suffer the most still. Black people are blamed for the riots and the protests when it was a lot of white liberals.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
same thing that's the case that happens to us too, because you can see the Fufu challenge where it was Haitians, it was Jamaicans,
Oh,
it was Black Americans, it was South Africans, all dissing. It was other continental Africans dissing Fufu as well. But the biggest brunt of it was it's only us doing it, and we are the main ones. We're the biggest problem because we did it, and it's
nah,
like,
I ain't gonna hold y'all, bro. The way y'all did it, though, yeah,
It was a lot. It
how
was
do
a
you know?
lot.
that
But
was
It was
but
bad.
too
check it.
much.
But
It was
Jay,
too much.
but Jay, I didn't know there was a badge on a Black American's head that says you're a Black American. How do you know?
But
When you
the
look at
ones,
a lot of these videos,
the
you
ones that
see
stuck
Haitian
What
out,
do you mean? How
flags.
do we know?
We
You are really asking how do we know you guys
bro.
are African Americans or
no,
Black
here's
Americans?
Yo, bro, the ones that stuck out, it was African American ones. The ones that
She was a
like
lot.
the person
I
even
get you.
made a
I
threat
get you.
and it was
I
most,
get you. And I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
or maybe TikTok pushing the African American ones to go viral. I don't know, but it was. You feel me?
I
Like,
get
but it
you.
was the ones that was came to our faces like, oh nah, like that light skinned dude, and then he came and apologized. His apology was bullshit. Like on some real, he
I'm
like,
sorry.
I don't do
That
well with
light skinned
flapping.
dude
Oh
wasn't a
yeah, you
bib.
put
You cannot
yourself in the
that
line of fire. What you thought was gonna happen? Like, and the thing about it is, we apologize. At the end of the day, we
Yes.
sorry to people,
Y'all
whatever.
not y'all not listening to what I'm saying.
no, I heard what you said.
Every black,
I
like
wasn't
like
them-
Latella just said, she said every black person who disrespected Fufu was automatically seen as an African American, and that wasn't the case. That's not the case.
No,
So
I would say
it
that.
became
It's
it
people.
became it became a major issue with us
Well, I don't agree with you on that one.
than everyone. Why wasn't it an issue with the South Africans? Why wasn't it an issue? Because it was Nigerians
Bro, South
and
Africans, I don't think they're gonna do that, bro.
they did. What are you talking about?
I need to see that
You can
because
go
I need to
you
see
can
that
go
one too
into it.
because I don't know. But I mean, I'm not saying they can't do
TikTok
it,
is
but
an
I need to
open
see. I need to
platform.
see that one
yeah, because
because
it's like
I seen
I
it
need to
on
see that one
TikTok.
because I've seen the South African as a South African woman. She came
they're
and said you should not
African.
disrespect
They
African food
understand
and
the value,
culture.
the way we look
I'm
at
not saying I'm
Yeah,
speaking for
I
all of
seen
them,
videos
but
of people defending it.
there was South Africans coming and defending them,
I didn't
saying
see
that
that.
this is wrong.
Yeah. But the point is what I'm
I gotta look
making.
this up.
The point is I'm making is if it's not
Hear
only
you.
us, if
But
it's
this could
not
be
only
African
us,
American versus
don't generalize
N-
it as it
no one.
is.
We should
No,
hold on.
I hear you.
We generalized the people that did it, like
We
that idiot
still
with the
friends.
bib, and then
Okay, guys?
that
We
freaking
still
old
friends.
elderly grown
No,
ass
there
woman
was.
doing it too.
I saw a lot. Let me say
There
this
was
since
more than one. Yeah, I saw
I saw
several.
a
It's
lot of
still going
African
on right now.
Americans. I saw a lot of African Americans saying you can't be disrespectful. I saw that too.
I saw
And the
that
thing
too.
is, the reason why maybe we did kind of group everybody as African American is because fufu is not just a Nigerian thing. It's all over Africa. So like
Exactly.
I don't know any African with
I'm about to look at
brains
it.
who's gonna go and disrespect their mom's food like that. Because to me that because
No, what
you
South Africans was doing, what South
I
Africans was
didn't see
doing,
it.
they were saying
No,
their
I didn't
now
see
fufu
the
was
South
better than the
and
Africans. I didn't
Nigerians
see the
and
South
like
African thing.
I
That
think
I
one,
didn't
that
see
one
that
is
one.
for full wars, like Jollof wars. We're not gonna be mad with that one now.
no,
It's
I
come
think
on,
Jollof
dude.
maybe
rice.
Come on, dude. Like, do oh my god, what the fuck was that shit? Nah, son.
no, I
One thing
think
about it, bro, what you said, what
no, what
what you said though, that really resonated with me was this, right? African Americans might not have even thought about it like, yo, if I do this, I'm gonna disrespect them. And maybe we should have thought in that sense, right? Because of I didn't think about it till you said it. Like literally, if you like you said, like you guys make fun of each other with that kind of shit. And it's just funny, right? Us, we take it disrespectfully. I think maybe if y'all even knew that we would have taken it disrespectfully, maybe I mean, let me not say yeah, the people that did it. If
The
they
people that
Man,
did
I
it, yeah.
wish LaTaylor was in this conversation.
No, listen,
wait, wait,
I hear you. I think what's very important about the point that Lay made and that I agree on with Malachi is that there is this thing with us that it's called the minority, where Black Americans are always put at the bottom. So you always have, even like when you have
we use as
Africans,
the scapegoat, not put at the bottom.
like when you have Africans go to America, you find that maybe people with African names, will go further maybe in terms of education and all of that. And there are so many things. I
Oh my
agreed.
God, we had a discussion about that too.
Okay, okay,
There
okay.
are so many things. I agreed. It's not just that. There are a lot
Yeah.
of things that it's
Crazy.
involved in because also
Sorry, I'm very.
as Africans, we're Black, but we haven't we're not as connected to like the life that Black Americans have lived. I mean, like
Yeah, we have
slavery,
different
Jim Crow.
cultures.
So we come from a different perspective.
Yeah.
So when we get to America, we might, or when we get to the Western world, I'm in the UK. When we get to the Western world, we might be able to be successful, more successful than African Americans because we don't have the same baggage. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. And also, I think there is some level of misunderstanding and miscommunication between the diaspora because all we had to do is like all that needed to happen when that happened is for Africans to come up and be like, yo, we don't appreciate you doing that to our food. We don't think that's right. And for Black Americans be like, you know what? We didn't think about it in that way and we're sorry. And that could have just been it. But like people
But
just, you
you
know how it
already
is.
know that couldn't happen in that
Everybody wants to
capacity.
have likes. Everybody wants, because those people that are doing the most, yeah, Fufu is nice. What are you talking about? Man,
That's
the
what I.
people that were
That's
doing the most, they were doing it for likes. Because they were going, oh, they're falling. Oh, it smells like acai. It's just
Jay.
food.
Right.
If
You
you
can't
don't like,
take
put
that
it on
guy
the side.
seriously. That did that. He wasn't a. He had a bib on. Like you
Yeah,
can't
So
take
that
him
let's
guy
serious.
keep
Like
it.
that dude had a bib on. That's a
was
joke
part
as
of the whole
hell.
act.
He had a bib on.
See,
A
everything
grown
Listen,
everything in
adult.
America, see the
That's a
difference
bib
here in
on.
America is everything is up for criticism, ridicule.
I guess. Yeah,
Because
that's how
because
Americans
When it
deal
got
with
it,
their trauma. That's
we
true.
have we have an entitlement even on ourselves. We have an entitlement on what we feel what should be right, what is good, what is New
yes,
York ribs versus down south ribs versus
welcome.
West Coast ribs.
Yeah,
And we clown, we do that.
I
I've seen it
guess.
in Nigeria as well with amongst their own selves. You know,
The fufu.
it's a,
No,
it's
the
it's
jollof
it's a
wars. Yeah.
Jollof,
yeah, the
the
Jollof
Jollof
Wars
war is
is
Ghanaian and
exactly.
Nigerians. That's hilarious. That one is funny though.
We be going back and forth. I was even part
You
of
guys
that
go
war.
back and forth. You guys like it's funny because I have friends and it's
Yeah,
funny
but
because they're
check
like,
this
oh no
out.
no
You
no
look
no.
at the Jollof Wars, it's funny now. But if we did something and we did the same type of jokes, it would not be funny. Joke's
Yeah,
over,
It's not you
because
guys'
motherfucker.
you're not
culture
Joke's
involved.
though.
over,
Do you
motherfucker.
think no?
Malachi, it's
Like,
not
Joke's
your
over,
culture.
motherfucker.
do you no? Let me tell you something,
It's not your
Malachi.
culture, Malachi.
I'm
It's
not
different.
Nigerian and I'm not Ghanaian. Do you think I can fix my mouth to start talking about jollof? That's none of my business.
Exactly.
They
It's
will
not.
just they will say, look, look,
They'll kill you and they'll be
No,
like,
I
okay, fine.
said
Yeah, they'll tell you
Me,
straight. It's not
any
your cult.
jollof you give me, I'm gonna eat
That's
it
between
and I'm
those
gonna be
people.
fine.
yo,
Yep.
It's
Senegal made jollof and Senegal cannot talk about it. They don't
no.
want
I'm
to
even
make
talking
you
jollof.
about
guys don't.
the Jollof Wars. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Jollof Wars.
exactly. Yeah, that's what
If
I'm
we would have
saying.
did a
Like, if you're
joke,
not
if we would have
Ghanaian,
did the same joke, if we would have did the same joke, whatever joke that made you say that was actually funny, if we would have did that, it would have been joke over, motherfucker. Joke over.
exactly, because you're not part
Okay.
of that
You're
The
not a
music.
part
culture.
of that culture.
I
You
don't
understand? It's like if a white person started talking shit about black people food, we will, we'll be ready to fuck them up. And it's because you're not part of the whole jollof
You're
situation.
not.
But I don't,
How?
I am
I,
African.
I dare any
Listen,
of you to eat
Malachi,
jollof
I'm
and say there's something
African.
wrong with it.
I'm
I'm
African, but
speaking
I'm not
You
Nigerian.
theoretically.
will love
I'm
it. You
speaking
will-
I
I
understand.
theoretically.
know you're speaking theoretically. I'm just making
If
jokes.
we made
Trying to be
jollof, I
lively.
know we don't make no fucking jollof. I know that. I'm talking about theoretically. If we, what the fuck? I'm talking about
No,
I
theoretically.
don't,
no,
If
I
we,
hear you. You're
I don't think
saying
we will
if you
take
made,
offense to it though, like that.
I feel like you're saying if you made jollof jokes
Jay, you better
The
speak
way
for yourself, my
Ghanaian
brother.
He's not
or
violating it. He said he just like doing jollof like the jollof we making is better than yours. We're not gonna get tight with him.
yeah, don't you, Jay, stop,
Jay, you speak for
don't.
yourself.
He's
No, the
saying
That
reason why
that
people got
Malachi,
jollof
tight
war
over
is
fufu was
serious.
because of how because of how it
Malachi,
was disrespected.
Jay
yeah,
is setting
You know
you
what I'm
up.
saying?
Don't listen to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
Jay.
He's
setting up.
setting you up. No, you are setting him up. You want him to talk about jollof and then get killed. Don't listen
Jay,
to him.
Jay, stay
No,
out
no,
of it.
no, no. I don't think.
Listen.
no, I love jollof. I love jollof. I had it many times in Nigeria. I
Hey,
had it
Jay,
No, I
many
what
know.
times.
No,
Jay, what did Kemi say? He always talks shit.
I like
Nah,
Ghana's
bro,
over Nigeria's
I'm gonna
though,
say
but
what
that's my only personal opinion.
no. I hear. Me, I don't have an opinion on that one. Let me keep quiet. I have Nigerian friends. I have Ghanaian friends. I'm not trying to get like.
with the beef with man. With the beef,
I mean, you like what you like, man.
Kemi, hey,
Get mad.
What did Kemi
the beef
say,
with
Jay?
people from Florida, and you
Jay,
need to
what did
come
Kemi?
and help you out. I know you
Jay,
don't need my help.
Jay,
You got the
Jay,
zones. Huh?
But do you get my
Jay,
point though? What
Yeah.
I'm trying to
what did
say?
Yeah,
Kemi
we hear
say?
you.
Nah,
We
nah,
hear you.
nah. I'm just saying.
If we would have had
Okay with me is
theoretically,
acceptable.
if we would have had jollof too, we got our own jollof too. Guarantee you,
Yeah.
if we had our own little version too,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Probably put some hot sauce in that motherfucker. But
Are you? What are you doing now?
you
Hot
know,
sauce in jollof. It's
so
already hot. It's already spicy.
yeah, we got it. It ain't spicy enough. It ain't spicy enough. So we have our own little way, right? And we
Yeah.
wanted,
I
and we
don't
had
like
the
this.
same,
I don't like this
we
pocket
had the
thing,
same
man.
situation.
Like
Huh?
And where we discussing jollof, I
it's
guarantee you it would have
yeah,
been
it's starting to become like
music over.
African thing. I don't like that. I don't like. I want to break that. I want to stop this conversation with the
No.
food because it's gonna get like that because people are
No,
gonna
I hear you.
little
I hear
people
you, Jay.
and I don't like
Jay,
that.
what was
No,
the
but
comment?
Malachi, before
What was
we
the
get off
comments,
this,
Jay?
like
The
in the
comment.
jollof
Yeah,
situation, yeah,
especially Kemi's. Kemi's talk a lot of shit.
Hmm.
like
Chemist, I
Senegal,
don't know him.
jollof
I don't want
originates from Senegal.
to.
You hear me? It
Yeah, I know.
originates from Senegal, but
Yeah, I'm aware of
Senegalese
that.
don't even have a word when it comes to jollof. It's Nigeria and Ghana, and we leave it at
Hmm.
that. And everybody, there's jollof everywhere in West Africa, but
Facts.
the two people who matter in the jollof conversation, the two countries that matter, is Nigeria and Ghana. The rest of them, it
Amen.
Right.
doesn't matter that it
Amen to
came from
that.
Senegal. It doesn't matter that
And you know the
maybe
best is
Liberian.
Liberian. Liberian is number one, oh, but
Even if Liberia is
they don't
number
talk.
one, we don't care.
They
It's
don't
Exactly.
when
care.
the
The real
conversation
war,
comes up,
the
the
real war is
war is
Ghana and
between,
Nigerian.
and
Exactly.
everybody else we keep quiet.
We keep quiet.
Mm?
We just shut our mouth.
Me up, man, and it's
We
almost
mind our business.
Nah, I
and
have friends that have stopped
I ain't
they stopped
sleeping now.
talking for a while because of jollof.
But
It's
Yeah,
Sunday,
I know.
serious.
That's how deep it goes.
I can.
Okay, let's change conversations before I don't know what's going on in the comments.
You know,
Yeah, let's hear the comments. Let's hear the comments, Jay.
you want me to read the comments for you?
Yes,
I'm
please.
like,
Yeah,
oh
read the
Lord.
comments. We're here for it.
Okay, let me go up a little bit and read from.
I know this was good today. I laughed so
We need
hard
to
at the
get to.
beginning.
Also, Layla was like, we need to get to the bottom of this. Mad Africans don't even consider us as an ethnic group. Hey, see, that's why I don't. That's why I said let's stop this thing because the thing will just continue going deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, no, Africa, please.
Man, I wish she was in alive. I wish she was
I've
in this.
had jollof, Liberian jollof, fire. Layla, she said she had Liberian jollof. It was fire. What pissed me off was non-black folk talking shit about fufu in the comments. Shit pissed me off. Kevin started laughing.
Give us this
And
troublemaker.
then Lolin goes, black on black crime. Can you see? Malachi, they don't consider us African. They consider Caribbeans African, but not us. Can you see? Can you see? That's not true. You're African. What you have to bear with, we're getting used to it more and more. Trust me.
Your
We're,
I
accent
think
is coming
I
out.
think
you
it's
know,
Jay,
it's
we're
a
getting
Jay,
used
your
to it.
conditional.
accent
I
is
think
coming
it's a
out. Your
conditional
Yeah,
accent
yeah,
comes
thing.
yeah.
out. What's it?
Then Chemist goes, oh God. Chemist goes, you are not valid. He's telling me you are not valid on some stuff, bro. I said, and I hear him. He don't agree with me. Then Layla goes, I feel like many Africans don't know Black Americans. We are distinct. Y'all don't really know us.
Probably that's true.
Eh,
Probably that's true.
That is why we're getting there.
That's true.
We're trying. We're getting there. You two, you guys too. You're learning us both ways.
Yeah, it's
We
both
don't
ways
really
because I think
understand each
because I
other
don't because I
Yeah,
sometimes.
don't
that's
think
the
yeah because
thing.
I don't think they
In
understand us
many
either
cases, we
either.
do
And
not
that's why
I don't
understand
these
think they
kind of
understand us
conversations should
either.
be on a halt till we kind of get a better. Because of what if we have this kind of conversations and we don't fully understand each other, it
Each
will
other, and
start sounding
and
crazy.
we don't understand each other's cultures too, and
Yeah,
that's the
it will
main
start
thing. We
sounding
don't
crazy
understand each
on
other's
both sides.
cultures.
Like
Yeah.
You
Kevin
know,
made
like I
something like
said,
Caribbeans are more
Jay,
connected to Africa than I said this guy in the
Jay,
Who
man.
said that? Who said that?
Chemist.
Kamis. I told you he's a
Jay,
troublemaker.
Yeah.
He'll say he's speaking facts, but
like
he's
I
a
said this,
Chemist
troublemaker.
is always
Now
he's
what you
always wanting violence.
But you know what, Kim? But I gotta tell you, like Kimus, he really surprised. He was the like he went he because you know how I told you I think I told you
man, we
Ornella
got to get
came like what do you call it?
Layla?
Latella.
Camus
She
We
said
Camus
she
got to
can't
put
went
right
in
we got to
now.
there.
put Lay
She can't
in
right
this
now, but
conversation.
Yeah.
we can do it
Yeah,
later.
like when like it
Yeah.
was Africans and the Caribbeans. Oh my gosh, Camus went in.
Yo,
He
nah,
did.
Kevin, yo, he's with the
I
smoke.
have a
We're having a
question. I have
He's
a
Nah,
he
question
that's
was
for
that
you
he
all.
was
Ghana
I have a
blood,
question.
fam.
like
this
he
nigga
made
in the
all these
comments
valid
everywhere.
points. I was like, wow, this guy, and he had no, and Camus is so
I have a
unbothered.
question.
He's
Yeah,
just
bro.
like those
Yeah,
people that's not bothered.
This dude is
that's true.
crazy to me.
Facts.
I
I
like
have
him.
a question, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're listening.
sorry.
Like Lay was talking about earlier, she was expressing
Hey,
that a lot of Caribbeans are more considered African than the Black Americans. For example, she was using when there was Jamaicans doing this fufu challenge and doing the same thing, they didn't get the brunt that a lot of Black Americans, I hate that term, was facing. So my
I'm just gonna.
question to you all is this.
say the truth. Say the truth.
Why do Caribbean blacks, is it because of their accent? Is it because
No.
a lot of their culture is still very Afrocentric
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
that they don't get the same, even when they do toxic anti-African things,
Oh, I got an answer actually.
So okay, so I'm gonna
it's
like
not
it,
seen as toxic as what we do,
and it's gonna be
what our
and I gotta
issues.
agree, and I'm gonna say like
Oh,
okay.
he
So Kamis, I think Jay just said what Kamis
answer
said.
you.
You want to repeat what Kamis say, Jay?
So what he said?
Yeah, because
Okay,
he's
so
got a
Kevin
point,
said
and I'm also gonna explain why.
Caribbeans are more connected to Africans than African Americans.
And also Caribbeans, like the ones I went to school with, we all got bullied together. They were not accepted by African Americans, and
Man, but
we
that
all.
has nothing to
That's
But
do.
I'm telling you where it's coming from. You wanted to know. I'm telling you where I see where it's coming
Kevin
from.
said the
And
Caribbean
Caribbeans,
are
and
using
even
the
with the
continent more
Fufu
lately.
challenge, I see some Caribbeans came out and defended Africans.
Unconstitutional. Tree. Let me
I
say
see some just like, but
exactly.
I guess feel like we're much more connected because I feel like
Historically, they've embraced us
some
more.
of our issues and some of the stuff that we did when we came here, it was similar. So there's a
Mm-hmm.
connection there, even though we also go back and forth with each other.
Oh, she said the Geechees. Oh, yeah, I gotta bring
There's
that up.
like, are you listening, Malika? You asked.
I'm listening to you, sweetie. I'm listening
Okay,
to you.
so I feel like there's similarity there because we came here,
The island
we have the same
of
struggle when we came to America.
African
There's
American.
similarities there, and there's also similarities like what's the name said. There's like our culture. There's similarities in cultures, but I feel like we also went through the same struggle. It's a little different,
Hmm.
And
and I
I
see
feel like the Caribbeans historically have embraced.
So when they are anti-African, that
that's
excuse them
some.
for
That's not all. That's some. And there's
Like,
also African Americans that are anti-Africans. So it goes
Yeah, but
goes
there's
every
some
other way.
too. You don't see
There's some,
what
and
you're
I said
doing?
some, and I
exactly.
say
Some
some. So
African Americans
there's
don't believe
everywhere.
Africa. They're African, but Native Americans. Like when I went to medical school for 2 years in the Caribbean, my first 2 years, right? When I got in contact with any Antiguan, any Caribbean, they say, "Oh, you're from the motherland." They call it the motherland.
Yep.
They connect to, like, they feel
They
like,
connected. Yep. They
right,
talk about their
on
connection.
another island, but they came from the motherland. When I came here, I've been here since I
Exactly.
was a child. African American tell me I'm chasing cheetah, I'm this and that. So in my head, I always felt
Mhm.
like, okay, he don't even want to be African, right?
Yep.
So this is a disconnect kind of thing. Like in my head, I'm like, okay, this one wants to be African more. I'm gonna embrace who embraces me, and then
Yep.
this one don't want to be African. So no problem, you don't want to be African, like that kind of thing. That's literally my perspective. I'm gonna say
I mean, I faced many Africans who was very
the
anti-Black
guerrilla language.
American.
Hmm.
It is what it is. But what I'm really saying here is when it do come to us, there is such a heavy attention on villainizing us and generalizing us in a negative when in fact, trust me,
What makes
there's
an
such
African to
a
get you?
large number of Black Americans who love continental Africans, who consider themselves African. Not all have to, because not all are necessarily African. There are Black people who are Aboriginal Americans. There's also Black people who are Native Americans. And
I'm
I'm gonna break down the difference of the two.
No, it's okay.
Aboriginal.
We understand what you're saying. We No, you don't have to break it down because
Okay.
we understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But go ahead, continue.
Well, some people don't because some people interchange Aboriginal and Native.
No,
Well,
no. We get what you're saying.
Some people were Native slaves.
that again?
They were slaves to the natives and they
Mhm.
became Native Americans.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean that they're Aboriginal.
Yeah. Okay.
Aboriginal been there. They've been there since the beginning of time. And they got different tribes that's Aboriginal. That don't even apply to the native tribes. A lot of native tribes have white people in them today, like Cherokee, Ottawas. You hear those. There's a lot of white people in those. But
Aboriginals are
so a lot of Black people, when they say that they are native, they are native. If they
meaning
say that they're not African,
And
it's
that's
because
fine.
of
And that's fine. Nobody's debating that they're not. That's fine.
right. If they say that they're not African, they're not saying that they don't have a connection as far as like,
Gucci.
like F Africa. They just know where their history
But some of us
begins for
did
them.
get that when we came here. Some of us did get the Africans and stuff. And I feel like there's a misunderstanding that I think I do see sometimes even with Africans when they with the Fufu channel, Fufu Fufu challenge.
Yeah.
It took them back. It triggered them back to when they were
Right,
when they came here to America. It was a lot of it was triggering to them. Like their
right,
stuff was being made fun of
yeah.
when they brought their food to lunch. And if you can see, and I feel like some of this stuff sometimes I think that the
Guys,
biggest. Go ahead. Were you gonna say something?
Monica, can I just say this?
So you're African.
It's not the
Go ahead.
fufu challenge, it's
Because you come
fufu.
from Africa, that's the
Fufu.
Like that
Sorry,
was
fufu.
getting me,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
joking.
I'm sorry. I
But
keep saying it wrong. I
I was
apologize.
like, fufu.
Yeah.
No, it's
So I
okay, it's
feel like,
okay.
and I feel like that was a triggering thing for some of the Africans, because I can see in the comments they were like, oh yeah, they used to make fun of it, now they want to all that stuff. So I think, and I feel like and I get what you're saying, Malika, but I feel like there's a history there where some of these Africans have a history with how they were treated when they came here by some
fact.
African Americans, not
Literally
all, by
that's
some
literally
African,
what it is.
and they're and we didn't get that from, like you said, like you said, some like you saying, well, how come we treat Jamaicans differently? We didn't get that from Jamaicans. Actually, they were in the fight with us, getting bullied with us.
You want
So
your
I
cousin?
think
Yo, Layla
Yeah.
cousin the George.
Every time when I hear
Yeah,
people
let her
say,
talk.
that when I hear
I need
continental
coffee.
Africans say, "Oh man, we was bullied," as if Black Americans were just never bullied by Africans because they specifically didn't do it.
Actually,
Okay,
no, I'm not.
okay,
It
I'm
okay.
goes
not
both
Now,
saying
ways.
I
It
can't speak for
goes
the ones
both
that got
ways.
but
bullied,
the
but I
thing
can speak for
is,
me. because
but
I
okay.
never bullied anybody.
No, no.
Like I
Let's
said, and now you
no.
proved my
Wait,
Me
point.
too, I couldn't bully nobody. We was the
I
ones
know
that.
I
Malachi,
didn't.
Malachi. Of course, maybe Malachi didn't bully anybody either. But
Yeah,
the
I'm not
thing
saying he
is,
did. I'm
We
just
were
saying
the
my
ones
like,
that.
experience.
okay, like, yeah, I know. But what we're not gonna do is, now you're telling me that as an African child coming to America with our accents,
Hmm.
I still have my accent.
That
I
ass,
feel like
bro.
I sound very African, right?
Okay.
So you come to America with your
It's
accent, and I
terrible.
think that's where the Caribbean people and black people and no and Africans
I'm
relate. It's because
kidding.
when they
The
came to
accents.
America with the
Love
accent,
you too.
American kids didn't know how. Hey, girl. Hello.
Hello,
Can you hear us? We
you
can
can't
hear
hear
you.
us?
Oh, let me add her audio.
Okay,
We can
go
hear
ahead,
her.
Ornella.
I
So
get
what I was
everything
saying
that
is
you're
there is
saying.
that now like here in the UK it's different.
Hey, yeah, Ornella
Yeah,
is
we can
talking,
hear
and then
you.
you can talk next. Go ahead.
Oh shit. It's about to get real.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear you, babe.
we can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear us?
I can't hear her, but if y'all can hear her, good.
Yeah, we
No,
can hear her.
I think you need to. I think
Give
we
her a
can hear her, but
microphone.
she can't hear us.
Okay, I'm about to add her to her audio.
Yeah.
I might even have to
So
redo this. Go, keep going, keep going.
yeah.
Go ahead, Ornella.
I want to make sure she's.
Hello, can you hear
Hello.
us? Who's Tasha? Oh,
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 okay.
oh, okay, okay. Because we thought she was coming.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
You Somali?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I agree with that. Yeah, you don't sound white. You sound like you, girl.
That's
And
yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah. We can agree with that. Yep. Yeah. Hmm.
You got it. But but I like to say like, and I can't. Hello,
Yeah,
can, can you hear me?
yeah. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Okay, I gotta figure this.
Hello. Can you can hear us? Tasha, you can hear us?
I don't.
Ornella,
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Can you hear me
can
now?
Tasha, can you hear all
Maybe
of
you
us?
can. Do you want to? Is that me?
That's Ornella. That's Ornella.
Is that it?
Is that the only person you can hear?
Okay.
Is that the only person you can hear? Yeah, that's me.
That's
Sorry.
Monica.
Yeah, that's sorry.
All right, so I'm the only one she can't hear then.
Can you hear
Can you
Jay
hear
or no?
Jay?
I can hear the other nigga who's on the line. I can't hear anyone else.
Okay,
Who's supposed to
that's
hear me then?
everyone. Malachi, do you want to say
Jay.
something? Oh, Malachi is gone. That's all. It's only four
No, but
people here, so
here's my thing though, because
Go
it's
ahead.
I just think it's like hella funny. No, I just think it's hella funny because like I feel like Black Americans are the only ones who are consistently disrespected. We're the only ones who are constantly thrown under the bus, and
Because of
you know, like I live in Minnesota. You know, I was born and raised in Minnesota. I'm from like a small town in Minnesota, but
Hmm.
with like my cousin, she like, she tells I'm not really on social media, so I share like all my websites with her, but
Yeah.
she'd be letting me know how yeah, you feel me, like, um we're not even considered an ethnic group, and we're very distinct. Do you feel me? So it's like, I think it's hella funny how like we're consistently told like, oh, you're not African enough, you're not black enough, X, Y, and Z, and it's just like, what? You guys don't even really know us like that.
But it goes
And
both
and
ways.
Yeah, and I
You
do
and
think it
and,
goes
gotta
and
see
both
with
that.
and
ways.
with Keisha, she's a lot more accepting because she's a lot around a lot more Africans. She's around a lot more Caribbeans. She's around a lot more like within the diaspora. But from looking on the outside in, it's like with me, I mean, I'm not around a lot of Africans. I'm not around a lot of Caribbeans. So
Hmm.
it's just like, damn, that's crazy as shit. Cause it's just like, wow, these people don't really fuck with us like that.
I
Yeah,
hear you. Can I answer
you
her?
have to speak.
Yeah, go ahead, Ornella.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Can you repeat your name?
Yeah, my name is. You can call me Sheeta.
Okay. So I hear you, and I actually agree with you because there is this thing called mono minority. So what happens is, with especially in America, is like every ethnic minority that comes to America is put above African Americans. You know, so what that does is, even with Africans, we have such a bad image of what Black Americans are. There is the media is so like biased against African Americans that you don't really we have, especially for people who came to America in the 80s and the 90s, they want the thing. My friends tell me, like, growing up, their parents used to be like, nah, you don't be playing with them
Exactly.
because I don't want you to end up like them, because our idea
The
of you
money.
guys was drugs and whatever. So that there is truth to that. There is truth to the way we treat Black Americans, and it's not right. And also, sometimes it's the anti-blackness still, that we think that yes, we're black, but we're better than Black Americans, and that's something that happens. And here also it happens, but for us it's a bit different because the Jamaicans came to the UK before Africans. So when we came to the UK, there was a lot of anti anti-Africanness from Jamaicans. So there was an issue between Jamaicans and Africans. And then what that turned into is, then when the Somalis started coming here, the Somalis were treated badly. I
I
think we
told you to
talked
come
about
in,
this,
bro. You didn't
Monica.
want to come in. You said, nah, you're talking about bench.
You know, so the
No, but
Somal.
I understand all of that.
Hmm.
No, I get all that, and I understand the media and like how it portrays us and all that. And with Somalis and Ethiopians and all of those people, like,
Yeah, slavery too.
I don't even consider them in the conversation. I
Hmm.
know with my cousin, she's around them a lot more, and she's a lot more accepting to them for some reason. I don't know
Because
why, but
you don't consider who? Sorry, like what?
no, I mean,
Somal.
like for me personally, like I know with Keisha, or with Layla, she's a lot more
Nah,
accepting of like Somalis and like
nah. Let's not have
Ethiopians.
that conversation because of
No,
like,
no, no, but it needs to be held because with her, it's just like you don't know them because they helped her convert to Islam. But
Oh,
with
okay.
with me personally, I feel like with Somalis and Ethiopians and
Hmm.
all of those people, like
Hmm.
I don't consider them a part of the conversation because I feel like they're not a part of the conversation.
yeah,
They're Africans, though.
No,
yeah.
I get that, but they don't accept their blackness at all. Not the
What do you mean
same
they
way
don't
West
accept their
Africans
blackness?
do. West Africans accept that they're black. They understand that they're black. Okay, but okay, let's push that aside. That's deflecting. That doesn't even matter right now. But my point is, and I wish Keisha was on the line to explain this more because she's a lot
Yeah,
better
she
at
should have been.
expressing
Yeah.
herself. Yeah, but she lives in like a two-bedroom apartment with her mom and her stepdad and her two brothers and all. Anyway, but my whole point is, Black Americans, like, we have a long history. We're very diverse.
We have multiple different ethnic groups all around the world, believe it or not, all around the West. We have ethnic groups in Dominican Republic. We have ethnic groups in Mexico, in Canada, you know. So it's just like in the islands off of South Carolina and off of Georgia, we have like Black Americans in the Geechee and the Gullah Islands. We have Black Americans off of the coast of Georgia. We have Black Americans in Samana in Dominican Republic. We have Black Americans in Trinidad. You feel me? So it's just like it's crazy to me how we're considered less Africans when, for one, we're like 50 million people. You know what I mean? Like more than half of what Jamaica, Dominican Republic, all of them, you know? So we're a lot more than them, for one. And two, we are criticized way more than Afro Latinos, you know what I mean? Who barely understand that they're even Black.
You
And
don't
two, we're
count.
the face of everything. Why are we always the face of everything? Anyone who talks about Africans, oh, Black Americans, oh, African Americans. So it's just like, what?
In what sense? In space.
Oh, and from the UK, don't get me started on the UK. No offense to baby girl from the UK on the line, but it be Black people from the UK talking about Africans
Fine, go
when a
off.
lot of y'all never even met. No, a lot of y'all never even met an African American. So it's just like, how do you have so much opinion? How do you have so much like? Why do you have such a strong feeling about people you've never even met? The only representation you have about Black Americans is what you see on the media. Two, a very tiny minority of Black Americans who live in the UK that you met personally that you might have felt some like type of way about. Come to the South. We're not rude. We're not disrespectful. We're very polite. And three, I'm gonna say another thing. When anyone else is rude, I be seeing videos about, oh, go to an African restaurant and they're hella rude, but like, you know, the food is good when the employ like people who work in there are rude as shit. Go to a Jamaican restaurant, if they're rude, the food is amazing. But all of a sudden it's, oh, Black Americans are disrespectful, Black Americans are rude, whoop de whoop, that and that. Okay, but it's like, why are we always held to a higher standard? I don't get that. I just feel like, why? Let me know. Right, and we're being compared to the white people who colonized people, but it's like, stop holding us to the same standard, because we're not. There are two. If you're from America, you would know that there are two Americas. There's white America and there's Black America. Every Black American knows that there are two Americas.
Yeah, we do.
And I'm not coming at you guys personally,
Thanks for
but at the same
education.
time, I feel like there needs to be a voice that levels out all the shit that you guys believe. And there needs to be
No,
a
well,
voice that
Tell us
is
what we
as
believe.
well,
And we
aggressive
tell us
and
what
it's
we
as
not just
believe.
it's not just that we believe. Some of us have experience when we came to
Yeah.
America.
what
We've
experiences though,
experienced.
I would like
Tell
to
us what
know.
you
I
believe.
got
What you believe.
when I came, like, you, I can go first and you can go second, Jay. When
No,
I came to America, me and my siblings and even the other Africans, we were bullied by African
the
Americans. We
bullying,
were
I
called
knew you were gonna say
booty.
the bullying, but I'll let you finish.
But let me finish. We were made fun of because of our accent, the booty scratcher comments, the making fun of our food when we will bring it to lunch and stuff, and our last names and our
Right.
names were being made fun of. So there was, some of us are coming from experience of what we deal
Of
with, and I'm not even
course.
saying, of course, it's not all African Americans, but it is some of us that are coming
No,
that are dealing with
absolutely. I
unfortunate
feel you.
experience. So this did happen to us, some of us.
Okay. And then I'm gonna respond to
And
that.
I'm
The
not saying,
bullying.
the same
Holy
thing,
facts.
and I'm not saying the same thing
No,
couldn't have
baby
happened to
girl,
some
I get it.
to some
It was
to some to
wrong.
some
You guys should not
yeah,
have been bullied at all.
and I'm
And
not,
I know
yeah,
Haitians specifically were bullied very hard in
Haitian.
Florida.
It was also, it was us, it was Jamaicans, and it was Haitians,
I get
and
it
we were
because
like, I feel
okay,
like
and
we were all in one side,
I'm
and
gonna give you some
we was versus the
perspective.
people that look like
I'm gonna
us,
give you some perspective though,
by
okay?
the people
You
that
guys
live,
are
and
in
that's where I'm coming from.
absolutely, and I understand that, and that's wrong. That's ridiculous. It's embarrassing that you guys were bullied. But
And
I'm gonna give you
I
perspective, and
can't
I'm
hear
gonna make a few
you. Something is.
points.
Can you hear? Can you? It's Jay.
Yeah.
Can you hang on? I can't hear you because there's
It's
static.
kind
Jay,
of,
what's
it's
going on?
kind of.
There's a lot of static.
I
Yeah.
don't know
Hear
what's
her.
going on. I feel it. I hear it too.
Let me see.
What's going on? I can't hear her very well.
Who is the guy on the live? What's his name?
Oh, the
Whose
nigga.
live are we on? Who is okay? Whose live are we on? I don't know his name.
My name is Jay.
Okay, Jay, are you African as well?
And I'm listening. I'm listening for now. I'm the moderator.
No, okay, no, but is this your live?
Yes, it's my life.
Are you African?
Yes, I'm African.
Okay, where exactly are you from?
I'm Nigerian.
Okay, no, I just wanted to know, just like I just want to know. Okay, but responding to the girl who made that comment, you're right. We should not have like that bullying shit when we were kids. Stupid, dumb. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: that did not come from our parents. And I don't, if there's another Black American man online, my cousin texted me. I think he's also a Black American, but that should not have been a thing. But it did not come from our parents. That is one thing that I will promise you. All of those stereotypes that did not come from our parents. You know what I mean? And I know Haitians got bullied really hard in Florida. Like I've heard a lot of Haitian people talking about how they were bullied by Black Americans and how they were even beat up. You know, that's wrong. That's not acceptable. That's disgraceful. It's terrible. And it all goes back to white supremacy and how white people, they divided us. You know what I mean? They pin us against each other, and they're like, oh, basically, like, why would we want people, all Black people, to come to America, and why would we want them to unite? But at the same time, we were kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like, we were
understand.
children.
I understand. Like, but you gotta. I've been here since the sixth grade. Yeah, it's fine.
It's okay.
I've been here since the sixth grade, right? And in high school, I had a computer teacher called Mr. Campbell. And this is just a personal story fact. Like, it's not. I'm not saying this is every single African kid's experience. Although most African friends that I have would tell you the same thing. Maybe not a teacher, but I had a teacher, Mr. Camp. Like, I never got clicking sounds from a white teacher. I never got clicking sounds from a white kid. I got clicking sounds from my people. Well, the people that I quote unquote. And now this is me talking like because I'm the guy who's trying to unify everybody or whatever. But I'm gonna keep it a stack. Like since like everybody's keeping it real, I'm gonna also put my perspective in there because it was Mr. Campbell. Like I read the booty scratcher, all that Monica already spoke about. Mr. Campbell would call me first of all, exaggerate my last name. My last name is already African as fuck, long as fuck, right? But he'll say my last name and add extra syllables, right? Every day, he made it a point. If he wanted to say my name, he will make clicking noises, clicking sounds, and then on top of that, I always grew up with the impression that y'all didn't want to be African, right? So now, if you want to take my experience and then make it broad, right? And then now it kind of seems like you guys are accepting Africa, the reaction from the same way you guys are saying it's kids, right? The reaction from kids who are still kids and have gone through that is going to be this kind of reaction, like, oh, now y'all want to be cool with it. That's literally the reaction that you're getting
Okay.
from kids, right? Now,
Okay, hear me out.
some adults
Okay,
too.
hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Because America, we have gone through 400 plus years of complete erasure, complete oppression, making us hate ourselves. All right. So the kids in America, when you guys came in the late 80s and 90s, 80s is early, late 90s or like late 80s, all of that, we were so far gone to the point where you guys represented everything that we were taught to hate about ourselves, right? One, and two, everything that we projected on you guys, because I was born in 1997, you feel me? And my cousin was born in '01. Like, she's a fucking child. But I was born 1997, and all the bullying, all the hatred, all of that came from something that's way beyond any of us. Systemic, that happened way before any of us were born. Any of our grandparents were born. It wasn't homegrown. It wasn't something that we learned in our homes. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So all of that bullying, all that hatred, all of that taunting, it was not something that we learned at home. You feel me? But my thing is, what what you guys were projecting onto us, it was homegrown, and it was also defense mechanisms. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm not a biased person. When someone is taunting you, making fun of you, bullying you, you're gonna fight back, right? That's only natural. So, but at the same time, I'm gonna finish real quick. At the same time, I know for a fact that African families, they tell their kids, stay away from African Americans. You know, they're drug dealers, and I get all that. It's from the media. But the difference between us, the main difference between us, is that our parents aren't telling us stay away from Africans. No, we're not teaching our kids that. You know, if anything, it's like, oh, like I made an African friend at school. It's like, oh, for real, that's cool. But with you guys, it's like, oh, and especially with the West Africans, it's like, oh, like, because with the West Africans, I feel like, it's kind of a family affair. It's like, we all come from the same place somehow, somewhere, so it's just like, oh, stay away from. And that one term, what's that one term called? Akatas. And it's like, stay away from the Akatas. Like, don't be friends with them. Don't bring them home. Don't, you feel me? So it's just like, I mean, I feel like there's a difference within like how we like interact with each other, and it all boils down to white supremacy. But at the same time, I feel like we're the ones we get thrown under the bus.
Yeah, that's weird. Why it keeps doing that? What? Let me see. The headphone. It has to do with someone's headphone. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I was. Okay. Okay. So I'm guessing it's it's her. It might be coming from her end. Where your headphone is, um, where your headphone is relative to your phone might be the problem. Because you know how like microphone and speaker, but I don't even know how to just try to like just move it around and get better because it got better last time.
Did you mute and then unmute everybody?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Rashid, how do I say your name again?
I think she left.
Hello?
She might have dropped out.
Hello?
Uh, She,
She dropped out.
she dropped out. I don't know if she's gonna come back in.
Hopefully she comes. Yeah, hopefully she comes back in. I hope she comes back in because I mean she spoke her side. But
No.
I hope she comes back in. But it's like I know like when the stuff that's going on with like with my family or me getting bullied, my parents were not the people that would tell anybody to continue. My parents never told us anything bad about African Americans. My parents always raised us to respect everybody and treat everybody the way we wanted to be treated.
I was never told nothing
So
bad about Americans either. But
yeah,
like
my
the reason
parents never
I
told
don't
me,
say
and
anything
I
is
didn't, and I've
because
never
it's a
even when
consensus
I
thing.
got bullied, my parents didn't say to bully anybody back, and I didn't even like I didn't have like the defense mechanism to bully anybody back. That just wasn't I wasn't raised that way. When someone makes fun of you, make fun of them back. That's not how I was raised, and that's my parents didn't raise me to make fun of people or to disrespect anybody. So I don't know because I know she's like, oh, because it just seems like I don't know. Like I wish she was back here because I wanna
And
hear her on
the narrative now is like we're the ones who hate them kind of thing. And
yeah, which is not true.
it's not even
The
the
case.
case. You know what I mean? Like
That's not the case. And that's not even the case because I never bullied in, but I sure got bullied. I never bullied in. I never bullied anybody back because I
like
wasn't raised that way. My parents didn't think we were better than anybody,
like I
So
I
that's
never
what I do. I don't want the narrative to be that it was like Africans were raised to think that they're better because my parents weren't that way. They never thought we
I'm
were
not gonna
better.
front like Lil been saying that for the longest.
Yeah, but yeah, I can hear you, but it's staticky. Now I can hear you
Lil
better.
have been saying that for the longest. From the moment I that's actually how I met her. In the comments, like, why you guys call us a casa? Like she was coming in telling me some African and like,
And that's the thing.
yeah, relax. Like, and
That's
then
a,
from there we
and that's
became
the thing. The Sakata thing. That's a,
first of
this
all,
Sakata
it's a
thing. That's like a West
Nigerian thing.
African thing. That's not even like all of us.
Exactly. It's a Nigerian thing that
I
some
never.
people pick up and they don't even know what it means.
I can't even. My God. Hey, JK. you
Yeah,
please find out what is making everything static? It's driving me nuts. I
yeah.
can't
The
hear
staticky thing
you. I
is.
can't hear anybody.
Let me see. Is
Do what you gotta do. And hey, we're trying to figure
chemist?
out what's making everything staticky.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's static. Just get it
chemist.
done. Did you figure out what's making everything staticky, Jay?
We can hear you. Who that though?
So that was Malachi. I don't know. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
yeah,
where
yeah.
the other
All
girl
right,
is.
hold on. It
Is
might.
she coming back yet?
It's not Malachi. Is it Monica?
It is Malachi, but it's still staticky. I don't know what's going on because I can't. It's coming off very staticky still.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what.
What?
I can hear you.
I can hear you, Ornella. I can hear you, Ornella.
Oh, the other person is trying to be is in here.
I have something to say too because it was just. I feel like it was just.
Yeah,
I
we
Supposed to
can
be
hear
the
you.
moderator. I'm
is
supposed
it.
to
I
be
think
the
it's.
but
Yeah,
I
beat
think
yeah,
it's.
them,
I think it's
Jay.
better.
Beat them.
come in here, bro. I put it in your inbox. I don't like. Please.
Who
Aye.
is it? Who is it?
Chemists want to come in here. Please
Ah,
come in here
this is going to be a fight.
It's gonna be interesting.
because
But the narrative. But Jay,
hmm
the narrative like her narrative was like I feel like she feels like it was coming like we're hating
Like
we are
we're
the ones that
taught
are
to
hating
hate.
African Americans.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
like
that's not the case. And that's not the case because
Can
when
I
I'm
speak on
speaking
this
from
real quick?
hang
bro,
on,
you
I'm not done
speak
yet,
on it.
Malachi.
Speak on it.
I'm
I
not done
feel
yet,
like
Malachi.
he about to
I'm not
say.
done. I'm not.
But
When I'm done, you can talk then.
okay,
So
actually,
I
yeah.
feel like she's
Ooh.
speaking from what she's speaking from where she's coming from. But I feel like the narrative is coming like we're the ones hating or we're the ones that have the hate or whatever. Like like I was saying, we came here bully. My parents never said make fun of like think that you're better than African Americans or even when we were getting bullied. My parents said always said treat everybody the way you wanted to be treated. Never bullied anybody back. Never even like when they were like bullying and saying all these stuffs and even like getting like the girls touching people's hair and stuff. It was a lot, but
Bro,
I
go
never
to your
stooped to that level
inbox
because my
and
parents didn't teach
TikTok
me or think that we're better than African Americans. So
and
that
something.
narrative that
That's all.
said that African parents are telling their kids
You want to
that they're
come into
better
law?
or saying that
Law
that
for
don't
real?
be like African Americans, that wasn't in my household. So I don't know which
Yeah,
whatever in
that wasn't in your
in the
household.
Akata thing. That's again, if that's West Africans calling them, that's not
In
I'm
order for you
East
to do that,
African
chemist, you
and
have
we
to
didn't do that.
because you have to go to your
Yeah,
inbox.
and you know what? They literally said the Akata thing on Big Brother's
Well, I'm
Nigeria
gonna add
last
you.
year.
Okay, well
They was
that's
talking
okay.
about
Yeah,
that.
that's a West
Send it to
But
African
your
thing.
inbox right
I'm
now.
East African. We never called African Americans
yeah,
akatas. I
and
don't
then it
know,
was like,
and
oh,
I
it's not
found
a
that out.
derogatory term. They
And
was
I
like,
just
oh, it's
found that
not a
out. And
derogatory
I
term.
just found that out recently about this akata thing. I didn't even know about what West Africans
Now they're
was
trying to say
calling.
it's not derogatory term. Is to me that's bullshit because I even made a video on it and Nigerians were coming for me. But
What do you mean?
like when I made that video about the Akata thing, I had Nigerians
Yeah.
come to
Oh
me.
yeah, you did
Oh,
make the video. Yep.
yeah, oh,
But
it's
can I
no
express this, man?
that
Can
I
I?
say is a derogatory term. But like, keep
Yo,
going, bro.
Jay.
Okay, go ahead, Malachi.
Okay, because I'll switch y'all on my other phone because I don't know why I can't come in and out on this stream.
Yeah,
But
because you kept going out.
one thing that we're missing is the same with the black men and versus black women issue. Is a lot of stuff we're talking about in America. Bullying is the strongest thing within the black community because within our families we bully each other. Within the diaspora we bully each other. In America, in our schools, I guarantee you the same issues that you're talking about you face with from the African American, the Black American. Everything that you saying that you faced from the ridicules and the jokes and all of that, the same thing can be said of dark skinned individuals,
Check your inbox. I already sent it to you.
black women,
Then who?
Law,
black women.
chemist and Lawlin. The law for real is coming too. She's gonna tell us her real name when she come in.
Oh,
Lou
okay.
Yeah,
Ferrigno.
she's African American.
Okay, let him come in. Go ahead, Malachi. Go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say is this is another situation in which American culture is so toxic that look what you're facing of African Americans or Black Americans, whatever you see fit to make you feel comfortable, whatever you facing from us, it's how we deal amongst each other as well, because the bullied. When we're facing so much anti-blackness, we produced anti-blackness in a lot of cases, and you see it in our children heavily. You know, why is it? Why is it in black schools, in
Hey,
any
Malaka,
school,
it's getting staticky. It's getting really staticky when you're
Mm-hmm.
speaking.
in black schools?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Better.
Okay.
Jay, can you mute yourself? Jay, mute
Yes.
yourself. Maybe that will.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make is this: in our school system is very toxic. We go against, we have the black bullying continental Africans, and we also have black men versus black women in that in many cases. We have dark skin versus light skin. Our schools reflect the toxicness that African Americans really, really go through and been through and descend from. It's right there. These kids are only reflecting what the anti blackness trauma that they are enduring. And if they found a scapegoat, it may be the continental African, because that's something you can get on, because that's different. Same as someone who is a little nerdy in school, you know. If you are a black child who values education, a lot of our own students will bully that child. It's the parasitic culture that I was talking about earlier. This culture is very strong. So I seen it amongst the Black American versus the continental Africans. So I agree with you. It's wrong, but it's also wrong in regards to the best of our black people being bullied in our schools too. It's all of that's going on because of this toxic conditioning that we're all suffering from, but very, very effective on the Black American. And that's the point I really want to make. And um, in regards to what the young lady was talking about, she is right as well. There are many continental Africans who want to disassociate themselves from us. I mean, I be on J Waves lives many times. I see it. You see it. We're probably seeing it right now. It's a lot of them. You know, I had a comment. I seen a comment on Jay's live before. It said, you know, who would want to breed with the descendants of slaves? People, this is your view of us, of many people's view of us, as this is our only quality. Yet, so much is taken from us, so much is copied from us, so much is um, glorified from us, stolen from us, and yet we don't get that credit. We don't get that empathy. So,
So you talking about hip hop? You talking about fashion? What are you talking about specifically?
what I'm talking about specifically, I'm just saying things in general that the African American created, right? And then next thing you know, white Americans, other people in the world copies, and it's no longer ours. Every art form that you have, from jazz to hip hop, Rock and roll is a prime example. We created that shit. We created shit. We created all this shit, man, motherfucker. And all of that has been stolen from us. Who is the king of rock and roll right now? Who do we say is the king of rock and roll? We don't say,
Elvis Presley.
yeah, we say Elvis Presley. We don't say Chuck Berry. We don't say Big Mama Thornton. We don't say those people, you know? And when it comes to our style and culture, a lot of it, our slang, lit, a lot of that's been taken from us. People all over the world are saying that. But yet we also get villainized as saying we don't have a culture. I really would love everyone to turn their mic on because
I'm,
I
I'm
feed
not
off
on.
everyone's energy.
Everybody's mic is on.
I feed off of everyone's energy because I need it. I don't see Monica's mic on, so I was like,
No, it's because
because
it was static. It was static, so we had to do that just to make sure like you can talk uninterrupted.
okay,
But
because I feed off your energy. I need your energy.
you
I
need
need
us
your
to like
strength.
the back and forth. I hear you. Okay, so I'm gonna talk from a perspective of a person who came to the West when I was a bit older than, maybe I would say Jay or Monica, right? So most Africans in Africa, we don't have an issue with Black Americans. We don't hate Black Americans. We don't think Black Americans are not Black. We don't think Black Americans are not African. This issue usually is between Africans that are already in America, like that are in the West, right? So there is something that
Is that
has
true, Jay?
It's true.
It's not
Africans in
continental
Africa.
Africa.
Listen, Africans in Africa don't
Be
even
real.
most of
Be real.
Bro,
Be
all right. So keep it a stack. Like Africans in Africa, right? Yeah, we like someone even wrote here, right? Like we grew up watching African American movies, and she said in bad movies. Like yeah, we grew up watching those movies, those stereotypical things, right? But still, it wasn't enough for us to grow any kind of hate or even
exactly.
Africa is not. You got to realize Africa. You've been there, bro. There's not anything much like to stereotype. We don't do stereotypes.
We
Like
don't, like
the Western thing.
Africans are the like I. This is like we are the chillest people.
Yeah, we
Like
don't have
we
stereotypes.
don't
We don't
care.
do
Like you
archetypes. Like
know what? Yeah.
live.
If you went to Africa, you
oh,
will see
I've been there. I be there.
if
I'm going
yeah.
back.
So if you see in Africa, you will see white people go to Africa and they're wearing like the kente. Like we don't care. Africans like we because but then that's because like
That's
we
not
have
really true.
like
That's not really true.
that's because no, I'm saying it because from experience I have a
Okay.
very big like part of my family, a lot of my a lot of like my aunties, they married white men. So when their white men come to Africa
Oh,
and their family, yeah, and their family is like, there's no issue. We don't like all this conversation we're having. I started having it when I came to the West. I never ever thought about a black American and be like, oh, those thugs. Before I came here, that wasn't even something that like crossed my mind. We're not really thinking about like we're worried in our own situations. We're not really thinking about other people, and we don't. I've never met an African who was born in Africa, lives in Africa, that be talking shit about like Black Americans. I haven't seen that
Like
yet.
we might see the movies. We definitely might have like
Yeah, but we might see
you
in the
can literally
movies.
see it
stupid kid
right
that made that
now.
video on TikTok that went viral about the way the media portrayed. Like yeah, the media
Wait a
portrays
second.
the way.
Wait a second. Wait a second, man. Black Americans, we don't have illusions of grandeur when we're making these claims.
No,
We're not
no,
having
no,
illusion of
no.
grandeur.
Listen, the thing is,
No, no, no. We're not,
okay. Can I,
you
guys?
gotta
Let me,
let us
like, you guys, you're gonna have to let me land. Let me make my
Okay.
point.
make your point.
So me, I'm talking about Black Africans that are already on the continent, and then Africans that are in the West. Those are two different. Those are two different Africans. Okay. So what happens is, the Africans that came to the West then got to the West, and then they got bullied. They got bullied for who they are. They got bullied for being African. They got bullied for having weird food. They got bullied for how they dressed. They got bullied for their accent, right? And then we hit 2005, uh, and later, and now
Mm-hmm.
being African is cool. So then
A
those,
lot
just
later.
because,
A lot later.
much later even, when you guys say, and I hear you, that it's coming from anti-blackness. Yes, the girl said something very important, like when Africans showed up, we represented everything that you had been taught to hate. But that doesn't remove the fact that that those Africans were traumatized. It doesn't remove the fact that those Africans, they still went through racism because they're still black,
Hey,
right?
prejudice. But yeah.
They still went through racism because they're
Mm-hmm.
black, and they still got to be treated
Mm-hmm.
with anti-blackness by African Americans. So the thing is, those Africans, you find that most of the time they're the ones with an issue with African Americans. And that issue is not something that they created. I'm not saying there are no issues, but it's not something that they created out of the blue. It's because of how they've been treated.
Yeah.
Now that we've grown,
I don't believe, I don't fully believe that, and I can show you proof. I can show you
yeah,
proof
that's fine.
throughout
Let me make my
history
point and then
that
you
can
can,
that
that's
that
fine.
can dispute that. But
I don't think it should be a description yet.
Oh no, we were talking. I was just explaining about how Africans on the continent don't have an issue with Black Americans. That most of the people who have an issue with the Black Americans are Africans in the West, because they've been bullied. Yeah, they've been bullied. They've been treated. Yeah, it stems from that. Like even the parents when they went, I, I've seen that. Even the parents, when they went to the shops to buy whatever they needed to buy, you would have grown African Americans laughing at their accent, or making fun of them. It was the thing back then. Just like it was the thing it was a thing. It still is a thing to make fun of Black women, but not as much. It was just as at some point in time, it was a thing to make fun of dark skinned people. We still do it. I don't do it, but like generally, but now it's not as much as it used to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So back then, it's not just kids at school that were going through it. Even the parents were going through it, right? So yeah, everybody was going through it. So the thing is, that's where that comes from. That's where that comes from, of like the hate, or the I don't want to call it hate. I would say
yeah,
misunderstanding, or the conflict. That's where it comes from. Because something that you said, Malika, and
I
something
agree.
that you've said, and she said that as well. I forgot her name. I'm really sorry if she's listening. I forgot her name. But what is like, it's something that kept coming up, is you guys are saying, we were still kids. Yeah, it's true, but it still hurt and it still affected people, because the
No,
trauma
I
we
didn't say
no,
that.
she said it. Sorry, I'm
No,
sorry on putting it on you. Yeah, yeah. I misspoke. Sorry. The thing is, the trauma you go through as a child, it still affects you.
It's
It shapes
yeah.
the way you look at the world. Yeah,
or Ornella, Ornella.
yeah,
High school,
exactly.
college. Like
Yes.
college, the bully
Again, like
up
I
in
said,
your face,
like
but
I was saying
still,
earlier, I don't think y'all was hearing me.
No,
yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Go to my YouTube. The link is in the chat box of my YouTube live. Click on the link here.
No, I get it, but I get it. See, the problem is what you're missing, Monica. What you're missing,
Leave,
and Ornella, what
leave here.
both of you are
Go to my
missing
YouTube, bro.
yeah.
is this issue.
Listen.
It's like I literally just said this. Is
Mm-hmm.
that in the America? This is when we have to have a different perspective as far as America versus the world. In America, our schools are very, very toxic, anti-black in general. So yes, you face trauma from
Mm-hmm.
us.
Mm-hmm.
We face trauma from us as well, because we are spewing
I hear
the
you.
anti-blackness that we faced
No, and
and we
nobody.
inherited.
No, I
So
hear
it's
you,
not
Malachi.
excusing. It's not excusing. Wait, wait one
Uh huh.
second. We're not excusing your trauma.
Yeah.
We're not excusing what black Americans have done.
Mhm.
But I'm telling you, if you was in here, you would see that if you wasn't if you can be a continental African and be in America and talk American as fuck to the point where no one knows, you
Mhm.
would see other versions of anti-blackness from grade school to middle school
No,
to high
no,
school
true.
that can make you very angry at your people as well. Our school is very toxic in general.
We
And
hear
to
you,
change
but
that for
right
the
now
African, the
we hear
continental
you.
African, we have to change that whole thing.
No, we hear you 100%. But the thing is, it's because that's what we're talking about right now. I'm not saying that, or everything was hanky dory, and then we kept well, not me, but I'm saying we because I'm African as well. But and then the Africans came along, and you guys are like, you know what? Let's bully them. No, I know it's something that happens to everybody, but the thing is that this is what we're addressing at the moment. And what I'm saying is, now understand, like, being growing up being bullied because you're African or whatever, and having to change your name or the way you sound or the way you do things to fit in.
Yeah,
And then
you'll
all of a
get bullied if
sudden,
you're from the
everybody's,
country.
everybody got on the shikis. Oh, now everybody wants to be African. We're like, hey, wait. So now you want to be African? Now I understand that there is something deeper to it, and maybe we have to have these conversations for healing, and so that we can heal and move on.
I
But
think this girl
also,
just got me tight. That's how my mood is off. But I'm gonna say this right. Like, Chemist is on his way in. I don't know.
his chem is coming by foot now. Where he's been coming from
He,
the
he,
last hour.
well, he was all over the place, but he's gonna be here soon.
I'm joking.
And that's exactly what I told him to do. Like, but I want to say,
I do it through this Go Light stream. I
I
do it
gave
through the
him
Go
that link.
Light stream.
I don't know why he said he wasn't able to. Yeah, I told
No,
him go
I
through
hear
YouTube.
How do you do it through YouTube?
You just
like the link was posted on YouTube.
you click on the live video and right in the comment chat box you see the link. You click on it, you go
But
right.
then at some point
Oh,
the link wasn't there. I checked early. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
But just make sure the link.
I'm gonna try that
Oh,
Oh
next
shit,
time.
let me make
Try that.
talking
sure.
of the devil,
Oh, he's here. Oh, okay. She.
Monica.
What's that?
She's
Why are you
gone.
Hey, Kevin.
law? Because it always ends up being just Malachi.
Me, I'm a bit worried now that Kemis is here.
Yeah, like,
He's on smoke 24/7. Yeah. Oops. Wait, it's static
I can't
again.
hear him.
static again. So what is that?
Guys, mute. Let's mute ourselves just to see.
What? Yes, come on. Can you tell your cousin to come back help for Malachi?
It's probably his Wi-Fi.
Guys, can you mute yourself,
We
Malachi
can't
and
add more than
Monica?
four
Can you
people in
mute
this, man,
yourselves?
No, it's something
because it ends up
specific.
having an issue.
It's something specifically that causes the static that we just don't know yet.
No, I'm not on YouTube at all.
Hold on, 1 second. No, so
Hello.
chemist. Okay, it's not chemist. Oh, let me see. It might work
Okay,
now.
I can hear him.
Yeah, you can switch, your TV, switch it off.
Okay, good.
Uh-huh. I was responding to the
Yeah, I hear it.
talking about the Africans mistreating the African Americans in Africa. Like, there's no way the Africans they were the minorities in America, so they couldn't mistreat any Americans in America. And the second part, like she was saying, the Africans were told by their parents to stay away from the Americans, the African Americans. Like, that's not true, because any parent could tell their kids stay away from, even the African parents, they be telling their kids stay away from the who, focus on your dreams. That the same thing the African parents they be telling their kids, the African kids, stay away from the
I
who,
can't hear.
focus on what brought you here because we are here for the reason. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's true.
Yeah. So there's no way like she was saying like the African
I can't hear him.
parents they be telling their kids stay away from.
You can't hear him? Or like,
No, I can't hear. He sound clear. Then he start getting choppy. I can't hear him.
if anything, I can.
Hello.
Yo,
Guys, I think
you hear me?
everybody, when you're not talking, how about everybody mutes themselves just to make sure?
Yeah. Are you guys able to mute yourself, or you want me to do it for you?
No, we can mute ourselves, but like just to make sure that the person is that's talking, we can.
Okay.
Chemist, your video is on,
Oh, it's on.
just in case. Yeah.
Do you want your video on, chemist? And
Yeah, it can be like that. That's cool right there. Yeah,
Okay.
I want to talk to the first guy though. The guy that was talking about the Africans, the African American girl, the first one.
yeah, she's not here. She's not even here anymore.
Oh yeah, because I wanted to respond to her directly. I wanted to talk to her because she was talking a lot of fallacies about Africans and misinforming. Yeah, because she
I couldn't hear. I couldn't. I couldn't. What did she do? What did she do? What did she do?
yeah,
What did she do?
bro, she was talking about Africans like being the Miss
Monica, what did she do?
Africans like, talking ish about.
No, I didn't
Can
hear.
you guys hear me?
I couldn't hear the. I couldn't hear what.
Oh, she said that
I
African
couldn't hear what
parents.
you
She said that
were saying.
African
You said
parents.
she said something. I didn't hear the rest.
She said that African parents taught the African kids
Hmm.
to hate African Americans. That's what she said. And like I don't know, chemist, if you still live in Africa, but I feel like maybe Malachi. Oh, is he in America? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Sorry, sorry. I thought it's fine. Sorry, but what I'm saying is, Africans don't hate Americans. But go on, chemist. Sorry.
No, yeah. My response to the first. That's
Mm.
yeah. Yeah, can continue. I'll be here.
I can't. I don't believe we should make that blatant statement and feel like and put that all over Africa because that's not true. That's
True.
not true.
I don't think she was even African American. She didn't sound like African Americans because I know we can tell I can tell the African American she was like she sounded more Somali like Somalian girl.
We don't have a sound.
The yeah got accents. What you talking about? Yeah got accents. We can tell the accents. What you mean? We can tell the accent.
She do sound like that Somalian girl, but
Yeah,
we don't all have that sound.
the accent was Somalian accent. Yo, that was not. Yeah, she didn't she.
As yeah, so like
I mean, we're
let's
kind of doing that to each other in this conversation.
let's yeah, so let's not say she's not black because we don't know her. She said she's black, so let's just take it.
Man, this live is choppy. Can y'all hear me?
Malachi, we can hear you. Can you hear us? You can do that.
You say what? You hear?
Yeah, we hear you clearly.
Yeah, that was my response to the first girl. That was on my own response.
Hmm.
That was about the first you were saying about the African parents, about the African mistreating the Africans,
He said
the
that she's
American.
spreading fallacies.
Like, yet we Africans, they are the minorities in America. Like, what you mean? How could could the African Americans mistreat the whites in America? That's like not possible. That's the same with the same issue with the Africans in America. Like, we the minority, we the small group compared to the African Americans. How could we do this shit like that? And the African Americans have the record of mistreating the foreigners like the Caribbean and bullying and shit. That's for fact. Everybody can tell. The Caribbeans can tell you that, and Africans can tell you that. Every who was in America can tell you that. and the people that be looking like them, they be mistreating them. Like here in they mistreated the Haitians. Until now, the Haitians still don't want to fuck with the African Americans. Till now, the African Americans still telling the Haitians that they eat cats. But now the Haitian be gang banging and shit. So right now, the African Americans want with him with the Zos shit. You understand? Because the Zos shit they got the music unlocked in. Kodak Black and shit. Now they want fuck with them because they got sound that they better than them. You feel me? When I was in Minnesota, they fix you. Yeah, you gotta go out.
No, guys, we all need to mute ourselves just to make sure. Everybody just mute themselves while one person is talking, and then we can be able to and see if that helps.